The following is a presentation of the St. Louis Chess Club.
There's blood in the water at the U.S. Women's and U.S. Open Championships in St. Louis. The Sharks of the chess world are hungry for wins and ready to feast. Co-leaders Hans Niemann and Sam Sevian were on the hunt, but their prey got away, leaving them circling the top of the Open standings. Things went swimmingly in the women's event, with three Apex Predators still undefeated and tied for first after ripping apart their competition. It's not safe to go in the water. Who will fall victim next? Day 3 of pulse-pounding chess, coming up next.
Welcome back, everybody, to the 2022 U.S. Chess Championships and U.S. Women's Chess Championships held here at the St. Louis Chess Club. Let's go to the studio and start the action with Yasser and Anastasiya.
From the home of chess in the United States, welcome to the St. Louis Chess Club and the third round of the U.S. Chess Championships and the U.S. Women's Chess Championships. Hello everyone, and here we are. I'm Anastasiya Karlovych together with Grandmaster Yasser Seirawan, one and only.
Likewise, Anastasiya, one and only. A pleasure to be with you to call all the action for today's round. Hello everyone. Thank you for joining the show. And what a show we had yesterday as the millennials are not only coming, they arrived. Thrills and spills, we use that term a lot, but we had a big spill yesterday as well, as 15-year-old Christopher Yu took down our defending champion. Let's take a look at our current leaderboards. Anastasiya, call the action.
Let's check them. So we have leaders, 3 leaders actually in women's section. Jennifer Yu, Alice Lee, and Megan Lee. All of them, they have 2 out of 100%. And they followed by Irina Krush, Begim, Tokhirjonova, Tatev Abrahamyan, Talia Cervantes, and the others. By the way, no one has 1.5 points.
Amazing. And in the open section?
And in the open section, we have 2 co-leaders, Sam Sevian and Hans Niemann. Both of them, they have 1.5 points. Then we have a really nice group of people. Fabiano,
I call
Caruana.
them gangsters, actually.
Yes. They are Fabiano, Liang, Dominguez, Jeffrey Xiong, Sam Shankland, Ray Robson, Darius Swiercz, Levon Aronian, Alex Lenderman, and Christopher Yu. Also, let's not forget about Elshan, and we have also 2 players with 0.5 point.
Absolutely. And our format.
And the format. We have 14 players in this tournament, in each of them, and 90 minutes for the first 40 moves, then followed by 30 minutes for the rest of the game. 30 seconds increment from move 1, it's very important, and of course no draw offers.
And our schedule, Anastasiya.
We have already 3rd round, and it's 7th of October, if you still remember that.
Thanks for the reminder, I need it.
Yes, and then we have 2 rest days. One is on 10th of October, then 16th of October, and in case of playoffs, we have them on October 20th.
Exactly, and as we see that the players yesterday had some trouble getting through the security. Everybody's being wanded very, I want to say, severely. And when you've got 28 players in the field, you better arrive early, because there's quite a lineup. There we see Chris Bird,
with
Chief
Alex.
Arbiter, with Alex Lenderman doing the honors. But we're very fortunate to have in studio Cristian. Cristian, break down some of the action yesterday. It was tense.
Oh, it was definitely tense, and it's great to be back for day 3, calling the shots here at the U.S. Chess Championship and U.S. Women's Chess Championships. And what 2 great events we've had so far. A lot of decisive chess being played. And let's take a look at the percentages. We're going to start with the open section. 4 out of 14 games. We've been spoiled with a lot of rapid and blitz chess in recent months, but 28.6% in a classical tournament is a pretty decent performance. These guys are definitely battling it all out. And in the ladies section, well, the ladies section is definitely combative, as we shall see. 8 out of 14 games decisive, 57.1%. The ladies are definitely here to fight, and they are bringing the action in every single game and every single matchup. And let's take a look at the upsets that we've seen so far in the US Chess Championships. We're going to start with the open section and a very recent memory. This one, the game between Wesley So and Christopher Yu. What a game that was. A bounce-back revenge victory for the youngest competitor in the open section. Only 15 years of age, Grandmaster Christopher Yu defeated the defending champion Wesley So. Just an amazing game, and I'm sure we'll be talking about that one for a very long time. And in the ladies section, we had a lot of upsets as well. One in particular that stood out yesterday was the game between the 12-year-old Alice Lee against Gulruh Begim Tokhirjonova, who was the leader of the ladies team at the Olympiad. And there you have it, Alice Lee. Alice's Pawn Palace, I think, is her show on chesskid.com, and she definitely gained a lot of subscribers, as you were mentioning, Yasser, after that victory. Right now, she's co-leading the event with this lady, Jennifer Yu, who, well, she struck first, and she struck hard in her game against Anna Zatonskih. That was a very, very nice game with the black pieces, defended well, a very tense middle game, and after that managed to grab a pawn and translate that into an incredible victory. That was definitely a big one, and Jennifer is a lady to follow in this event. But we still have so many rounds to go in this championship. It's going to be an amazing tournament and an amazing third round.
There we see Megan Lee, one of the co-leaders of the Women's Championship, with a perfect 2-0. And as we get ready for this round 3, Anastasiya, for our audience, lay the table, tell them what they can expect with the pairings, starting with the ladies.
Yeah, we have very, very interesting pairings. Pay attention, Yasser. We have Tatsya Abrahamyan playing against Jennifer Yu.
That's a marquee matchup right there.
Yes.
I'm going down to look at Megan Lee versus Irina Krush, because Megan had a perfect score at Irina with 2 draws. She's going to want to bounce back. But Talia versus Alice Lee, pardon me. That's another good one. And in the open.
Yes, let's check also the open. I just wanted to point out that Sabina plays also today with Anna Zatonskih, 2 former U.S. women's champions.
I apologize, you're absolutely right.
But we have also really great matches in the open section. Sam Sevian will play against Lemon Aronian, the leader.
Exactly, absolutely. And then you go down, Christopher Yu versus Xiong. They're both at 50%. But clearly, they're fighting swinging for the fences, I want to say.
Both of them scored yesterday, so both of them won their games, and it's interesting what will happen today.
Exactly. There again, as I mentioned earlier, the line reminds me of the airport congestion I've been going through, the security checks.
Exactly. 20 minutes before the round, I came to the plane venue just to check what's happening. Nobody was there. And suddenly, everybody came. Nobody wants to come half an hour before, right?
True. Then you got nothing to do.
Yes, and just wait. I don't know, maybe the games have started already.
Oh,
you never know.
Although the snacks are pretty impressive snacks that the club
them.
provides. Oh, good. Very good. Very
All
good.
All of them looked really fresh and interesting, I would put it this way.
For today's matchups, Christian, which games in particular caught your eye in those pairings?
Well, in the open section, I do have to go with that big battle between Sam Shankland, who is a theoretical wizard, against one of the co-leaders, Hans Niemann. And this one is going to be very interesting because we know Sam, what he does, especially in the early stages of the game, he puts a lot of pressure on his opponent's time. And this is what I'm going to be looking forward to, because we've seen Hans, he gets very close to his last few minutes. He gets in time trouble in this event. So putting early pressure on your opponent's clock, especially when you see those tendencies coming from Hans, I think is going to be crucial. This one in particular, I'm having my eyes on.
Nice, and there we see former U.S. champion Sam Shankland putting on his game face, I want to say. The man with the velvet hair at the bottom of the screen, that's our own Leonard Otis.
Yes,
Leonard,
photographer.
Fantastic
And I think I'm spotting Eric Rosen as well.
Yes, he came today. Yes, I saw
Okay.
him. I said hi before the round. Yes, he
Well, I
came to the
think
playing hall.
Tony was mentioning at the beginning, the only players and the only people allowed
Especially
in the
media.
playing hall are the cameraman, the arbiters, the players, Leonard, and very VIP persons. So Eric definitely seems to be a very high VIP person.
Of course, but he lives really nearby. It will be really unfair not to let Eric
And-
to come and take some shots. And he takes beautiful photos. as
Oh,
well.
absolutely.
Yeah,
They're
not
great.
only a great streamer, but there you have it. Look at that camera. That looks like super pro.
Chris Bird was checking hair of Hans very
Right.
carefully.
Now, Leonard had this wonderful photo of the wanding of a banana, because the caption was, "You never know, you never know what's in that banana." You got to be
Very careful, yes, with everything today. Yeah, so we see also Wesley, so he's in the queue as well,
exactly.
waiting for his.
And as we await the players to take their seats and get properly rounded, let's just remind everybody what these players will be fighting for over 3 weeks. Prize money is absolutely fantastic. I mean,
Exactly.
the prize money, very generous. And in the ladies,
In the ladies section, we have $160,500 prize fund, total prize fund. First place, 40,000. Then it goes to 30, 20, 15.
Very
Every
nice.
place looks great.
and only the ladies are in the contention for the $64,000 Bobby Fischer bonus prize, but that would require a perfect score, highly unlikely. And what's the prize fund for the Open?
And for the open section, we have also very decent 262,000 prize fund with 60 for the first place, right?
That's a record prize fund for any U.S. championship. 45,000 second, 35,000 third, all the way down. If you're 14th, you walk away with 5,500. So everybody's a winner.
Not bad at all. I mean,
No.
I think the players are getting spoiled with so
Exactly.
great prizes here.
And the clocks have started. How do I know that? Because I see that Tatev has opened 1e4 in her game with Jennifer Yu. Again, one of our marquee matchups. Knight f3, and will we see an open Sicilian? I'm absolutely sure, because Tatev loves fighting games. And what do you have, Christian, behind you?
Well,
Just
I was
looks-
just watching the watchful eye of our executive director, Tony Rich, in the playing hall as well, making sure that everything is running smoothly. I haven't looked at the games yet, but I will get right on that, yes.
Right. Knight take, we have e7, e6, Taimanov. Ooh, interesting. Knight f6, attacking pawn on e4, of course. Knight c3 is kind of like the automatic. And again, many years ago, d7, d6, establishing what we call the Scheveningen pawn formation as black. That was very popular until g4 kind of put it out of commission. Knight c6 today is the go-to move after knight c3, and you can go into a Sveshnikov if you would like, in this style, or, just a second, this is also called the classical, and there's been some recent games with this system as black. We'll keep an eye on that one. I just go around, want to go to Alice Lee again. I always like to pay respects to our tournament leader. leaders in the ladies' case, and we have
Carries variation, I think. Yes, bishop. Yeah, bishop f5.
Keres variation.
I don't know why. I know it like that, but maybe it has different name. Yes. So it's like black tries to develop the bishop immediately.
Right.
Black doesn't want to stay with this bishop on c8
Exactly.
for the whole game, so he moves his bishop very early.
When the bishop ends up being stuck on c8, it very often happens that in these types of cases, this bishop looks awful until you put it on the long diagonal. But like you say, you can solve your problems right away, as does Alice, by developing the bishop out. And she's seeking to provoke the move f2, f3 before dropping back with her bishop, hoping that after any trades, in this case, the pawn on f3 will make the h2 pawn, strangely enough, more vulnerable. And now we've already looked at Jennifer. Where's our other Megan? Where are you? Right there. Megan Lee versus Irina. It looks like Irina might be caught in the line. I have one move, and that's it.
Maybe she's still not there, but
right.
She's still under check.
Exactly.
Procedure.
Security.
Security.
Christian, back over to you. What have you scoped out for
We're
us?
still in the very early stages, and let's take a look at what's happening in the open section. As I predicted, I do believe that Sam is going to try to put early pressure on Hans and on his time, specifically with his opening choices, and he decided to go for this Nimzo. Bishop to b4 was the response, so not to d5. Of course, you can play d5 and accept the Karlspot structures most likely, but you already have the knight on f6, so that allows my bishop to already jump to g5. I'm going to commit to g5. I'm going to set up this pressure on the h4, d8 diagonal, and this generally is considered to be slightly better for white. So, of course, Hans decides to go for the Nimzo. And we see this queen to c2 move. I believe we've seen that in yesterday's game between, if I'm not mistaken, Ashrita Eswaran and Rochelle Wu, but I might be mistaken about that one. E3 has been very popular at the top level. Fabiano is playing it. Wesley has played it countless of times as well, but he decides to go for this queen to c2, and we already see a very early on tanking in his time Hans Niemann. That is his thinking, pondering his options. He's trying to figure out where he wants to direct the game towards. And as you can see him, he's browsing, let's say, through his memory right now, thinking about which lines am I most familiar with and which lines, let's say, I will be able to take my opponent early on out of the opening, because he knows Sam Shankland is a wizard in the opening phase. We've seen that yesterday against Dariusz Swiercz. He played with the black pieces that Grunfeld, and I think Dariusz was saying that, yeah, Sam can actually play everything. He has the Semislav course on chessball, but he can play absolutely everything, and Grunfeld was one of the options as well. I'm struggling to just play the Grunfeld and remember my lines. Semislav by itself is a huge theoretical opening. If you want to combine that with the Grunfeld, yeah, I mean, good luck. This guy is spending 8 hours a day trying to remember and repeating his material. So very, very impressive in that one. We have a Berlin in the game between Fabiano and Dariusz, and this one is speeding up a little bit, as we shall see. Bishop to b5, knight to f6, d3, bishop to c5. So Fabiano early on, he deviates from his second, actually I do believe it was, yes, his second game against, his first game against Lanier. That was, I do believe, with Castle, if I'm not mistaken. Take, bam, knight d6, take on e5, knight to b5, and now a4. We've seen this idea from Fabiano in round number 1. Now in round number 3, he decides to go for the more critical d3, take on c6, knight to d2, and now we have this idea with bishop to b2, early b3, bishop to b2, put a lot of pressure on e5, and ask your opponent, how are you going to set up your pieces to defend this weakness on e5? He decides to put the queen forward with queen to d6, not the bishop. In general, we see the bishop come back to d6, follow it up with c5, knight to d7, solidify the support over the e5 pawn, and then potentially play even f6. The queen generally, we don't see it on d6, but in this particular case, this was Dariusz's choice. Now,
and we have knight g5 also.
Knight to g5 is already on the board.
On the board.
Oh, very nice. And we can see these players have been playing extremely quickly. That's an interesting move. my guess is that we're going to see something along the lines of f6. Then you have to worry about queen to h5. But I don't think that's necessarily something to worry about because you have the move g6. So f6, to my eyes, seems to be the more natural choice at
then what,
this
take
point.
the bishop in this
Yeah,
case?
yeah,
Of course.
f6,
And
take
then?
the bishop, queen takes, and then we're just going to see the type of position where white tries to go king to h1, sidestep this pin on the diagonal, and then play the move f4, open up the position on the king side, and make use of his extra space in the center. This is what I'm predicting in this one. Sam Sevian, ooh, this one sped up as well. c4, knight to f6, and d4. We've seen Levon Aronian essay this move e5, actually with a lot of success at the American Cup against Ray Robson. They had a match, and they were actually, Levon was playing with the white pieces as well as the black pieces. He was starting, if he was white, with c4 and responding with this move e5, and he actually defeated Ray Robson in a critical game in that one with e5. So he definitely has knowledge in this particular case as well, but he decided to go knight to f6. Now d4, e6, knight to f3, not the Nimzo, but we do have bishop to e7, queen's gambit decline, knight bd7, and c5 early on, knight to h5. We know this line. In general, this is considered to be quite equal if black knows exactly what he's going to do, and generally he follows it up with b6, b4, a5, a3, exchange there. Get the bishop to a6, try to exchange the light square bishops. It's going to be a bit passive for black, but nevertheless, the material is limited, and in general, you consider to be quite good as black. And look at his shirt. Look at Levon's shirt.
Yesterday
Styling.
we had sharks.
Yesterday,
Today is different.
I think in the first round he had the sharks, right?
Yeah.
Or was it the second round?
Second, yesterday. For
His shirt today almost reminds me of the Indonesian batik, which I love. I mean, it is very, very, very stylish.
Nice.
Very
He's
nice.
he's sending a message.
Yes.
He's sending a message
Which
to the rest of the
message?
field. Try to catch up, guys. Pay attention.
It's not easy. By the way, I paid attention that Hans Niemann is playing with this nice jacket from St. Louis Chess Club. It's written U.S. Championships.
The US
there.
Championship jacket.
Yeah.
Yes,
Championship
actually
jacket.
blue one, very beautiful.
And you can find that at
Yes. There you go.
qboutiquesstl.com.
Exactly.
Yeah, he's
Yes.
our role model for our clothes. Yeah, always thinking about merchandising and sales. You know,
Of course,
come
we do.
on.
But I have a very nice red jacket actually these days. I got it as a present yesterday. Probably will wear it one day also. Let's see.
Christian, it's the Berlin. The Berlin is the bane of 1E2, E4 players, and I see
yes.
that Lanier Dominguez against Ray Robson. We have yet again another Berlin, but this time the Berlin ending. I'm almost, after seeing so many of these D3s, it's almost nice to see the Berlin ending
Yes.
back on the board.
Until we don't have it in all games, it's nice, right?
Exactly, until we don't have it in all games.
And I'm not really sure what Ray is thinking. Actually, he's
Not at the
really,
board.
He's not really thinking. He still has 1 hour and 30 minutes on his clock. So it was actually Lanier who was pondering his options, or maybe he was just getting winded at the beginning and he was a bit late to the round. But of course, black has so many options right now. You can go bishop d7 and try to get the king on the queen side, king c8, b6, king to b7 that way, or you can try to go king to e8 in this particular case as well. So it all depends which side you're going to put the king on. If you put it on e8, that's considered to be a more tame approach. And if you try to go towards the c8 square after bishop to d7, that opens up the opportunities for both sides to complicate matters. Nevertheless, we're going to see a very long theoretical battle, I have a feeling, in this one. And we know Lanier. Lanier is also a very, very well-prepared player.
Thank you for that. In the game between a wonder Liang and Alex Lenderman, you almost want to call it a Catalan, but it really is not. White shadowing his bishop. With his bishop already out on f5, the normal Catalan occurs when the pawn is on e6. So this bishop is at home, kind of what Alice Lee has done,
Yes.
you know, developing her bishop outside of her pawn chain. And, well, I've played this position with both colors. Rather solid, balanced affair, just looking at that. Wesley So. Wesley So with the bounce back, well, not so fast. He's playing Queen's Gambit accepted. This move B2, B3, a personal favorite of mine, introduced by Kiva Rubinstein well over 70 years ago. The idea is as simple as it looks. This bishop on E3, pardon me, this bishop on C1 is looking for a good square with the pawn on E3, blocking. As long as black, let's say, let me just make a move. As long as black refuses to trade and open up the bishop on C1 rather suffers. And the idea behind B3 is as simple as it looks. Put the bishop on a very nice long diagonal and claim that thanks to your right of first move, that you'll have an advantage. And I've done very well with B2, B3, but Wesley will be very aware of it. He's played against it many times, actually, as it's become more and more popular. And Wesley has just drawn so many of these Queen's Gambit endings. By the way,
he
now,
takes immediately, yes, after B3.
After B3,
board,
he waits for
yes.
that. And of course, the recapture with the pawn now makes less sense because with the isolated pawn, how does B3 fit into your scheme of development? It does not. Knight takes D4, on the other hand, prepares for this bishop to come back. And, well, again, early days in this opening. Let's just go over to the ladies. I wanted to jump into the game between Megan Lee and Irina Krush because, whoa, we've got some action on the board here. Okay, classical four knights, Sicilian, I want to say, with D7, D6, bishop G5. Ooh, bishop B5. Now that is really off the beaten track. I mean, there must be a million games with Queen D2. Everybody that seems to play Queen D2, perhaps F2, F4 is also a popular move. Bishop C4 maybe less so, but Bishop B5 for me is a rare bird. Megan trying.
She's in aggressive mood, maybe. Yes.
Oops, I'm sorry, yes. I hit the wrong key there. I don't know what I did, but Megan trying to catch her opponent off guard there with Bishop B5, Queen D3. Very different, very unusual approach by White. Knight E5. And boy, I'm going to have to pull in our big expert,
yes.
our big chief,
yes.
and ask Cristian to break down the game between Megan and Irina because I'm not familiar with what's going on.
Well, the big chief was actually looking at a different game. So you guys caught me red-handed.
Yes.
But this is a big one, guys. I'm not going to lie. This one between Sam Shankland and Hans Niemann is in a very well-known variation, actually, of the Nimzo, of the Queen C2 Nimzo. Sam Shankland came with a bomb at move 10, an incredible novelty, and I'm still trying to figure out exactly the details. But this is what I'm seeing so far. Bishop to A6, everybody knows this position. Queen to A4 is one of the main lines. Queen to C2 is another one of the main lines. Queen to C3 has been played as well quite a few times, 13 times that is. Queen to C1 never played, and he played it. Now, let's try to understand the differences. If you start with the move Queen to C2, which feels the most natural, you're supporting the move E4. After that, E5 puts some pressure on the H4, D8 diagonal. Now, the main line, almost the main line, comes after H6, Bishop to H4, and C5. Black is trying to simplify the position as fast as possible and get his pieces involved in the game. If you take on C5, I'm going to take back, then I'm going to jump with the knight to C6, and I'm going to eye this square D4. I have to do something fast, because if White stabilizes the position, if White manages to develop his pieces, well, he's going to have a better position. Now, one of the main lines, and actually why this move, E4, doesn't work as well in this particular case, you would be thinking about, yeah, you take, E5, and now I'm doing great with White, right? I established this connection with the knight on F6, controlled by the pin on H4, D8 diagonal. But the problem is, after King takes F1, I have this move G5. And this actually gives Black quite nice play. You cannot take on G5 because after H takes G5, Bishop takes G5, Queen takes a D4. You have to release the pin, but also you're a piece down, and there's no attack coming my way. black's way. Now, this is the big difference in my opinion. After this move, queen to c1, check this out.
Interesting.
If you
actually.
do try to go for the same simplifying variation that we just looked at, h6, bishop to h4, and c5, now after e4, take, and g5,
you have
knight takes g5
knight G5.
finishes the game, right?
Wow.
Right.
This is a big difference because you take on g5, I take back with the queen, king to h7, I pick up the knight on f6, and you're just simply losing as black. So this one is the big one right now. In my opinion, this is what Sam Shankland looked at this morning. This is on his computer. This was on his computer this morning. Now let's try to understand h6, bishop h4, c5, e4. There's also this line, very intriguing line, by the way. King takes f1, and now black's best move in the position, and in fact the only move in the position is to go e5.
Whoa.
Exactly. You take with the pawn, d takes e5. I have this move queen to d3, follow it up with knight takes e4, I'm fine.
Okay.
So what are you going to do after e5? If you take with the knight, then I just go queen to d6. I don't take on d4, because after taking on d4, take on f6, take on f6, knight to g4,
Knight is
your
six.
king is in shambles.
Right.
You cannot do that. So I have to keep contact with the knight on f6. With this move, queen to d6, this is so hard to understand and to see from afar, right? To see this whole variation from afar, after your opponent just dropped this queen c1, it's not easy, right? So I'm expecting Hans right now to be thinking for a very long time and trying to figure out the differences and decide what he's going to choose as his defense. Big moment right now, queen to c1, a big novelty that definitely will be analyzed by a lot of people after this move was just dropped in this key game at the US Championship.
Well, Hans is definitely thinking.
He's thinking.
It's unnerving when you're playing a player like Sam Shankland, who's so incredibly well prepared.
What is
And a
this queen c1?
huge novelty. By the way, you've been looking at c7, c5. Could black play the move knight d7 in order to play g5 without worrying about queen takes
Immediately
g5?
knight to d7,
Yeah.
right? Yes, yes. Boom.
G4.
You're trying to escape. You're
Yeah,
not
I was
escaping.
trying to escape.
Yes.
You're
but
not escaping. I'm coming
G4.
after you. Yes,
No,
G4.
but this is cool that that queen is on c1. It helps in all variations.
It helps
now,
a lot.
g5 also.
If you try to go
again.
g5 once again, knight
Again
takes
with
g5
queen.
works.
Wow.
Take with the
Take
queen.
with the
queen.
Take with the queen, queen to f4. And it does seem like I'm having quite a good position. Maybe even bishop to g2 and play it slowly.
Oh, bishop e4 check. You're
I don't
right.
think it's
Exactly.
slowly.
Bishop G2.
Exactly, but even after g5, I can go bishop g3 actually. Bishop
Yeah.
to g3 and then just play the move h4. I still have a lot of pressure given by this queen on c1 on g5. So if you take after h4, unfortunately, I think you're going to get checkmated.
This is what happens when you study chess 8 hours per day. You know, you really go deeply into positions.
You're finding a lot of interesting
That's a good-
ideas. Yeah.
Yes, a good tip, you know, for those who want to improve in chess. Like, you know, just study chess.
But this game has been played so many times.
Yeah.
There's been 550 games
No one played queen c1.
by top players. I mean, I'm looking at the names here. Mamediyarov Caruana, Wesley Soanan, Nakamura Kramnik, Anand Karyakin, Morozevich Topalov. Only elite level players, and nobody played queen to c1.
Wow.
So this is a big find by Sam Shankland.
But also the move queen c1, very counterintuitive because you're sitting there. The rook on a1 is
Yes.
crying.
Yep.
What are you doing? You're in my space. That's where was reserved for me. So very unnatural move. But as you're showing, a lot of tactical justifications.
Absolutely.
For
Actually,
it.
great, Christian, for explaining all these small details. You know why
Nice,
actually
right?
yes.
It's amazing what
yeah.
you could learn watching just watching a
I
chess
have
show.
feeling that I'm tricking someone. I'm having free lessons. here, you know.
Exactly. Now, Big Chief, turn,
Okay.
if you will, attention to Megan versus Arena Krush, because I'm still
It's
confused.
gonna take a while, guys. All right, let me check what's happening in this one.
Yes, we couldn't guess like what was happening. Maybe it's some kind of theory after bishop.
Megan
b5.
Lee versus Irene. Sure, I'll open up the engine. Well, Irina is doing well. It seems like.
It's just that simple.
Yeah, knight to e5, bishop takes e5 was played, which is a novelty. right now. Queen to e2 was played previously
Okay.
in the game between Hovhannisyan, Iskandarov, and a couple of other strong players. But bishop to e5 was her choice, Megan's choice. Nevertheless, how are you going to continue right now as black?
Knight is
As
hanging.
white. Do you go knight to b3? Do you take on d7 first? Which one is going to be... Knight to b3 seems like the most natural.
Let's just say.
What if I just continue a6? And I'm forcing you to take on d7, but on my terms. Take on d7, I don't think you want to take. I don't think you want to exchange the queens. If you exchange, then I take back with the knight. I'm going to develop the bishop. Your knights are not as well positioned as you would like them to be. Also, rook to c8 is going to come, and that's going to pin the knight on c3. It's going to be very difficult to move it and reroute it to a better position because the c2 pawn is always going to be hanging. So there's some problems in white's position, and I think you were mentioning it, Yasser, as well. You prefer to have the center
Yes.
in this type of
right.
Sicilian encounters.
That's
and
right.
definitely it is black who has the center, controls d4 and d5 squares with authority. And I have to say, I think Irina not only got out of the opening and equalized, but actually got out of the opening and is putting pressure and potentially has a slight advantage.
And just one other quick question for you. The move bishop b5, that even though you cited a game between two very strong grandmasters, bishop b5, is that... how often has bishop b5 been played? Because I'm not used to that.
Queen to d2 is the main line by far.
Exactly,
right?
by
But
far.
bishop to b5 is actually the second choice.
The second choice?
Yeah, second
Wow.
choice in this position. But there is a huge discrepancy. Queen to d2, 16,000 games. Bishop to b5, 300. So
So we
Huge
can say it's
discrepancy.
rare.
that's pretty significant.
That's huge. All right. Thank you very much for that, Christian. As I'll just move to the game between Tatev and Jennifer.
Yes, the
you
most
looks like a
important game for us.
Yeah, marquee matchup. Joko Piano, the quiet game, the Italian game, as it's been called. And it's all the rage. And please don't ask me to break down the nuances of that. There are times that you play A7, A6.
I also play this variation.
And
with
then when they
A6,
play
yes.
A4, you play A5. This is incredible. It's
Yes.
very, very strange how these things develop. But the idea of A6, to my mind,
Just to bring the bishop as
Exactly.
far as possible and hide it.
yeah, and you kind of sidestep B2, B4 as well as D3, D4. Still early days here in this game. Let's take a quick look at. Ooh, now this is a game that's going to excite Rex Singfield. So Jennifer Shahadi has been teaching Rex. Somehow, in all of their lessons they had together, the Grand Prix attack stuck.
Yes.
Like that finally
favorite.
connected with Rex. And he just loves this F4, F5 castles, Queen E1 and Queen H4, and go checkmate his opponent. So let's just see how it happened. So it's kind of what you might call a closed Sicilian. There's no
Closed
D2,
Sicilian,
D4. That's interesting that Begum wanted to include the move bishop b5 check.
C4, yes.
Yeah, but, to say that the bishop is worse off on d7 than on c8.
C8.
I won't
I
try
don't
to
know.
explain why that's
I'm
the
not
case.
sure that.
And f5, wow. Guns blazing right out of the opening. The idea is if you do take, not that you necessarily want to go knight g5 instant, but there are ideas of castling where white is ready to coordinate a very powerful attack against the f7 pawn. Ooh, okay, we'll keep an eye on that. Shritha versus Nagy, okay, looks pretty tame. Two bishops, slight advantage for Shritha, I would say, in this position. Ruyan versus Sophie. Now this is, for me, kind of one of those classical Sicilians where you got this English attack brewing with g4, g5, but this open c file, the knight coming to d7, maybe quickly to e5. A great clash from these openings, the open Sicilian. Love it. And Sabina versus Anna, two former U.S.
Yes,
champions crossing swords here. Queen's Gambit declined with a very early h2, h3. Essentially what this move suggests to me is that Sabina does not want to see the knight capturing the bishop with e3 knight, but h2, h3,
Losing some
tempo.
lose time.
Yeah,
Yes,
that
lose
loses some time. I think this is about even. And finally, Talia versus Alice Lee. When we left it, we had seen the move bishop e4. And by the way, the players are playing very quickly. It says to me that both players are in their home prep, as we're now up to date with the players. Interesting idea. Of
I think it's
A7,
considered
A6.
to be like a little bit better for white because of two bishops.
Sure.
Let's say yes, this variation, but still people keep playing.
Well, one of the you know, there are two bishops, and then there are two bishops.
Yes.
This bishop on d2 is not a two bishop. Put that bishop on f4, or where it's really exciting, it can be. So it's going to take time for white to develop the advantage of the two bishops. Normally speaking, white will play a move like king b1 to tuck her king away. And there we have her, 12 years old, perfect score, looking for that Bobby Fischer prize.
Yes, of course.
64,000. If you can make a perfect score, as did Bobby Fischer. Back over to you, Christian, and tell us what developments are taking place in the open section.
Well, I'm just trying, not in the open section,
Oh,
actually,
sorry.
because you asked a question at
Yes.
one point. You were asking what the difference is if
Between
you start
bishop
with
D7.
bishop to b5, follow it up with bishop to c4, or you play bishop c4 first and leave the bishop on c8. And there's a couple of reasons why you would do that. Now, with the bishop on d7, in the position that we currently have, imagine this. With the bishop on c8, when I take on e6, I'm not hitting anything. I am hitting the pawn on f7, but I'm not hitting the bishop. And that might be important. Now also, what is black's main counter play in this position? Probably in the center, right? You're going to go something along the lines of knight to e7, and then you want to play d5. With the bishop on c8 and the queen active, you can support d5 quite easily, right? You're going to go knight to e7, and then d5 comes immediately. So these are a couple of differences that I immediately see in the position. Also, if you do take on f5, now one of the main moves, except castle, is bishop to f4 to attack the pawn on d6. Once again, with a bishop on c8, you wouldn't attack that pawn on d6, and I would just have time to do something else, play something like knight to e7 or something along those lines. So there's a couple of minute details that matter in the position, and actually the bishop on d7 doesn't actually help black at all, because most likely black is not going to castle long sides. So these are the couple of differences that I'm seeing in the position between bishop to c8 and bishop on d7.
Thank you for that. But especially that bishop f4, that really does expose why the potential of the bishop being on d7 is kind of one of those in the way kind of moments. Let's just take a look at the open section. I'm seeing Christopher versus Elshan. Elshan has sacrificed the pawn early against this kind of Catalan. c5 bishop to c6. The idea from black's point of view is if he can just simply recapture this pawn by playing bishop takes c5, bishop takes c5. Oh, let me make a move on the board. Bishop takes c5, for example. Bishop takes c5. A couple of ways for
To continue.
to continue. One is just to say, okay, go ahead, you captured, but
Yes.
I get to capture you back. I get a nice tempo, and then we go queen a5 check and
Bishop
back.
c6. Yes.
Another way for black is if you castle, is I can start with bishop to d5, with the idea that I'm going to win the pawn back on the next turn. So the key, I think the critical question is, can I get away with b4?
Exactly. It's
You
like,
know,
to protect this pawn
to
and
protect
keep
the pawn.
it. Yes.
Okay, but now your eye should be immediately
Open.
to the eye.
Well, he just played the move b4.
Yes, really?
He just played it.
Okay,
So-
and you immediately start to think, okay,
How can I use it?
How can I exploit that?
Yeah.
Exactly. How can I do that? Or should I just ignore it all and say, go ahead. I still want to win the pawn back. I want to play. How could I exploit that diagonal? Well, one way is to say, okay, let me make a bad move. What's a really bad move, Anastasiya?
Bishop d4 looks okay.
I know. That's a
Yes.
good move. I was
Yes.
trying to.
So bishop d2, for example.
Right,
Yes.
but unfortunately,
Knight
it's not bad enough.
So knight
Because
c3,
I
you
just
have
like, I need something really bad. I guess I
Yes.
can't exploit the fact that the rook on a1
Yeah.
is.
No, but b6 seems to be really interesting. I'm not sure what about b5 after b6. That's
I have
bishop
to.
d5 then, yes?
Yes.
Okay, so you
Then
have
I
this
just-
time, important time to yes.
Right.
So then, I mean, trying b6 move is really logical because you want to open the c file, yes,
Exactly.
and use the fact that this queen is on c4.
And finally, also a similar idea of undermining the two pawns, the pawns on b4 and c5, is just to play a7, a5, attacking the b pawn, threatening to capture. If you play b5, just that same irritating
idea.
move of bishop d5 is going to cost the pawn on c5. So we'll keep our eye on that one. Let's go over to Lanier versus Ray Robson. This is the Berlin ending. And this is a very different look than I'm used to. Okay, so everything's quite normal. Bishop d7. This is one of those lines where the king slides over to the b7 square with king c8. Oftentimes in the Berlin, the king ends up on e8, but here we see the king on c8, and black is trying to preserve his two bishops. King g2. There is no checkmate coming because after, for example, a move like rook d1, aha, I see it.
b6.
And just sidestepping that checkmate. King g2, and I suppose the players are still in theory, but first takes is, I think black is more or less okay because he always has this bishop d5 move, and I've seen so many times black playing a5 and a4, and thanks to this bishop, bearing down on this diagonal, it's very hard for white to claim an advantage. Christian, are
Yes.
you seeing positions where players can claim an advantage, and what about Hans Niemann?
Well, Hans Niemann will get there in just a second because he actually did make a move.
Okay.
And Sam immediately responded. We'll see that in just a second.
Sure.
It does seem like this king to g2 is an interesting idea by Lanier. He played it immediately, and it is indeed the novelty in this game. Bishop to e3 was played in every single game in this particular position. Once again, very, very powerful games. We see Grishchuk versus Wesley So, Leko versus Adams, Swiercz versus Wesley So as well. Bishop to e3 was played in that one. Bishop takes e3, take on e3, and now h5. This is the typical way these players are usually approaching this position. Now, he starts off with the move king to g2, and I'm kind of trying to understand what the differences are. For example, what if I just simply go h5? How do you protect the pawn on g4? And now we understand why the king is so important in the endgame to support the expansion on the king side. King to g3 comes. Very interesting idea by Lanier, uncorked by Lanier. And we know, once again, he's very well prepared. He knows exactly where to look for ideas in the opening. And I know he analyzed the Berlin endgame for countless of hours during our camps as well. He was one of the guys tasked with this particular opening. He's definitely aware of what needs to be done and where there are important wrinkles in these openings are. So this is what I'm seeing, an interesting idea by Lanier. Ray is going to be thinking for a very long time. Now, I anticipated Hans will be thinking for a very long time as well, trying to understand what's happening in the position, but he did play the move bishop to b7, sidestepping all these ideas that I showed after h6 and c5 after the move e4.
Right.
And he immediately sidesteps that with the move bishop to b7, setting up additional control over the square e4. It's very, very important that e4 is not going to happen, right, in the position. And immediately, Sam responded with h4. This is big, right?
Right.
h4? Are you kidding me? Where are you going? I haven't created any hooks. I haven't played g6. You're not going to go h5. What I'm seeing in the position is that he actually wants to go h5. If you allow me, go h6 and soften up the dark squares around your king. Now, most likely after I play h5 as white, you're going to respond with the black pieces. So let's make a couple of moves. Knight to d7, for example. Let's say h5, h6.
I
What
take on h6.
I'm not sure.
Anastasia, boy, give me that pawn.
Yes.
Let's go.
I'm not sure about taking
go.
on h6
And then
in
rook
this
h3 is
particular
also
position.
coming. I don't know, maybe one of the ideas is also
Rook to
h3.
h4, g4,
Or
things of
h4.
this nature.
Yes.
That is definitely something that
This
we
is
should be.
heroic.
I was waiting for this
It's
moment.
a bit too much, right?
Why did I put my queen on c1? Yes,
Right.
I want to give the bishop. Yes.
But no, I do believe that h5 and after that probably bishop h4 and
Okay.
then g4, g5. Try to take advantage of the hook, the newly created hook on
It also
h6.
looks nice, I must
There's a lot of things that once again Hans needs to be considering at this point. There's a lot of ways in which black can play this position. He can start off with c5, he can play the move knight d7. You probably don't want to start off with h6. That feels a little bit off, at least to my eyes, because you're creating that potential hook for my g-pawn. This is a very interesting game, guys. And as we can see, Hans is deep in thought, trying to understand, hey, what have you been looking at this morning
This is nice.
on your computer, Sam?
It's,
Yeah, this is what grandmasters always do. They contrast and compare. On your board, if you could, instead of the move Queen C1, Christian, if you could
Yes.
put the move Queen A4 on the board. I seem to recall that when Garry Kasparov was kind of making a comeback into chess, he was coming up with these H4 ideas and actually got some very decent positions when he came back.
Yeah, no, Queen A4 is one of the main lines, right? And
Right.
the idea is that you cannot develop your knight. You cannot go knight to D7. You have to keep contact with the bishop on A6. So
Right.
you can start off with queen to D7. And in general, after queen takes D7, this endgame has been worked out and is considered to be
Even.
equal,
Yeah.
right? Queen takes D7, knight takes D7. If you do retreat to C2, now sure, I don't have the square for my knight, the square D7, but I do have speed because now finally my rook is ready to get involved into the game. So I can try to open up the position as fast as possible with the move C5. You can take on F6, and destroy my pawn structure on the king side, but you still have a lot of development issues that you need to solve as white. So you're not in time. Once again, this has been worked out as well, and it does seem like it leads to an equal position. We do have the move h4 in the position, though. Queen to c1, bishop b7, h4. Hans right now under tremendous pressure, and you know that this is most likely just the beginning of Sam's analysis.
Right.
I'm looking at bishop takes f3, and I'm trying to understand, what if I just simply take the pawn, right?
Right.
Queen takes d4. This is an
training's
option.
working.
Yes.
But perhaps after h5,
Right.
once again, I don't think you can allow h6.
Sure.
h6, your dark squares are going to be very, very weak. h6 and now bishop to e3, queen goes somewhere, let's say queen to e5.
Keep
The
it
problem is
central.
now I have ideas of f4, put my bishop on the long diagonal as well. There seems to be tremendous compensation in the position for the pawn. But we saw Hans frowning a little bit, thinking, hey, what if I just take the pawn? Maybe he's considering bishop takes f3 and queen takes d4 and just simply take the bull by the horns.
Nice, thank you, Christian, for that. Ooh, by the way, through all of that, Elshan did play the move b7, b6, the move that we were looking at. He has alternative a7, a5. He eventually rejected for b6. Taking a look at Sam Sevian versus Levon Aronian, very, very theoretical affair. I've seen so many games from these positions. Many of them tend to just end up in draws, as we see lines like after bishop f6. Let me just put a move on the board. Rook e1, h4 is a move. I've seen lots of moves in these positions just to kind of give a flavor of what we can expect. These types of things where it's very difficult for either side to make too much headway. Rook a7, rook a8. Whenever you drop a knight on e5, I'm kind of just taking that, and the pawn structure is, well, very similar. Jeffrey versus Wesley. Again, this is this Queen's Gambit accepted line. Wesley is just been neutralizing some of the best players in the world as black with his Queen's Gambit accepted. A wonder Liang versus Alex Lenderman. The bishop stepped up to e4. It's always nice when you can neutralize the bishop on g2 with the bishop on e4. I'm assuming black is going to play b7, b5 in the very near future.
And then like c5 later or not?
And then knight
Yes.
will jump somewhere.
Right.
Yeah, find a square, as we would say. Fabi versus Darush. After we saw knight to g5, we were kind of expecting
F6.
f7, yes, f7, f6. Go ahead and take my bishop. Well, Darush said, well, let me kind of soften you up here. Maybe ideas of a3 and bishop d4 are on tap. Knight f3, castles. Interestingly, he didn't castle immediately. He didn't castle immediately, not wishing to invite
Yes, queen
a
h5
potential
somehow.
h5, but okay. He played a4, and once the knight was on f3, only
No.
now castled, and
Knight
now
h4.
knight h4.
Aggressive.
Very aggressive.
Yes, queen h5 probably is in the air, but
Yes, as well as knight f5, and I find it intriguing that neither player seems interested in playing f7, f6, knight e6, or just knight takes e6 right away. For the moment, this bishop is great. I love this bishop. This knight is less great. I mean, this knight really is looking for a better outpost than the one on d7. I would say advantage white, but just small. I kind of prefer Fabi's position. And then it's really about the Sam Shankland versus Hans Niemann. And there, I think
six.
you were, Cristian, you were saying a very salient question that has to be asked and answered is, what if I take the pawn?
yes.
Two bishops, half open g-file.
Like
No
WGM.
question we can talk about compensation. Can we talk about an advantage? Less sure. But what Hans felt was that those positions might not be fun. It might not be fun.
Let's not check.
And let's go knight c6. Now, usually the knight is very badly placed on c6 as it steps in front of the pawn on c7. But he's doing it with a very concrete goal of like forcing you to play a move like e3 when the queen is no longer
Enjoying this
ready
nice
to go bishop
diagonal.
takes h6, right?
Yes, yes,
Not
yes.
only that, but maybe with the queen on c1, I can take advantage of that and play after e3, maybe knight a5, right?
Yes, and hoping to
That's
play
another
knight
hit
e3.
because I want to go knight b3. You have to lose another tempi, probably queen
Right.
c2. And then I can go, I think, c5. Now, without the knight on b8, I am ready to go rook to c8 and pin you down
Right.
if you do take on c5. So it
Right.
does seem like black is gaining some speed and some momentum in the position.
I don't like the move e2, e3. Somehow that doesn't gel with everything I've kind of set myself up for.
Precisely.
May I ask? I am not the pawn. I'm not a person to sacrifice a pawn. I want to assure you. don't call my bluff.
Yeah, but still, yes, what will
But-
happen, yes?
Can we have a look? Okay, obviously your goal is to take, and I want to go e5, and please do something terrible like opening up your king side with bishop takes and rook g1. No, you're not going to do that. That's clear. But I'm sacrificing the house after e5. You can take my knight with your bishop if you like. I'm not going to retake that, by the way.
Yes.
You can go for my rook. I'm
You're inviting.
offering all
Yes.
kinds of temptations.
But you will go queen f4 most probably, and then but okay, we'll not.
Don't tell her. Don't tell her. No, I mean e2, e4. Okay, maybe h6.
No, I will take your pawn.
You will take
Yeah,
the
yeah,
pawn.
So
of
you'll
course, of
take
course.
Wow.
Take the-
Okay, e5
I will take the knight with the bishop.
with
the
the
bishop.
bishop. Okay. Now I have to pause because
No, the problem is with Queen F4, Knight C2, I think. Yes.
that's a big issue. But takes.
So maybe I can
Checkmate
just
in one.
sidestep your attacks with queen d5. No, I'm not going to take back.
You're not going to take
No,
queen.
no, I want to get active. I want to checkmate.
Wow.
Yeah, it
Check.
can backfire.
This is actually just really bad.
I'm feeling the backfire,
It is.
Yes.
It is.
Yes.
which means I have no alternative but
Okay, but-
queen f4.
It's good to check. Yes.
If I don't like e3 because then my queen on c1. Why did I put my queen on?
It's crying.
But I don't want to lose the pawn to knight takes d4, so I have to defend the pawn, maybe reinforce the attack. What about queen f4, Christian?
Queen f4 is the best move
Is the best move.
Yeah,
in the
Okay.
position. Yes, and it does seem like if Sam Shankland finds it, and he stops right now. Definitely, he did not look at knight to c6. Quite an interesting situation because knight to c6 after queen to f4, it does seem that white is building up some pressure and actually gets an objective advantage
Exactly.
in the position. Yes.
And again, if white could ever put his rook on c1 in such a way that the pawn on c7 is a backward pawn, the knight on c6 will rue the day that it landed on the square.
One of the keys after knight c6 is that whenever you go h6,
Yeah.
you're not actually threatening to take on g5. So I can just go e3 or e4 and just continue developing.
Yes, because this H file is.
You get me.
Yes. You
Yes.
just.
Yes.
You're
You
killed.
get checkmated.
That's why patience is important in chess. You don't immediately rush in with check.
G6?
Yeah.
And I like what you did there. You put a queen on h2 because with a queen on h4,
Yes,
this
you couldn't
g6
play
wouldn't
G6.
work because of h1. That was a nice
Intuition.
instinct, Yasser.
Yasser, did you calculate all this or just your
His-
great
he
intuition?
still-
It was
he still
heroic.
has it.
Yes, okay.
I didn't see that h4 was available.
He still has it.
The pawn was on h4. It was in the way. I never had the square h4. I had the square h2 in mind all the way. But
instincts,
okay,
man.
but that's an important point that the move h6 doesn't immediately force my hand. I can leave it on pre. And, well, in that case, by the way, if I can leave it on pre, kind of makes, I could play something hyper-aggressive,
Yep.
you know,
Wow.
something like this. But, okay, but in any case, I even like the ending. Maybe it's not a huge advantage or anything like that. It always strikes me that these endings were, again, if the knight were on d7, pawn were on c5, we're not talking advantage. Knight on c6 is going to take you a little while to solve what's going on here. So, okay, we'll keep our eye on
It's
that
important
one.
that he plays queen to f4, though. Queen to f4 is a key move
Yes.
in the position.
And normally,
Exactly.
yeah, but it's nice after h6 just to have this chance to play e3. You know, like, okay,
Yes.
you are threatening me. It's
Yes.
okay. I just play e3.
And also,
Enjoy.
I just want to take a moment to shout out to our audience. Once again, thank you so much for joining us. But also, you have an opportunity to quiz our panel of experts. Like the way I got that in. Quiz ourselves, ask any question you'd like to Anastasiya, Christian, or I about the tournament, openings, what have you, and we'll be happy to take your questions, and they should write to us at...
Yes, everybody can write in Twitter account.
Twitter,
Yes,
all
on
right.
our Twitter, St. Louis Chess Club.
Okay.
Yes. Also follow our social media in Instagram and in our YouTube channel as well. If you missed any interviews from yesterday, from the previous days, you can always find them there.
I saw you posting a picture, a video, I want to say, of Christian dancing to the
Whoa, whoa,
Romanian samba.
Not yet, but it's coming. It's coming, yes.
And we do have some questions. Let's have a look at them.
Ask the commentators. So we have a tweet from Ratnesh, and it says, like, what makes U.S. Chess Championship different from other countries' national championships? What changes would you like to see in this event? If it's a national championship, wouldn't it be better if it was an open event with a minimum rating cap? And the fourth one I like the most. Love you, Yasser.
Well, thank you very much for the question. First of all, I'll take it from the top. The U.S. National Championship is by far the most prestigious domestic tournament that you can play in because it gathers the best of the best. The creme de la creme of the chess world really comes. And that's why I don't like the open events so much as these round robins. And in fact, I really like the concentrated round robins. This is a 14-player event. That's a real marathon event. Wouldn't it be cool to have like 4 players playing each other 3 times? So I really like these double round robins events for the national championships. I think that's the most prestigious type of play, and especially if you can play one time black and one time white against your rival. That's why I like the double round robins. I think they're the fairest. Second thing, what would I change for the event? Oh, that's easy. Double the prize fund. The players would be really, 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 really happy.
It's not enough. I mean, we have already more than 400,000. Yes, sir.
No minimum rating cap. One of the things that I love about these national championships and the 14 player is, yes, you get a lot more juniors. Yes, you get the U.S. Open qualifier. So, yeah, I wouldn't change anything.
Yeah, but I remember there were different formats. There were even matches, right,
exactly.
for the title. I mean, you went through all these different formats, types. So which one? I mean, you played.
Well, I always played in these round robins. We did have some kind of semi-open, where it was like a Swiss that was mixed fields and things like this. Round robins, but for me, I never got a real chance to play in them. Were match play. I would have loved, for example, you know, say today, the top 2 players, Wesley versus Fabi. I'd love to see a match between those 2 great players. And again, same thing for the ladies. Everything is going great. I just think the biggest problem for American women players, they need more opportunities. Yes, the Cairns Cup is great. It's wonderful. It would be really, really nice if there was a Grand Chess Tour for the ladies as well. And Cristian, over to you to the question from our Twitter. What would you change about today's
there
national
were
championship?
so many questions in that tweet.
The love you Yasser part.
Also, there was a love you Yasser. There was no love you Cristian, love you Anastasiya. So I'm not even sure if I want to respond to that question, but I will try. I will try. Okay, so what I would like to see, something similar. I really like the American Cup format. The matches, including rapid and blitz chess as well, the Armageddons, that was quite a lot of fun. But also it's testing the might of these players, not only in classical chess, but also in rapid and blitz chess, which I tend to believe that they are also part of chess and part of assessing who is the best player in the United States. So maybe that's what I would do. I would not make it an open, definitely not. I do like, as you specified as well, all these qualification methods. You can go through the US Open, you can win the juniors as well, you get to be a wild card potentially, so there's a lot of ways to qualify to this tournament, and that incentivizes the players to work and to participate in these events, these qualifier events as well. So I wouldn't change that, but maybe I would try to find a way to include both rapid and blitz into the mix as well.
Anastasiya, toss in your 2 cents there. What do you think about these national championships?
I think they're great. I think it's a trademark of St. Louis also chess club. How many years already you have this championship here? I mean, it's like everybody. I don't think it's only famous championship inside of US. Everybody is following because you have really top players participating.
Precisely.
I mean, also the fact that you have such a great prize fund here. I mean, all top players are participating, right? I mean, they're not only US top players; they're world top players. So I know many people that are watching from all over the world, even though it's national championship.
Exactly. One of the things that the question also, what's a little bit different from the other national championships? First of all, the strengths of the fields. Absolutely, yes. And then when I think about, for example, the Russian National Championship, it's absolutely wonderful, like seriously amazing when all the top Russian players play. But those Russian National Championships of late, they don't get all the top players. It's like the prize funds for those tournaments doesn't necessarily draw out the very best, the prestige of winning the national championship. Yeah, that's important, but the players are also saying, you know, like the prize funds have got to be better.
Also for women chess.
Yeah.
Yes, yes. I mean, for women, U.S. Championship. I mean, every
Wonderful.
every woman in the world chess player, well, she wants to become American because of that.
National championship.
Everybody wants
has a
to
very
go
good prize
to
fund.
American
Absolutely.
Federation even after that.
I understand what you mean so very well. And again, you have these countries where they have really great players, a large number of great players, but the national championships are underfunded, frankly, and it doesn't draw out all of the very, very best players. So if you think, for example, about a country like India, phenomenal country with great numbers of players, national championships don't really feature Viswanathan Anand if you feel where I'm going on this one.
Yes,
so okay, that's
slowly.
a
Maybe
big
it will
difference.
actually develop soon. With so many youngsters in India, it's really
Yes.
impressive. I mean, we have. It's also important that we have champions who won this title so many times, like Irina Krush, for example,
Right.
participating here. On my place, there was Peter Svidler not long time ago, 8-time
Russian champion.
Russian champion. I mean, it's
Wow.
really impressive results as well.
Exactly.
Yes. So
And I think about the days when Kasparov and Karpov would play in the Soviet championships, and then
my gosh.
they
So many
stopped
rounds.
wanting to play against one another in the Soviet championships. They saved their clashes for the West.
Yes, I was wondering when you played championship.
champion.
I was thinking, like, what was your first prize you won at that time? Now that we were talking about prize.
Well, this was the
funds.
real problem for me, was because it was an asymmetric risk playing in the national championships. I'm trying to get into these European round robins and get very nice honorarium. And the national championships, when I was playing in America, were like $60,000 for 16 players.
Okay.
First prize, maybe 6,000, maybe.
And now we have the last one. Yes.
Something about the timing on some of my national
Okay.
So I ended up declining quite a number of national championships, not the least of which, by the way, there was oftentimes a clash between a tournament and the national championship. So I didn't play in as many. And it's really nice, for example, to see somebody like Fabi, who, you know, was fighting for the championship of the world, the number 2 rated player, also playing in the national championship.
Yes, always cool to see him play in U.S.
great.
Championship every
Yeah.
time, actually.
Yeah.
I mean, Hikaru Nakamura, who won 5 times this championship, and okay, we don't have him this year, but he used to participate even at the times when he was number 2 in the world, I think.
Right.
And so it's really impressive that you have this field, and I mean, they're famous all around the world, not only here.
Exactly. Thank you for the question. Indeed. We just want to say once again our gracious thanks to the organizers here at the St. Louis Chess Club for putting on such a fantastic tournament, and also to doing their best to ensure fair play. We kind of make a little bit of a joke about the screening, but yeah, it's very serious. Turning to the game for a sec, back to the game. Did Shankland find Queen F4, or is it just my...
He did.
He did.
Yes, and actually Hans responded with Queen D6.
Queen David 6,
Queen
right?
D6.
Okay. Uh-huh.
Yeah, it's time to change those queens, you
Those
know.
queens. Hold on.
He
there's-
doesn't want to be attacked.
You're right. Okay. I mean, my first instinct would be like, I really...
take everything.
I love messing up my opponent's pawn structure.
Yes.
But the problem is I don't think that my opponent would oblige me by capturing the pawn, would play something like knight e5 instead. So my first instinct would be like, okay, maybe I should just play for the 2 bishops, you know, draw on my horns a little bit, play e2, e3, invite a queen trade, and just meet knight d5, let's say, with bishop back. I wouldn't say I have any, you know, great
Yes.
advantage or anything like that.
But just pleasant, yes.
Maybe a
position,
little-
maybe to play.
Is there something, Anastasiya, is there something sharper for white in the position that I could spice things up? Is 95?
95, the only thing I see, but
Yeah.
I don't know what happens after queen
Takes d4 or knight takes d4.
knight takes d4 with knight c2. Unpleasant knight c2.
I think I'm making life difficult for myself. Christian, any chance for Sam to spice things up after the solid queen d6?
Maybe not spice things up, but definitely change the queens on his own terms. The way to do that is actually to continue with your initial plan after you play this move h4, to continue with h5. Try to destabilize the position around the black king. Now, for example, and this is very, very important, if you do go h6, the queen no longer protects the knight on f6. So what I can do is take on h6.
Right.
You take on f4, I take back, pawn up. You take on h6, I take your knight, that's pawn up, as well as a checkmate coming against your king. So you don't want to see any of that on the board. You cannot play the move h6. You have to take knight to d5 potentially, but now we see the idea behind this move h5. I improved my position, I gave my rook more space, but also I kept the pawn on e2. So I can play the move e4 and destabilize the knight on d5 in one move. Without losing any tempis. So I think after bishop to g3, it does seem like white has quite a dominant position. So h5, I think, right now is critical and could potentially give Sam Shankland quite a significant advantage.
Lovely. Nice little subtle touch. Like h5 a lot. Very obvious when you just realize that bishop takes h6 is now attacked.
It's always in the air, but
As we prepare for our first break, tell our viewers what Q Boutique and 5% discounts for friends and family might be available. What do you have for us? What's the specials?
actually it's a
Anastasiya?
champion's jacket. Yes, the one which actually Hans was wearing, and
Modeling
today
the blue and the red.
Yes, so it's in blue and red, and actually Arena Krush was she has it today.
Okay.
So these jackets are really great for the season, for fall season. It's really perfect time, and we have them in red and blue for men and for women. I have the red one, for example. The jacket actually features a screen-printed Champs logo on the front and the screen-printed St. Louis Chess Club logo on back. And it's available right now in our Q Boutique shop online. I mean, really great stuff. Yes, I
nice.
liked it very much.
Yeah, it looks nice. I got a swag bag myself. I'm sure my wife Yvette is going to be so happy when I return home. We'll see you on the other side of the break.
You may have heard about St. Louis's world-class museums. Art, history, science, even magic. But you may not know we have an entire museum dedicated to play, with a 10-story slide and a Ferris wheel on top. Don't let all this family fun slide by you. Whose kids it is? St. Lou is always exploring. Anybody?
We're the Manos! Welcome to our show! Go, go, go! That's our show! Now go play yours at visitmo.com!
Can you hear it? It's the sound of hope. And health. And strength. It's the sound of compassion. Of open doors. Where people and machines are in tune and miracles occur. It's the sound of personalized healthcare and active communities. It sounds like life, and it's what you hear when you really listen. Listening to you, caring for you. We are Ascension.
Welcome back to US Championships round 3, and we have current standings. Jennifer Yu, Alice Lee, Megan Lee are still leading.
Coming into the round with no results thus far.
Yes.
That's exactly right. True. And in the Open?
And in the Open, we have also no results. So in this case, we still have Sam Sevian and Hans Niemann. They tie for the first place with 1.5 points.
With all the gangsters chasing them,
Yes, only half a point
behind. Jumping into the games, Sam Shankland did not essay that very nice move H5. Instead, he played a move that really looks to my eyes as exceedingly natural. He played the move rook on A1 to C1, bringing his rook to the half-open C-file, looking in the future to take advantage of the C7 pawn. Then came the move knight D5 by Hans, and this is really I find this move to be rather provocative myself. Takes, and
E4.
E2, E4. Let's get the party started. Now if we go back, a moment ago I was looking at bishop takes F6 and D5.
Yes.
Well, I'm actually doing it under even more favorable circumstances. So I'm assuming the knight intends to drop back to E7. In this case, once again, it's two bishops.
Very nice center. I
Right,
like
I mean-
position of white, actually. Even after normal move like bishop D3,
D3.
right?
I'd probably, in such a case, be interested in keeping my king in the center. One difference is that with the knight not sitting on F6, black could play for the move F7, F5.
Yeah,
But again, this position with knight D5, I wanted to say, I find that move knight D5 a little bit provocative. Sorry.
No, I agree. I agree with you.
And
I
by
think-
the way, they did play the whole. Ooh, he went back to F6. That is surprising. E2, E4, and it feels like this whole interplay, Christian, between the rook coming to C1 is favored Sam Shankland.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, you have a very nice center, you have the two bishops. This endgame screams, and it wants to be better for white.
Right.
I think it is. I think it is better for white after just a normal move, bishop to D3, right?
Sure.
Defend the pawn on E4,
Keep in all
develop
the
your
threats,
position
yes.
as well. There's no reason why white wouldn't be better at
Right.
this point. Also, white has the rook already on C1, taking full control of the C file.
Yep.
You don't have the opportunity, at least not up to this point, you have to lose a couple of moves to play the move knight to A5, because I'm going to invade immediately via the C7 square. You don't want to see that on the board. Probably rook to C8 is going to be a long defense for black in this one, but I have to say this one is play on one goal, and white is not risking much in this endgame.
Absolutely. Queen C1 paid a very handsome reward. One of the reasons why I really like Fischer Random is because you don't have games like the game between Jeffrey Xiong and Wesley So. No insult to either of these two players, but it's sort of like they went from the opening, went whoop, right to an end game. They bypassed the middle game. As you can see, many moves have been played. Essentially, all the position got hosed. White is a pawn up, but only it's a symbolic extra pawn because of the presence of the bishops of opposite colors makes black's task so easy. He's going to put his rook on B2. He's going to play G6, and he's going to go bishop H4, and he's going to tie white down to the defense of the F2 pawn in such a way that the extra pawn is not going to have any weight. I see a draw coming very soon. And let's see, where would you like to take us, Anastasiya? I don't ask you that enough. What's
no
shall
worries about it, actually.
Well,
but
I mean, we have our what do I say? Our predictions.
yes. Our
And
predictions.
let's go to Jennifer.
And
you,
Tati,
for example.
yes.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah, because we
you,
have a battle there, yes, I mean, it's important. I don't know,
Exactly.
Yasser, what we will do if it's not a draw today. I'm not
Exactly.
sure what is happening.
It will be sad. Okay, when we left it,
Yes.
it was the Italian game with these nuances. Rook E8, bishop E6. So Tatev said, you know what, I want to keep my light squared bishop, and Jennifer said, let me play for d5, take advantage of the center. It takes, and with this move, knight h7, I think we're caught up with the players. Yep.
Yeah,
And
all these are typical maneuvers, right?
Exactly.
I mean, knight f1, knight g3. I mean, this d5 move, and the fact that Tatev decided not to let her opponent to take on e4, and she took on d5. So, I mean, knight h7 also with the idea knight g5. I mean, all these ideas, I mean, they're in the air. The question is always like how to put them in which order.
right, but the thing that
Yes.
I'm attracted to is this concept of freedom of pieces, like whose pieces, this bishop, if you will, shines brighter than this bishop.
Yes, I like black's position
That's
at
what
the
I mean.
moment.
Like
Yes.
the queen. Like we can imagine. I don't say that white should do this. It's probably, in fact,
Yes.
a very bad idea. But we can imagine bishop b3, and I'm going to just make some silly moves for a moment. And once again, we see that black's queen is shining more brightly than white's queen. So if nothing happens after this knight on h7, in the next 2, 3, 4 moves, black's going to say, why aren't I better? Why aren't I just playing queen d7, rook d8, putting pressure on the backward pawn on d3? You got to do something to justify this. Now, from white's point of view, white might be thinking, well, like knight h2
I also want to
herself,
go
these
there,
kinds
yes.
of maneuvering ideas. The idea behind this might be to play for queen h5 and knight g4, a very good day. You get
But-
to sacrifice, sorry.
But
please.
I'm not sure, maybe queen h4 is coming, and then just to check, yes, with the very small like idea to take on g3, for example.
Right.
And if you cannot play knight f5 because of 2, then it's hanging,
That
right?
is
I
for
mean,
sure.
so it's not
Whoops.
possible. I mean, what do you need to play? Queen g4 now, or
Queen
why?
g4
I don't
is-
think you really want it, yes, or bishop e3, yes.
Even bishop e3 isn't even on my list of happiness, but okay, maybe on a
Maybe.
good day I get to go knight f5 and queen g4. Again, trying to justify whatever it is that I've done by keeping the pieces on the board. Going back to this moment, I'm not 100% sure about the decision to play bishop c2. If you want to trade bishops,
Yes,
go ahead and do it.
Yes, it's also, yes, typical idea, yes, just to keep the bishop right there and
Yeah.
wait until your opponent takes it. If you don't want to take it on e6, yes.
Exactly. So we'll keep an eye on this one. Let's go to, I want to say, Megan Lee and Arena Krush. When we left it, we kind of felt that Arena had already bypassed equality, maybe had even a small edge. I don't know. Where's that king going? It's not so obvious to me that Arena's for choice in this one.
Like at this move h4, I mean, it's you ask questions, yes, by playing h4.
Exactly.
Like, what are you going to do now? You don't really want to take on h4 because then h6 is going to be quite weak.
Okay,
g4 move, yes,
but now-
h5 is possible, right?
Right. And just this basically means that this rook is going to be tethered to the defense of h6 pawn, kind of warming up to Megan Lee's position. And again, reminding everyone, she started 2-0, as did Alice Lee against Talia. She's playing against Talia. This was the two bishops.
Yes.
And let's just catch up with the players. And here we are. Okay. Alice is dreaming of a queenside attack based on c4, but for the moment, her queen is under pressure. And by the way, if Talia gets to play
Still c4.
knight,
Ah,
still
well,
no, I'm
I don't
thinking
know.
there's a knight d6 check. I was thinking if you play c4 in this position, I'd rather go for the two bishops if I can.
Yes, and knight d6, okay, I
Right.
take, bishop takes, and
We could pause
going on?
because you do have I mean, you can take on a2, but you could start, well, if you're going to go, you might
I
as
think
well
you can,
start like
you
this.
should take, yes.
And two bishops.
Yeah, two bishops, you cannot do castling.
Good.
This rook is a little bit stuck on h8 right now.
This is double-edged. White needs one or two moves to get her grip on the position. Rook c1 and e4 would do that. So, for example, rook c2 actually is not a very good move.
Yes.
Remind
I mean,
you of a back rank checkmate in the position. But we have a special guest in studio. Christian, back over to you.
Thank you, Yasser. Yes, we are indeed with Emily from the World Chess Hall of Fame. You are one of the curators at the World Chess Hall of Fame. Tell us, Emily, what do you guys do there?
So we do all kinds of things related to the history of chess. Just earlier this week, we had Hall of Fame inductions. So we have Eugene Touré in town, as he's been on the commentary earlier this week. And we also had Jim Tarjan here. And they were both here for the opening ceremony and were inducted into the World and U.S. Chess Halls of Fame. Oh, sorry. We also have a big exhibition up right now for the 50th anniversary of the 1972 World Chess Championship match.
And that is a great one, actually, the 1972 match between Bobby Fischer and Spassky. Tell us a bit about that.
Yeah, so 50 years ago, the most famous World Chess Championship ever happened. And it has a big impact both for us here in the US on American chess, but also at the Hall of Fame because it inspired the Chess Campus co-founder, Rex Sinkfield, to really take up the game. So we have artifacts from Bobby and Boris's childhoods all the way up through their later years.
And I know you guys have some artifacts that you recently got. Can you tell us a bit about that as well?
Yeah, so we have some special artifacts on loan to us that have to do with Boris Spassky's career, but we also have some really fantastic new donations that are drawings and watercolors of the match that were done by the artist Leroy Niemann. For the match, he was on the television show Wide World of Sports, and he showed off what was going on. And so those are really special additions to our collection.
I have to say that's just an incredible exhibit. And if you are here in St. Louis and if you have time to go visit the World Chess Hall of Fame, you should definitely do that. Yasser, Anastasia, you guys want to join the conversation?
Yeah, absolutely, Emily. You said that this was the most celebrated match in World Championship history. I want to take you to task on that one. 1886, St. Louis hosted the first World Championship, and it got international press. Ha!
That's true. That's true. We have a deep, rich history of chess right here in St. Louis that's continuing today.
Emily, thank you very much for everything that you guys are doing there at the World Chess Hall of Fame.
Oh, thank you for having me.
Thank you, Emily.
Thank you.
Absolutely. And indeed, World Chess Hall of Fame, just across the street, really is amazing. And,
Very impressive. Yes.
I know that the World Chess Hall of Fame sent several people, including our Varusian, to Paris to talk to Boris Spassky Jr.
Yes.
about his father's collection, and we have a number of Boris's papers on loan.
Yes, some
So
letters.
very, very
I
nice.
think. Yes, very interesting letters. And I think that also this match had a big impact on Iceland as well. USA was
yes.
mentioned, but I think also Iceland really. So many grandmasters appeared. So many people love chess in this country, right? After this match, people still remember. I mean, of course, not so many, but some people remember. Yes, the match, and then, of course, the fact that Bobby Fischer lived for a few years in Iceland as well.
At the end of his life, yes.
I think also influenced a lot the fact that...
It's funny you should say that, because at the opening ceremony, I was talking with Lotus, the stepmom of Wesley So, and Wesley was being interviewed, and he's going to go in November after the U.S. Championships to Iceland to defend his World Championship Bobby Fischer 960.
Exactly.
So he had been asked, why are you going to Iceland? And instead of saying, oh, I'm going to go defend, I'm going to go visit Bobby Fischer's grave. And I was sort of like, really?
Yes, it's
he
like
really
everybody
wants
has to do it.
Yes.
Have you been there? Yes.
I have not. Gary Kasparov has.
I've been myself, yes. Wow. There was a tournament, I played in the tournament 2008 or 9, I keep forgetting. But I've played and I've done it, yes. I think like everybody should do it.
I will go and play my respects, no question about it.
But it's funny what you said, that Wesley didn't care that much about defending his title. Yes. Let's remind our viewers it's going to be a really important event. The World Championship 960 will take place in Iceland really, really soon, I think, on 20th of October.
Yeah, a lot of good players are going to be there. Just checking in on the ladies, looking at the game of Ru Yan versus Sophia. This is really a very important moment strategically, and I really want to emphasize the capture that Ru Yang made right here, right now. And it made a very powerful impression on me as a teen growing up to understand that with the move c2 takes d3, this is a hugely important recapture. You might be tempted to take with the queen and da-da-da-da-da. No, in fact, this pawn on d3 does a great job at keeping this knight out of any of the crucial squares c4 and e4. Furthermore, white is ready to play knight on a2 to c1 to b3 and take advantage of the opened c-file. So this, I want to call it a high-class recapture with a c2 takes d3 by Liang. Just a very good instructional moment going on there in that game. Ashritha versus Nashi. Oh boy, there are two bishops and two bishops. The bishop on e1,
So
terrible. Put it on e3, and I'm all in favor of white's position. This doesn't look like
great,
it's
yes,
going.
this
Yeah,
bishop, no.
no, it's not going to be advantage whatsoever.
Actually, it's a threat even. Yes, rook d1 is a threat now. Yes, he
Now
like
that you
wants to
mention
take this bishop. Yes.
the bishop is actually, yeah, you might even be tempted to play a move like king f1 or even queen e2 just to cover that threat. Oops, sorry.
Creative. I know.
I think that was my mouse click. I apologize for that. Begum versus Rochelle. This was the
Remember F5.
Yeah, let's just
Okay.
check in. I mean, again, Rex is probably somewhere saying, how come you guys aren't talking about the Grand Prix attack?
How could we forget?
How could we forget? Takes, castles, queen d6. Rochelle's getting ready to exit stage right. And have we caught up to players? No, we have another move. Knight to g5.
Yes, with the idea if you make this castling, then knight f7. Hello.
Surprise,
Yes.
right? Knight f6.
We have a fork then, yes.
And
knight
now
f6.
comes knight e2. Okay, so pretty clear idea by Begum. She just wants to capture this pawn on e6 by taking. And if we have takes, the desirable d5 runs into a problem.
Pin.
Yeah, big,
have a pin.
yeah, that is a real problem. Looks for the moment that it's big advantage here for Begum because one move you really don't want to play.
King d7, yes.
You do defend a pawn, but looks like Rochelle's in a fair bit of trouble in this one, Christian. but-
Absolutely, yes. You are completely right about that. Knight to e2 is a very strong move because it doesn't give black time, right? Because
Right.
if black manages to long castle and defend that pawn on e6, black probably is going to be fine. Unfortunately, you're not in time. You cannot long castle because I take on d4 and then you no longer have two protectors of the pawn on e6. So big questions are being asked right now of Rochelle. How are you going to deal with this position? And I was looking through the lines. d5 seems to be the best move. But to be honest, the continuation of that line is just inhuman. Very, very difficult to find it over the board with so many options available. For example, maybe we can look at it on your board.
Yes,
Yasser.
I've got it. I've got it on my board. D5.
d5.
Yeah.
Yes, I thought about it
Now,
also.
I take on d5.
You take on d5.
d5.
Yes,
yes.
I take on d5 first.
Okay.
You take back with the pawn. I take on d4.
First on
Now,
d4.
of course, if you take any of my pieces, I'm going to throw in a check. Your king is going to be
Yes.
weak forever, right? If you take on c4 or d4, I'm going to throw in a check, queen to e2. And I think you're going to be in trouble. Not only that, if you take my bishop, I also have knight e6 coming.
Right.
That's bad. Bad news. No.
Right.
You don't have to take any of the pieces. What you have to do is long castle right now.
Whoa.
Oh, come on. Really?
Okay.
And this one might be the only one that somehow survives
Really?
for the next few moves, and I think it's very much tied after bishop to b3. You take on d4, but knight to f7,
Yes.
even to the naked eye, it doesn't look like you're escaping at
No.
this point. It looks like a decisive advantage. Right?
It does.
So this is what I'm seeing. I'm seeing Rochelle under tremendous pressure out of the opening, and it's going to be very difficult from a practical perspective to defend this position. What I do see is probably you have to play the move king to e7. You don't
Yes.
want to play that move.
No.
But what else? at this
Exactly.
point? What else? King to e7 seems like the only feasible move, unless you see this d5 and castle long. I don't think she's going
It's
to see that.
inhuman, yes, to castle and play d5 in this position when your king is in the center still.
It's not natural.
It's not natural.
It's really difficult. Yeah.
Just checking in on a clash between two former U.S. champions, Sabina and Anna. This was the H3 Queen's Gambit decline. Looks again like this Carlsbad Queen's Gambit decline structure. In this case, however, I am favoring white because after the move A2, A4, this so-called minority attack.
The classical.
Yeah. It's
It
a
is an
pull.
attack.
Yeah, and it can be very, very annoying for the second player, especially as she's not getting in the much desired knight on f6 to e4. Oftentimes, the queen is actually on e7, supporting that knight getting to the e4 square. So I do think that Sabina has outplayed Anna to get to this position. One more look at Alice Lee. Again, I'm sitting there, shaking my head, 12 years old, and what she's done in this U.S. championship so far is extraordinary. 2-0, and here she's actually worse. She's just suffering a little. White after, for example, Telia is thinking several moves. She wants to take advantage of the fact that Black's king is still in the center, but it's not so easy to do that. Moves like Rook D2 and Rook D1, kind of slow. I'll just leave it at that for a moment. If I'm in Talia's shoes, one of the things I'm thinking of doing is limiting my opponent's options. If I could play a move, for example, like E3, E4, I'm keeping this knight stuck. And I'm thinking that I'll play Rook C1 and double the rooks and try to enjoy the two bishops with a little bit more activity. Especially at a certain moment, you're going to want to play the move A4 so that this bishop on E2 really
starts working, yes.
Working in a nice way.
Yeah.
We'll keep an eye on that.
Even though A4 looks like a little bit...
No, I will probably do that when the queen's
maybe,
are coming off the board. Back over to you, Cristian, and tell us what caught your eye.
I'm looking at this game between Sam Shankland and Hans Niemann because a lot of things have happened since we last saw it. I think we left it somewhere around this point. Bishop to D3 was the last move we saw. H6 was Hans's response. Bishop takes F6, take on F6. Now we see a damaged structure, but more importantly, we see more activity infused into White's pieces. Now, King to E2 came, Rook to C8, Rook to C3, Knight to E7, and now we see massive exchanges coming on the C file. Rook takes C8 is what I expect to come on the board, and the question is, how is this endgame? What I'm seeing is a few weaknesses. Specifically, I'm looking at this pawn on H6 later on in the later stages of the game. So how can I take advantage of that? Well, I think you have to couple this weakness on H6 with the weakness on D6 as well. So you can start with the move Knight to D2. Start looking at ideas of potentially Knight to C4 and invading via the square D6. And for example, if you go something like King to F8, King to F3, King to E8, Knight to C4, King to D7, sure, you got to the defense of the pawn on D6 with the king, but you left open the avenue for my king to go towards your other weakness, the pawn on H6, very critical weakness. And once my king lands on H6, your knight is going to be forced to defend. But unfortunately for you, I have a lot of ways to create a pass pawn. Not only that, but I also see avenues for my bishop to get to H7 and target that knight on G8. It's all about how active White's pieces are in comparison to Black's pieces, which are very, very passive. So I'm seeing this endgame once again. It is Sam Shankland who must be quite happy with the outcome of the opening, because right now he's in pole position to put a lot of pressure, if not get a decisive advantage against Hans Niemann.
Thank you for that, Cristian. And it does feel like a play on one goal, if you will. I mean, you got a weakness there, you got a weakness there. Let me tickle you here, let me tickle you there.
You know what I noticed? That this road which the king has to H5, if we had this pawn on H5,
it would be closed, right?
So,
yeah.
Yes. I just understood that maybe he kept this pawn on H4, I don't know, just in case.
That's
You never know. Maybe
deep.
very deep understanding by Sev. I don't know.
Exactly.
Interesting.
Going to the game of Megan Lee versus Irina Krush for just a moment. I think this is a very key moment, the move Queen E2. So when we left it, we had just seen the move H4, trying to tickle on the king side, create some pawn weaknesses that she might exploit. Irina played the move G4, and Megan said, well, I don't want you to be able to defend the pawn on G4 with the move H5, so I'm going to stop you. I'm going to play H5 myself, artificially isolate the pawn. Maybe on a good day, I'll play even rook to H4, pick it off. So Irina said, I'm throwing down the gauntlet. I'm going to play this move knight B6. And because this knight on C3 has only 2 defenders, I'm going to knock them away. I'm going to play for knight C4, maybe knight takes B2, or knight C4 and queen B6. Now, what are you going to do about that? Megan said, I'm going to pursue my idea that I started with, which was to isolate the pawn on G4. I want to attack it and win it. And if you play knight C4 in this moment, threatening knight takes B2, I'm prepared to play the move rook D3, defending against that threat of knight takes B2. How are you going to defend G4? Now, in these positions, as every good Sicilian player will tell you, we're always looking to sacrifice an exchange. Right? Oops.
Yes. Rook C3?
Rook takes C3. So let's just see if we can, for a glimmer, what would happen. Now, should I take or play
or knight
even
C4, yes? Or
knight
knight
A4?
A4?
Well, I'm a pawn grabber. I have to be true to my nature. Queen takes. Is it worth it?
What I can say that if you take this pawn on G4, then you immediately will play knight C4, right?
And then it's dead.
And then, how
That's a winning threat, in fact. Knight C4. I have to. In fact, oops.
Yes, you try to make a good move always.
Now that I blundered mate 1, I better show it. I was going to say, I really need to trade queens. Queen D3, and maybe I can turn the tables, actually. If I could get you to trade queens, then that whole exchange sacrifice is
doesn't work.
Doesn't work. And if you do go queen A1 check and kind of grab the pawn, well, I'm no longer afraid. My king will dart to the king side, and I've got rook A1. So maybe it just doesn't work, and Megan is throwing a gauntlet down to our 8-time U.S. champion, Cristian. And
it works just fine.
It does?
It does.
Yes, I'm going to cut you right there, Yasser. It works just fine.
Does it?
So
Okay, let's go.
Rook C3,
Rook C3.
Take on C3, not queen takes C3.
Not queen, knight A4?
Knight to C4.
C4. My nature told me, but
I'm going to
Beautiful. I'm in awe.
But I have no
I'm
idea
not worthy. I'm not worthy. Knight to C4, not even knight A4.
No. What I want to do is king E7, followed by rook to C8, defend the knight.
Okay.
And then queen to B6 or queen to A5, and there's no way you can escape.
King E7, rook C8, and queen A5.
You get checkmated. I can also go B5 and queen A5 as well. Cement the knight on C4 first, and then follow it up with the queen landing on A5. That's going to come with devastating consequences, so you have to be extremely fast as white to be able to escape. The best way to escape right now is extremely difficult to find. It starts with rook to D3.
Okay.
Okay.
Hinting at the idea that you want to go rook to D1 followed by rook to D8 or rook to D7, right?
Right.
Queen to B6.
Then
Now that the knight is no longer...
Now that the knight... And now rook to D8.
Yeah, it's not easy to find.
Not easy to find this.
Not easy.
This is a very difficult defense to find. Good luck with the time ticking down, finding this rook to D3. Your king is completely naked. You don't want to see this on the board. So rook to C3 is an option right now for Irina.
Thank you, Cristian, for explaining why knight C4 is a good move, because I had no idea. Just
It was intuition. You felt it. You felt it. I get that. Knight to C4. Okay, but the slow, B5 or king E7 or rook C8. And it's strange. I can never get my king and rook to A1 and my rook on. Anytime I even attempt to play king B1, I just walk into immediate mate.
yes.
So
And you also don't have time to take on G4, right? Because it runs into the same problems. The knight on C4 is no longer under attack. So I go queen b6, queen b2, queen to b1, and at the very least, I'm going to pick up a rook. But I think it's going to be even worse. Queen takes c2.
Yeah, it's going to be even worse than just a rook.
That's even worse. Yeah.
I find it. I'm incredulous that even though I have one, maybe two tempi to deal with this very scary threat of b5 and queen b6, that I don't have anything better than rook d3 and rook d8.
And you know why?
No.
Because of that pawn on e5. Controlling the d4 square. Very, very important. You don't have rook to d4.
That is clear. I am definitely missing that rook to d4 and rook to d1.
Also,
it's a very concrete line.
Queen c5 also there is a threat, right?
That is definitely a big threat.
That's a problem also.
Yes.
The knight is not hanging because you keep protecting the knight by playing queen c5. So
nicely spotted, Anastasiya. Yeah, queen to c5 is a big one.
Yes, also.
Dang.
So it's not that easy to protect. I don't know. Arena is thinking, right?
She's definitely looking at rook takes c3.
Of course, yes.
The problem is you have to see knight c4, right?
Right.
Because queen takes c3 is also very tempting.
Right.
You get close to the king, knight c4. If you have one more move, you're going to checkmate me.
It's game over.
It's game over, right? But this queen to d3 does seem to save the day for a white. Not queen d2.
That was a mouse slip.
That's a mouse slip, right? Not queen to d2.
I'm gonna blame the battery. I mean, it's like the casing is.
The casing is wrong.
Right.
Queen to d3, yeah, and actually it is white who is much better right now.
You know, in fact, it's kind of funny. You're doing me a great favor by taking that c3 pawn off the board. Not only is it costing you a tempo, but that c3 pawn, you know, now I can't go c2, c3 and get out of my difficulties. Knight c4. It's
blocking, yes, completely.
And also it's kind of funny because I'd really just like to just go running to the king side, you know, rook d3 and rook d1, but every time I play this move, rook d3, I'm running into queen b6. And I'm not, I feel like I'm running in molasses. It's really, really slow. Wow. Okay, we'll see if Arena, and what are the clock times, by the way?
Yes, it's important. Let's see how much time actually she spent also.
Because Arena is definitely calculating.
Yes, so she has lots of time, 51 minutes still. Yes, against 42. Yes, so she just will spend maybe like 10-15 minutes checking all the possible opportunities in this position.
For sure.
Yes.
Exactly.
There is this golden rule not to spend more than 15 minutes, right?
Is that a golden rule, by the way? Yeah.
Yes.
I've run into so many players, especially those who really have gone to training schools, I want to say Olympic trainings, where they say, guys, 15 minutes.
Make your mind, yes or no.
Right.
Yes, no, maybe.
Yeah. I mean, those people who spend 40 minutes. Lanier Dominguez never went to those summer schools. He didn't get the memo, that's for sure.
This will happen, yes. When you don't have this basic education, you only have this 2,750 rating, and then you suffer all your life with time travel, but still.
Right. You have to suffer with your 2,750. No response by Rochelle to Begum's knight e2. This move really puts a challenge to Rochelle as she's staring down the barrel of this bishop as well as this knight on g5, eyeballing the e6 pawn.
And
not
you know,
an even position for
I was
her.
actually wrong.
What?
Yes, I was actually wrong.
That's a first.
Is it possible?
How is it? How could you be wrong?
Occasionally. So keep going with that line that I showed.
D5?
Yes.
Take on d5. Take on d5. Knight d4. Castle. Bishop to b3.
Yeah.
And now you actually, no, you don't take on d4.
What,
You
play
play
C4?
rook e8
Oh, no, rook E8.
or rook f8. Rook d8 or rook h f8, which is just ridiculous. I mean,
No.
you're not going to calculate this and realize that
oh no.
if the knight moves,
Look
you
at
go
this.
c4,
C4.
and you get some
Wow.
compensation.
Nice.
This is crazy.
It's crazy. You cannot play this type of moves.
Without being severely wanded on your way out.
Chris Bird is going to jump on you instantaneously.
Right? I mean, he's going to turn the thing up to maximum velocity in terms of, wow, rook f8. That's very, very nice. And our social media is working.
Yes.
Anastasia.
Good.
We have a tweet.
We have a tweet. So questions.
The last one was really good.
Yes.
It caused us to really think about it. And here it comes.
Yes, here we go. How are the players liking the new playing space, and what kind of snacks do they have there?
Okay.
Yes.
First of all, I think that the players are not so happy about their new space. It's okay. It's tolerable. The problem is they've been spoiled by the club at the top floor. They had the east wing, the west wing, they had this huge boardroom, they have all the nice bathrooms, and although it's not cramped, you can see there's no place for spectators. So it's just enough. Okay, it's just, yeah. But the reason why we're in this new space, of course, is because they're expanding from 6,000 square feet, as Tony Rich said, to 30,000
Not
square
bad
feet.
at all, yes.
So the remodel is causing this hiccup. Now, the snacks are really good. I went over there, and they have these strawberry dip
very
chocolate
nice. Berries, lots
berry
of berries,
things.
yes. And
I mean, that's pretty good stuff. And
Actually,
of course, all the soft drinks and coffees and teas.
actually, the snacks, they're separated. I think it's the reason for that. Everything is small boxes, you know. Because the reason for that, I think it was from COVID period that they don't have it in common, let's say, plates. But it's every snack is has different
Packaging.
Yes,
Makes sense.
Interesting. Yes, I've been
Okay.
there today. It felt a little bit different than during the single cup when we had
Right.
only like 5 boards, something like this. Now it's like a little bit tight. I would put it this way. Like you have to find your way
Right.
there, but still looks really beautiful with many nice pictures on the walls from previous U.S. championships. It looks really beautiful.
On that, by the way, on that, I'll come back to the question for a moment, but first we have one more question. I wanted to ask you about snacks, but let's see the next tweet.
Okay, let's see the next one.
And we were looking for challenges.
So
From
that's an
Michael
interesting
Deal IPDX.
PDX. Yes. So do the players ever talk to each other during their game, or is it prohibited?
Prohibited.
It is.
It is.
Yes,
prohibited.
absolutely.
Just
Yes, there is no way.
Don't do it. Sometimes it's just accidental. Do you know where the sugar is? You know, like, I mean,
Yes,
where's the herbal teas? You know, but yeah,
Absolutely
I'm not going to
no.
say zero tolerance, but yeah, don't do it. I mean, it's actively discouraged.
I
And
would
the
tell you
exact
something-
same second where
Yes.
you ask where the sugar is, Chris Bird is going to come and wand you down. And you know that.
Right. Now, I wanted to ask you guys about, now, we have been here on these broadcasts. We take our breaks, we get our nutrition, and 5.5 hour game, 6 hour game, your tummy starts to question what's going on, but you don't want all the sugar in your body to go, or the blood in your body to go to your tummy. And so you don't want to eat during the game, but sometimes you have to. What do you do for snacks?
Yeah, I remember I used to bring like bananas, chocolates,
fruits
these
and
kind
chocolate.
of things. I remember also that, for example, Boris Gelfand has this kind of habit
Tea.
to have a coffee before the time trouble. I think always he orders coffee at certain points of the games, like he has a system. And I remember that in China we were suffering without coffee together, like we were sharing. He brought some coffee from Israel, and he told me if you want to also take
Trading.
it. Yes, because I was also sleeping at a certain point, even though I was not playing. So this kind of habits, the players, they have. I know that Vladimir Kramnik, he used to bring some boxes even with some snacks.
Okay.
So everybody has his own approach, I think.
For me, it was always, and there you go, what you said, the Packers, vegetarians.
Vegetarian rolls.
Look
nice.
at that, they get the spicy shrimp too.
I think we have to visit.
Oh,
Yasser,
very
what's
important.
going on?
I think a break is being called, going on strike for the next 15 minutes. I'm going to go get myself
This is
wanted.
players only area, but by the way, Yasser, I have to confess that I broke the rule, and a few times I took some berries from them, because the previous events I could go to the
Sharing, right? Sharing. Pass it
Next time,
over. How about yourself, Christian? You're coach. You're working with a lot of players. What do you recommend?
Well, it very much actually depends on when they start their games. And right now we're starting at 1 p.m. Central Time here in at the US Chess Championships. And it's very difficult to have both breakfast and lunch before the game. So you're probably going to have a major breakfast at around, let's say, 10, maybe 11, and then you're going to try to survive for those 5.5, 6 hours. And that's exactly why you see all this extra roast beef and Swiss wrap, things of this nature that can actually fill in your tummy, and not only sugar-based ingredients, right? I generally don't recommend coffee. I recommend tea. I think that's much better than coffee. Coffee is too much of an upper to my taste. And I don't actually follow that rule. I do like my coffee.
Yes. You can give him a yellow
card. Following
card.
the example, unfortunately. But to my players, I usually recommend tea. And a lot of players do that. A lot of players actually don't drink that much coffee. They drink a little bit in the morning, and after that, during the game, they tend to go to their tea. And I think we've seen Jan Nepomniachtchi here in St. Louis. He always brings his flask with tea, and we've seen Hans Niemann during this round. He was drinking definitely some tea, so they're shying away from the coffee, it seems like, and for good reason.
And Viktor Korchnoi, in the good old days, he liked a dark chocolate, not to be confused with milk chocolate. Dark chocolate, it was bitter. I didn't like it. It was like 85% chocolate or something. But he liked the dark chocolate. He swore that cyclists used it for concentrated, impactful energy, and also yogurt.
Oh, by the way, what about yogurt? I mean, this famous story with Karpov.
Yogurt.
What kind of color?
The blueberry yogurt meant moving the knight, the strawberry meant moving the bishop. Yeah, that was great. That was, Baguio City, Baguio, is Philippines, as Eugenio Torre said, they hosted a world championship. It was quite something special. Karpov and Korchnoi, oh my gosh, what a rivalry that was. Talking about rivalries, let's jump back to Tatev versus Jennifer for a moment, because this has been that Italian game. We left it after the move knight h7, and we were wondering what Tatev had in mind as she's, well, I mean, it's e5 versus d3, and obviously the pawn on e5 is controlling much more space than the pawn on d3. What was Tatev going to do? Queen e2, queen d7, a very useful move, I must say. First of all, it takes away the knight from jumping to the f5 square. And I always had this rule. I don't know about you. Anastasia, when is the opening completed?
When you develop all pieces, or we moved your queen, connected your rooks, right?
That's
this
connected the rooks.
Yes.
So the problem is we have these three phases of the game: opening, middle game, end game. A lot of players say, "Well, when is the end game opening over?" I always had it in my mind that the moment the rooks got connected, now we're in the middle game. Now we start making our plans. Some people don't have these. It's not a rule, hard and fast rule, but this principle: knight h4.
Can I ask you something?
Please.
For example, Richard Rapport, who never makes castling. I mean, when his openings they end normally. I was trying to check some of his games that he, in one tournament, I think he didn't do castling at all for like a few rounds. So what about the openings in his case?
So everything I just said comes with an asterisk. The asterisk says, except where Richard Rapport is concerned. These rules do not work for Richard Rapport. They didn't work for Alexander Morozevich either. It seemed to be like those two guys in particular had the right to violate all of our cherished principles.
But this is the next level, right, of understanding. That's what I always say. First of all, you have to follow the rules, and then you don't follow them, but you know why you do this.
Exactly.
Yes, you have your reasons.
I would make a move for Viktor. I would recommend a move for Viktor Korchnoi, and he would say to me, Yasser, before you violate the rules of chess understanding, you should first know them. I was like, oh, thank you, Viktor. You know, like, woof. Viktor was tough. Viktor was tough. Bishop e6. Okay, that covers the f5 square once again. And again, from Jennifer's point of view, she's intimating that she would like to play knight g5 and remind white there is a pawn on h3. And is that it? We caught up to the players? Nothing? The players are playing very slowly. What are the times,
The time, yes, let's check the time because I was a little bit blind.
Yeah, exactly. Do you see that font is like 2? I mean,
okay, my girl has more time. This is I mean, it's 44. It's 44 minutes against 34. So she has 10 minutes.
Premature blindness. I'm blaming the producers on this one. Bishop e6. Jump right in on this one, Cristian. This is a very, even though it's early days, this is only round 3. This is a big fight between Tatev and Jennifer. How are the computers assessing the position?
Huge fight, and still we're in the early middle game. So right now they're just trying to maneuver their pieces, try to get them to their ideal squares.
Right.
That's why we see this move bishop to e6, because what the white is intimating at this point is that she wants to get her knight to f5, one of the knights to f5, and get closer to the king, sacrifice on g7 or h6. That's why this move bishop to e6 makes a lot of sense. The computers are just saying that white is slightly better, but nothing major. With normal moves, bishop to e3, maybe at some point you want to include this queen into the attack as well, maybe queen to f3 or queen to h5. It's still very early on. But guys, check this out. Megan Lee versus Irina Krush. Does this remind you of something?
Right.
She found it. Rook takes c3, b takes c3, and did not take the pawn on c3, did not go for the material, but understood that slow play right now is king, and in this case, queen. Knight to c4 is the move in the board, and I have to say, rook to d3 is such a difficult concept to see. I understand. You see rook to d1, but you have to be ready for queen to b6, right? If you don't see rook to d8, you're completely lost at this point. You get checkmated. Rook to d8, queen takes d8, even king to e7. Check this move out. I'm not going to take on d8 with the king.
Yes.
I'm not going to take with the queen on d8. I want to include this rook into the attack as well. You don't have time to take on h8 because you get checkmated. Boom, boom, and the game is over. So what you have to do is actually follow it up with rook to d7 under the king. Get it on the d file. And finally, I have to take, you take on c4, and now we play this position. But to my eyes, at least after king to e7, it just feels like the black king actually is quite safe, because you don't have the dark squares to attack it from. You cannot fly your queen to a3, and even if you do, I'm going to go to f6. I'm ready also for the endgame. This pawn on h5, after king to e7, imagine all major pieces off the board. I'm going to go king f6, king g5. I'm 2 moves away from capturing your weakness on h5, and that's going to be a winning endgame for black. So definitely, it does seem like this middle game situation favors Irina, who is putting a lot of pressure on one of the co-leaders going into this round, Megan Lee. We're going to have to wait and see, even if she manages to find this rook to d3 to continue the game. If she doesn't, she's going to be in deep waters. And Irina, to be honest, in both games against Tatev Abrahamyan in round 1 and Sabina Foisor in round 2, she did have favorable positions, maybe even objectively winning positions. So right now she's fine-tuning her game, and it does seem like finally she found the right solution in this one, and she's putting a lot of pressure on her opponent. Now let's take a look at what happened in the Begim Tokhirjonova versus Rochelle. That one, after knight to e2. Well, Jan Rochelle thought for a very long time and came up with this idea. Knight takes e2, queen takes e2, and e5. You're not losing anything major immediately. There's no knight to f7 because I can go rook to f8. I even have ideas of d5. But right now, the problem is after knight to e6, bishop takes e6, bishop takes e6, where are you going to castle? Where are you hiding the king? Do you want to go to e7? I don't think so. If you do go to e7, the problem is this bishop is going to land on g5, set up this pin, and you're going to have huge problems with the knight on f6. At the same time, you probably have to go for this, but everything is working in white's favor at this point. I have the 2 bishops, I have this pin landing on g5 with the bishop on g5, and we actually have the move a4, which is also a great move by white, just taking more and more space on this side. Accommodate black's pieces. Once again, if you want to go there, nope. You cannot go there. You're going to lose an exchange. Knight to f7. If you're worse strategically and you're also down an exchange on the board,
not good.
You probably can resign at that point. So you have to stay with the king in the center. This is not good news for Rochelle Wu. And also, She spent a lot of time on this last couple of moves. Right now, down to her last 25 minutes against 45 minutes for Begim Tokhirjonova with a lot of moves to go. 26, excuse me, more moves to go. We're only at move 14 right now.
And Rochelle's body posture is
not looking
one
good.
of exuding great confidence. By the way, before the move A2, A4, I flashed on this position as well. And I wanted to say, oh my gosh, there's a winning combination with knight F7. And somehow, like I just saw that knight F7, rook F8, bishop H6, bishop takes H6, rook takes F6 is absolutely devastating for white because of knight takes D6, check, rook takes D6 ideas. So I thought, oh, it's over until I started calculating D5, and it's sort of like knight takes, pawn takes, and it's not over.
No, because the knight is trapped, right?
Exactly, the knight is trapped, and it's that move D5 that hurts my feelings. So I really like this move very much by Begim. A2, A4. There are these ideas that the bishop, like for example, even though it doesn't work, it's just worth noting that there's always this discovered check. And fortunately, in this case, you do have bishop E3 to deal with it. But kicking the queen with the move A2, A4, kicking the queen away from the defense of the pawn on D6 by playing A4, A5, very useful. And
yes.
I like this move a lot. And by the way, King E7. Sometimes you've got to do what you really don't want to do.
Yes, King
she
E7,
did play
yes.
King E7.
She also invited her opponent to play A5 move, which would make it completely crazy. You know, look at these white squares after possible A5 for black. I mean,
Right.
if let's say black would have played A5 herself, stopping this idea.
Yeah.
I mean, just look at these white squares. I mean, you cannot do this anymore. Yes, no.
But
Yes,
King
so King
E7,
E7, yes.
not what Rochelle wanted as she came to today's game. And in the open section,
What about
Christian? You're still Christian, right? I was about to say Alejandro, but I caught myself. No change.
No change.
No changes.
Yes.
Christian,
No change in the
Still
guard.
Christian.
what has caught your attention?
Well, actually, I was looking at every game and I was trying to see where we are. Sam seems to have went for this endgame thinking that he probably is better due to the fact that he has so much more space than his opponent.
Right.
Space in the center, space on the side, and at some point, you're going to have to find the break. He did play this move B5, taking away even more space and squares from his opponent.
Yeah.
Knight doesn't come to C6, doesn't have that landing square anymore. Now, what I would be worried about White's position after this move B5 is that you close it too much.
Right.
And maybe perhaps you're not going to be able to find alternatives later on in the game to break through and make that final push. King to G7, King stays close to the H6 pawn, so definitely anticipating a potential land of the white king on H5. You don't want to move the king away from that. Keep the king on G7, and the question is, how is white going to break? Sam is going to have to find a solution for that. Fabiano versus Darius, still a very tense middle game, and the players are shuffling a little bit with the queens right now. Queen to G5, queen to E7, queen to C1. Not queen takes E7. Don't go into the endgame. The endgame seems to be too dry, and I think black can safely say that he equalized. So queen to C5, queen to C1, excuse me, was the choice for Fabiano, still keeping this idea on tap. King to H1 followed by F4. This is the key idea. You have the bishop already on B2. You want to open up the long diagonal and do some damage there. So this one, very tense as well. Jeffrey versus Wesley, yeah, not that much has happened. At some point, this rook is going to get exchanged, rook to D1, bishop to C2, and the opposite color bishop endgame is just simply going to be a draw. We don't expect any other result in this one. This one was very intriguing. The game between Christopher and Elshan, and it went through a lot of transitions. Let's take a look. I think we left it somewhere around here after this move B4, actually long time ago. This move B4. And the move before was not aimed at necessarily defending the pawn on C5, but after B takes C5, What he wanted was just to pass. Pass by, go b5, follow it up with a4, a5, and try to later on in an endgame create a pass pawn very close to promotion. At the same time, I have a nice blockade on your pawn c5. At this point, black had the opportunity to play the move knight to b6. He did not spot it. If you go queen to b3, try to keep contact with the pawn on b5, well, that's not good because you're giving me too many tempis. I'm going to get c4 in. You have to drop back to b2. Then I'm going to follow it up with knight to a4. At some point, you're going to lose the b5 pawn, and you're going to be in trouble. So he did not play that move, knight to b6. He played the normal, very natural, bishop to b7, rook to d1, a4, castle, a5. This was a cool move, knight to b6. Very nice. Offering the transition into an endgame, which probably was the right choice for white. So in fact, rook takes d8 seems to have given white a tremendous advantage. Rook takes c8, and now the move knight to e5 or knight to d2. Bishop takes g2 has to come on the board. If you accept the fact that you're going to leave me with two bishops and the potential of a pass pawn on the a file, that's not good. No bueno, you cannot do that. So after knight to e5, you have to take on g2, take on c4, bishop to d5, knight to d2. You do have the two bishops. I have an incredibly well-placed blockade piece on c4, the knight on c4. Not only that is blockading your c-pawn, but also supporting my passed pawns. I'm going to go b6 next move. This a-pawn is going to be extremely powerful, and this seems to be giving white a tremendous advantage. He did not do that. He played the move after knight to b6, queen to c1, queen to c2, excuse me, knight to d5, attacking the bishop, bishop to d2, and this is what we have right now. Very complicated battle, but it does seem like the worst is behind black right now. c4 supported by the rook on c8, c3 is coming. This pawn on c4, despite the fact that it could potentially become a liability later on in the endgame, for the moment is such a dangerous thorn in white's position. I really like what Xiong is doing. I also like the time management that Christopher Yu is engaged in. 44 minutes against 27 minutes. Nevertheless, the position remains difficult to play with both sides, to be honest.
Pretty chaotic, but I do like Xiong's the fluidity, the bishop to coming to c5, with the queen on e8, e6, e5, a potential opportunity there for Xiong. Turning our attention to a Wonder Liang versus Alexander Lenderman. We were talking about majorities, you know, like, I like the majority in the center. I love
this one is really
this central
nice, yes.
majority. Put the pawn back on b6, put the pawn back on a5, and we'll probably have a discussion. Doubled a pawns? No way, Jose. I'd be rushing, embracing this type of an ending where I'm ready to go e5, e6, and the 4 versus 2 with the doubled a pawns. I mean, to my mind, that's simply winning. So I really like a Wonder's position exactly at this moment. In fact, I was so confused, like, why did Alex Lenderman allow this? Well, he got himself into a pickle right here after the move rook c1. He's looking at rook c7, queen takes queen takes a5, and he decided that he had to play the move e6, e5, and I'm for sure that move did not come easily.
No.
Let us put it that way for Lenderman, and he is queen c6 isn't the only move. I mean, you can double rooks on the c file, for example, but it does feel to me like a Wonder is in charge of this game. Quick check on the game of Sam versus Hans Niemann. I absolutely love the space that Sam has created for himself. As Christian was saying, you have to be worried that you don't shut it so far down that you don't have a break. But always in my mind's eye, I see that it's white.
f3,
white
g4, h5. Yes, this is what
always,
I was thinking about.
Yes, he white can always break open the position on his option. If there's one thing I hate, it's the knight on d2. magically transfer the knight to the f4 square so that we can talk about knight h5 check and knight f6. I'm soaring. So I start with ideas of, let's say, knight f3, g3, knight e1, knight g2, knight f4, and I make my little triangle because it's not easy for black to create any counterplay against these ideas.
Yes. What about some moves like f6? I don't know, maybe.
f6, exactly.
Like trying at least to do something at this position.
Right.
Maybe that's the only way, because actually your plan with knight moving the knight to f4
is very self-suggestive.
Yes,
it suggests itself, right? Doesn't it? So let's say the problem, whenever you're, how do you say, you're just defending, defending. Move like f7, f6 is very desirable because you're saying to yourself, I'm doing something. But oftentimes, your doing something may actually be helpful to your opponent. Absolutely. In other words, you've traded off your double pawns and you pat yourself on the back. Just right until that moment, you see a knight landing on the d4 square, and you said, well, trading the d4 pawn for the f7 pawn ended up being something I may not want to do. So you always have to be very careful as the defender of altering the pawn structure. Now, having said that, if you don't play a move like f7, f6, you're not human because you
want to get rid of this. I mean, at
horrible.
Do something.
Yes,
in this position.
exactly. You want to do something.
I was thinking also maybe black has sometimes the ideas like to push d4, f4 at a certain point and to give some space to his knight on d5 or f5 after f6. Yes. I'm not sure at which moment, but maybe sometimes you can do it in order to try to defend a little bit more actively instead of just sitting and waiting until you bring all your pieces to the positions you want,
right.
Yasser.
Grandmaster Michael Marin had this great comment in his opus. One side is doing, the other side is watching. And
you don't want to be a witness.
Yes, exactly. And in this case, Sam is doing all the doing, and, well, Hans is doing a lot of the watching. What do you have for us about this game, Cristian?
Yes, I was trying to understand the ways to break in the position. And actually, as you guys already pointed out, f6 is the right way to break, but for white. Because indeed, I will play the move h5, and this is a key move, because now you're controlling both of the squares of the knight that potentially he could jump to and could attack the pawn on e5 via g6 or c6. That's why he played this move b5, follow it up with h5. And as you guys were mentioning, king to f4 is coming, and at some point I'm going to take on f6. I'm going to kick the king away from f6, and I'm going to start invading with my king to e5. So that's problematic for black. That's why he played the move knight to g6. But just a simple defense of this pawn on h4 with the move g3, why not? At this point, are you going to follow it up with f6? Well, if you do, I'm going to go h5, or I can just simply go knight to f3. Once again, whenever you take, I'm going to take back with the d pawn, and as this d4 square opens up. This is a really beautiful position for white. It's going to be a very tedious defense for Hans Niemann. Nevertheless, material is limited, position is very closed, so if you make one slight inaccuracy as white, you probably will lose your advantage. Nevertheless, it's going to be a long maneuvering game. We're going to be here for a while because you know that Sam Shankland is going to try to convert this one. He has a golden opportunity to take down one of the co-leaders in the event.
Thank you for that, Cristian. I would like to, before we go on a break, just to say that our producers have put together a very nice special, a feature. The players returning to St. Louis, they were asked, how do you like St. Louis and returning to St. Louis for the 2020 U.S. Championships? Have a look. We'll see you on the other side of the break.
What's your favorite part about the U.S. Championships being held here in St. Louis?
Well, it's my first U.S. Championship, and my favorite part is that it's so long. I really love playing this old-fashioned.
What's your favorite part about the U.S. Championships being held here in St. Louis?
Well, it's my first U.S. Championship, and my favorite part is that it's so long. I really love playing this old-fashioned long tournaments. And the fact that it's in St. Louis is extremely convenient for me because I live here.
Well, I've only played one U.S. championship that wasn't here. I played in 2008, that was my first one. Then in 2009, I moved to St. Louis, and it's just obviously, by comparison, I could tell it was much nicer, and it's very professionally run. The prize fund's very good, and hey, I won my U.S. championship here once. Felt amazing.
I love it. It's cultural. It's a lot of strong players playing, and it's chess, and it's all together. It's a fantastic experience. I'm just glad that for the first time I'm part of it.
Well, first of all, I mean, St. Louis is one of the nicest places I've been to in the U.S., and it's kind of like been a routine for me the last 10 years. I've been coming every year playing. It's pretty much a second home to me now.
Yeah, in a way, it's there's very little pressure in an event like that because, I'm just happy to be here playing, and it's an enjoyable experience pretty much no matter the result.
It's an especially important tournament, and this year it's even longer than usual. More players, so feels like it'll be more challenging, but also more rewarding.
Well, it's my first U.S. championship, but I really like St. Louis. I've spent a lot of time here in the past few months, and my next one is also in St. Louis. So it feels like not home, but there's a level of normalcy to playing here that I don't get, traveling around Europe. This is the closest thing I have to home because I'm living in hotels, so the Chase Park Plaza is like my second home. So it's nice to have familiarity and, of course, just play under good conditions.
It's just great to be in the atmosphere of St. Louis, and the conditions here are wonderful for the players, and just to be able to play all the top players in the world is really unique for me, and it's something I'm really looking forward to.
I generally just like the atmosphere. It feels, since I've been here so many times, it feels like really familiar. I'm just ecstatic to be playing at the U.S. Championship. I didn't really even expect to play this year, but I'm just really excited.
Well, I think in general for me, I've always enjoyed Forest Park a lot. So anytime I come to St. Louis, I make sure to make as many visits there as I can, just explore the nature and all it has to offer. Especially now, this time of year, the weather is great. And yeah, I look forward to venturing there again.
Yeah, the tournament just keeps getting stronger every year, which makes it harder for me to try to win. But that's probably the best part is actually that I was just kept getting stronger all the time. I mean, back in 2015, there was like Hikaru and maybe Gata, Onishuk. But back then, I had a real chance of winning. Now I still have a chance of winning, but there's lots of more competition. So it's forced me to try to improve myself as well. So I think that's really great that the tournament just keeps getting better every year.
It's the capital of chess, I would say, even for the world, so it's amazing to play here every single year.
Well, a couple of things. First of all, I like the fact that I live here, so when I'm playing here, I get the support from my people, from my family, which is kind of unusual in the chess world because you're always traveling. And I also like the fact that the atmosphere that it's created here, it's usually great, and that's also, I think, helpful for chess. Like, for example, you are in the middle of a tournament, which is normally very serious, and it's super competitive, obviously, and all that, but then you get to hang out with great people like, the organizers like Joy and Tony and Yasser and Rex himself, and just for a few hours you forget about the tournament and you have a good time, and it's very friendly and very nice, and that's, I think, one of my favorite parts.
Well, it really feels like my home, or basically my second home. So we're only an hour flight away from Minnesota, and I've been coming here in and out for the last 8 years. Also, I went to college here 10 years ago. Also, St. Louis has been hosting world-class tournaments, the Singfield Cup, etc. So when you come here, you will be challenged.
welcome back to the studio, the round 3 of US Championships. Here we are again.
Thank you.
And we have also the game is over. The first game of the US Championship
First
round
result.
is over. And we have first result. Wesley So is here with us with Cristian. And I mean, the game finished in a draw. We have to mention the
Oh
result
yes,
as
very,
well.
very important.
Yes.
Draw,
Yes.
That was a long time in coming, by the way.
Yes,
that
we
was that
expected
bishops
it.
of opposite color, and we're just getting Wesley all mic'd up.
Yes.
That
and
was the bishops of opposite color. You could almost see it from a very long way away, like right here. Even though from this point onwards it took 10, 20, 30 moves, but it's almost an ironclad certainty that this position is going to end in a draw, the bishops of opposite color. Let's go to Cristian, and whoop, I'm sorry, we're still not ready. And I was just going to finish the point that this extra pawn, I'm grateful to have it, don't get me wrong, but the rook is going to go to b2, the bishop is going to go to h4, white is going to be tied down, and it's going to be difficult / impossible
Yes.
to realize the advantage of the extra pawn. And so it's kind of symbolic. I'm being told now we're ready. Let's go to Cristian.
Yes.
You're getting ahead of yourself.
I'm so
Yasser.
far, I'm like 2, 3 moves ahead.
But we
That's
are
the way
indeed
it feels.
with Wesley. Wesley, you played with the black pieces, and smooth draw for you, I would say, out of the opening. You equalized comfortably. How do you feel about the game?
Yeah, I mean, I didn't really get any chances. Just want to play. I think just play some good, solid moves, and if chances come, good. If not, don't. But I think there was only one moment. I think the funny part is that I played a6 on move 3 just by accident. When
Really?
Yeah.
I mean, we know knight f6 is probably the main move, right?
And then Jeffrey told me after a game, after knight f6, he was going to play queen a4 check.
Queen a4 check, okay.
So now if like Lenier has some games with knight c6, but Magnus won a game here recently against Levon. And if c6, queen takes c4, you transpose to the slab, which Jeffrey played in the first game. So
You did not want to see this on the board.
No, I just played a6 by accident. I had no idea I was going to play queen a4. So the funny part is now I think if white plays e4, then b5 is okay for black. So maybe a6 is slightly more accurate move order. Of course, Jeffrey could play knight f3 and move 2, but then
Somehow it's very difficult for me to believe you that you played a6 by accident. But I'll give it to you this time.
I touched the a pawn first.
I'll give it to you this time. He played e3, knight to f6.
Yep.
Why not b5 now?
Oh, b5 is also a line, but I think white is slightly better after a4, bishop b7, b3.
b3, got it.
e6, takes, bc, bishop c4. And somehow it seems very drawish, but bishop on b7 is slightly vulnerable after knight bd2, rook b1.
Knight b2, rook b1, attack the bishop on b7.
But I made some draws with white and black before many years ago like this, but somehow modern engines don't like. Well, and then the other critical part, I guess, there are not so many critical parts. Like he played b3 before against me in the Speed Chess Championship. So takes on move 13.
So you guys already played this position before?
Yeah, instead of a4, he played knight to f3.
Okay.
I think he's played this a few times. Yeah, in fact.
How did you
he
respond
again.
in that game?
Played the bishop.
Bishop d6?
Oh, no, actually, it was a blitz game, and I blundered with rook d8. Like, I played rook d8 here.
Knight to e5.
e5,
Queen e8.
queen d6.
Queen to d6.
Oh, so the game is not here, huh?
It doesn't seem like it.
Oh, I think he played bishop f3, knight d5, and then he played knight takes f7. Such a funny game, huh?
And things are getting a bit wild. It still seems like you're more or less fine, but it's pretty difficult for sure.
But we played this in chess.com.
Yeah. Yeah.
So a4, I guess Jeffrey wasn't well prepared, but okay, played very solid. At least
he was also spending a lot of time at this point.
Yeah, he was a pawn up, so I mean, he's trying to get some chances. But the thing is, if I manage to trade rooks, then it's fine. Like here, I missed rook b2, rook c1. Okay, still a draw. King f8, rook c8, check, king e7, then bishop c2. But still hard to imagine how White can win this.
Yeah, and it seems like
position.
bishop h4 try to keep contact with the pawn on f2, and then the bishop cannot move, the pawn cannot jump forward. So
The thing
seems
is,
to be still very close.
the thing is, I lost this position with Black recently online, but the f pawn is on g3, not on f3.
Got it. Got
So
it.
I lost that. Very similar endgames. I learned some.
Some important lessons, yeah.
But with the double f pawns, it's much easier to make a draw.
Because you have the avenue for this bishop h4 to attack the pawn on f2, or what is the reason behind it?
Yeah, I mean, White can't advance his kingside pawn. So.
Got it.
Also, he's always got the, yeah, you're right, weakness on f2, but White can't make progress on the kingside the double pawns.
Wesley, yesterday a very difficult game against a very promising player, Christopher Yu. How did you handle that defeat?
Well, it's my 8th US championship. I'm used to, kind of expected the result because I always lose to teenagers in US championship. So in 2015, I think I lost to 2 teenagers, to Sevian, and I don't know if Conrad Holt was a teenager. 2018 too, I was also losing at some point. In 2019, I lost to Wonder. So it happens. I mean, I always lose rating in the US championship, so it's kind of expected. Also this year has 13 games, so the more the merrier. But
what is it about
it's like,
teenagers that you necessarily don't like playing against them? It's their style. What do you feel gives you problems?
yeah, there's more pressure. You know, they have nothing to lose. They just go all out for a win. Like, I was very fortunate I beat Sindarov in the Olympiad. But, you know, they're very carefree. Their focus is just 100% on chess. They have no, like, girlfriends or family or bills to worry, you know, or college. You know, they're probably homeschooled. And then they have, like, 2 to 3 years to figure out if they want to pursue a chess career or go study in university like a Wonder eventually did. But he's still very strong. But
how are those days for you? How do you remember them? Worry-free? Were you worried about which career to choose?
You got your rent paid, you got everything given for you. You don't have to worry about your clothes. You have your parents keeping an eye on you. You have the Stanford Fellowship. So those were good old days. You know, if you're a teenager figuring out what to do with your life. For me, I guess that decision has long been decided. I've been a professional chess player for 8 years now. I remember back in those days when I was 18, 19, I was number 80 in the world, and I wasn't sure if I could make a career playing chess. So I went to Webster University for 2.5 years. I didn't even know what to study. I finally ended up studying finance. But then I figured out that whether I graduate or not, I'm gonna try my luck playing chess professionally. And then the Stanford scholarship helped a lot, obviously. But as you get older, there's certain pressure playing against teenagers. Like Firouzja right now is very strong. Also lost to him a few weeks ago. And I guess Christopher Yu played very aggressively yesterday. Like,
well, speaking about
I was
that,
winning at some point. Yeah.
he actually came to the studio and he said that he felt disrespected on every level by Hans's previous interview, not mentioning maybe his name or saying that the game spoke for itself because it was so beautiful.
Yeah.
How do you see that whole interaction between these two young men?
Well, I guess that can be expected of Hans. I mean, he's disrespected like pretty much everybody in the chess world, yeah, at this stage, calling other players idiots and stuff, and also beating the great Magnus. But
and how about Christopher's response?
What did he say exactly?
He said that he felt disrespected by Hans's interview, and we didn't know how to approach that or how exactly he felt disrespected or why he felt disrespected.
Well, he felt disrespected because Hans just won a game. I mean, it wasn't a perfect game. I mean, it was a good game, and then he called it brilliant. And you know, anybody can lose a game. I think pretty much everyone knows that Hans is probably the most disrespectful teenager in chess. There are many other good players like Gukesh, Arjun, Prague, and they're very polite. Even Firouz just like a little angel. But okay, I mean, doesn't really matter. That can be expected. But the thing is, like, I noticed Christopher Yu was also trying out new openings here. Like he never played second move knight c3 before. And, he's just playing for a win every game, just trying to improve. And I guess if you lose a game and if you get trash talk, then that's the most difficult feeling that you can feel as a chess player. But I mean, it's not a big deal. There will always be other games. And I noticed also Christopher Yu won the U.S. Junior very convincingly.
Yes. So he definitely seems to be surging through the rankings right now. He's definitely adding another layer to his game.
Yeah, certainly. And he kind of reminds me of Liang, Wonder Liang, or Leroy Feng. So we'll see how it goes. I'm just very grateful that Mishra is not here. I'll probably lose to him too if he was here.
More teenagers, more pressure, yeah?
Yeah, fortunately now I've played every teenager in the tournament, so I should be,
okay. Still 10 rounds to go. Wesley,
11.
how did you prepare
10,
for
you're right, 10.
this tournament? 10 for you, still we're in the 11 round.
Yeah, I think also one of the problems for me, Levon, Fabi, I think the differing time controls every tournament, also the online tournaments, I think it's very difficult to change your mindset from playing blitz rapid to classical and back. If you notice, pretty much all the top players in the world have lost a bunch of rating for no reason. Like, I have no idea why Maxim or Shaq, for example, lost a lot of rating, but I think it's because they don't really know what to focus on. We're focused on online or focus on rapid or blitz. So before this tournament, I really didn't have much time to prepare because I was practicing a lot on chess.com, and we have the Fisher Random tournament coming up. Well, I'm not making excuses, but it is what it is. But I'm just saying that compared to 6 years ago in 2016, where everyone was pretty much playing just classical chess month after month, things have certainly changed.
Absolutely, more opportunities, but also a lot of changes in the chess world. Thank you very much, Wesley, and we'll see you in the rest of your games.
Thank you.
Thank you indeed,
Thank you,
Wesley.
Wesley.
Good luck to the rest. I'm sorry, but I was really laughing
Yes,
about,
me
you
too.
don't have girlfriends, you don't have anything. One result in the books, Anastasiya.
Yes, only one actually. 6 games are still on the way, and what an interview it was. I mean, I
Yeah.
really enjoyed it. Yes.
I can imagine that's going to go viral on its own. It speaks for itself.
Yes, exactly. Yes.
Come on, Yasser.
I think Wesley should start making draws with teenagers and try to lead all the others.
I'm fascinated by the current position of Irina Krush and Megan Lee. At first, I thought it's game over. Just like Irina's going to win this very easily. These double pawns means that the queen side pawn majority is not meaningful, whereas Black's king, on the other hand, is going to scoot up the board, go to h6, play f5, and this mass of pawns on the king side is just going to roll and easily win the game. And then I thought to myself, well, Megan's problem is her king. It's just, it's cut off along the d file, and if the king were on e3, she could put up some serious resistance, and maybe the rook could come to b1, et cetera, et cetera. I can't move the king and allow rook d2.
Yes,
I'm just
because
lost.
then rook d2.
So then I started thinking, well, how clear is this rook ending? King and pawn endgame, pardon me. My intention is to sacrifice 2 pawns. 2 pawns
Yes.
in a king and pawn endgame. Like, that's ridiculous. How could you lose 2 pawns in a king and pawn endgame? Well, imagine the following. We get here, and you play f5, and I'm not going to capture the pawn on f5
Yes.
and undouble your pawns. I'm going to leave that alone.
Yes.
I'm saying I'm not worried about f4, and I'm just going to ignore everything. Probably you shouldn't capture the
No.
pawn. Probably you should go back. And I was wondering, okay, I'm 2 pawns down, but
Can
am
you
I
find a way
losing?
to? Yes.
Yeah, am I losing this? And
Actually, White has this active plan with c6. Or what?
right?
Yes.
I mean, I was going to play king to c4, king and c6, just as
Wow.
you mentioned, Anastasiya. And I didn't count it out, but it's so unusual to be 2 pawns down in the king and pawn endgame and not like dead lost.
Yes.
Usually you're just lost with
Yes.
being a pawn down.
Absolutely.
2 pawns
Normally
is
you
dead
don't even
lost.
consider moving to pawn ending, right? In this situation. So
Exactly. It's a very unusual configuration. And Cristian, jump right in on that.
did she play this? No?
No, I think she did play rook
She
d1.
did play rook d1, yes.
And maybe going into a king and pawn endgame, 2 pawns down, that would be really remarkable.
Absolutely. I don't know who's better in this pawn ending.
How do you see it, Cristian? How does the engine see it?
So rook to d1 seems to be a pretty decent move. I don't think rook takes d1 actually works, as in it doesn't give you a winning advantage.
That was my question.
Because after king to g7, it does
G3?
seem like I'm actually the first one. King to e2, if you go king h6, g3, you take on h5,
right.
and now I go king to d3.
Okay.
And on this side, you cannot break.
Right.
Yes.
There is no way to
No
break. I
plan.
mean, you can go f5, but it's going to take a very long time. f5, take, e3, and then king g6, king f5, king e4.
Right.
In the meantime, I'm going to go to your b pawn. So right now, you actually have to pull the brakes and try to go king g6, king here, f5, king c5. It's a... Yes, e3, and maybe you're right
I didn't
in
count it out
time.
either.
Right in time, it seems like you are after king to f3, not king takes e3. King takes e3 actually loses, but king to f3 and then pick up the g pawn. c5, since we're here, we're going to go through the whole variation. King to f2, g3, c8 queen, and after g2, you cannot actually stop my pawn, right? You can give a check on f8, but after king to e2, you're not going to be able to stop my pawn. You probably have to start picking up some pawns. Take, I get a queen, you take, and most likely this is going to be a draw. Maybe even black has some chances due to the fact that the g pawn is more advanced, right? It's not about the quantity of the pawns, but the quality of the pawns in this type of queen endgames. Nevertheless, it does seem like the position might actually be just a draw. Okay. Rook takes d1 doesn't seem to be the best move. You want to keep the rooks on the board. Not an easy decision to go a rook to c8, right? Nevertheless, the more you look at it, it's all about the connection of the rook with the pawn on e4. This is where you're going to be able to increase your pressure later on. So just imagine a rook coming to c4, then white is going to try to defend with a rook passive on e1, and at the right moment, I'm going to go f5 and increase the pressure. That's going to require some trades, and maybe I'm going to be able to build up a majority on the king side as black. So rook to c8 is a key move. At the same time, Megan Lee, I have to say, she's fighting, and she's fighting really well because her position was much worse previously, but she found the right moves. Oh, rook takes d1. Rook takes d1, king takes d1. Okay.
Okay, let's see if Arena has calculated this king and pawn endgame.
Maybe she saw something that we didn't see. This is not going to be easy, guys.
Right?
G3. I thought about this move.
G3,
yes.
Good move,
in order
good move,
to,
good move.
Yes, not to give you a chance to your opponent
Play
to play this,
G3
but
yourself.
and G4 probably then. After you take
If you
G4.
if you take G4,
yes, because otherwise white will play G4, so you have to
Exactly.
play G4 here.
Yes, so that's why you don't take. You need to be able to attack that pawn on G4 with the move F3. Because after G4, I go F5 and I will create a pass pawn at any time, right? Now that you don't have a pawn
I have
on
to
the
play
F5.
F3 if I understand.
No, you actually have to play King E2.
Really?
What?
Because
King E2,
after F3
yes.
is G4 or what? What was
After
the
F3,
problem?
I will slowly grab your pawn on H5, and then at the right moment, I will play G4.
King E2.
It's pretty crazy.
Okay, so King E2, King
Yes.
G7.
It's not easy, guys. King G7, yes. King F3. I'm forcing you to
King
take.
F3.
No,
I'm forcing
I
you
cannot
to
see
take
it.
on F2. This is not easy to see. If she sees that, kudos to her. I mean, this would be an incredible
G4
defense.
check, by the way.
King takes G3. King takes
King takes G3, unfortunately. No, I just checked you. I
Just checked. Very nice.
Yes, yes, yes.
Wow.
If you
King
take
F3.
G4 it actually has to
Okay.
be played, and then F5. But still, even this, it's not clear, right?
No.
You go here,
It's
here,
not
and now you
clear
have
at
to
all.
calculate who has more tempis, right?
Right?
C4.
Look, you have these 3 pawns on the file, and it's not working yet.
Forget about it. Forget about it. Let's wait and see whether she finds this King E2, King F3 variation. At this point, my guess is that she's going to go into a deep tank and try to understand and calculate the variations. That's the thing. That's one of the big factors of assessment that differentiates pawn endgames from any other piece endgames. They're very much calculation based. You have to go, well, I move that, she moves that. I move that, she moves that, and so on for like 20 moves. And if you miss a little detail, then you lose the position. This one is just an incredible pawn endgame, I have to say.
This is fantastic, what we just witnessed with Cristian there. So in book authorship, oftentimes we wrote ourselves into a corner. Here, 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 and we didn't understand the position. So how did we end our analysis? Unclear.
Let's see.
The position's unclear.
Yes.
Now, as a commentator, what does Cristian say? Let's see what the players will find.
Very good, very good. Yes, very
That's
good.
it. That's our go-to line from now on. Let's see what the players will discover.
That's back when the engines were not around.
Right.
And you were seeing this crazy position, and you were, it's complicated.
They know
It's
better.
Go and play.
They know better.
Go and play.
Yes.
Just play it, and you'll figure it out over the board.
Nice. This is an amazing ending. I definitely am eager to keep our eye and see how that unravels. That, again, is the ending between Megan Lee, one of our tournament co-leaders, and Irina Krush. I wanted to jump into the Talia versus Alice Lee game. Unfortunately, bishops of opposite color seems to be a theme in this round 3, as we're seeing.
Wesley made a draw.
Yeah, exactly. And so I'm seeing a draw here. Sabina has made great progress with this whole minority attack. She has managed to really press her opponent Anna into having this weak pawn on c6. In the meantime, this move f7, f5 might look to all eyes like it's some great aggression, but there is a long, long way to go before you even make any threats. Sabina for choice in this matchup of clash of former champions, if you will. And let's see about Begum Rochelle. When we left it, we had to avert our eyes because we thought that Rochelle was in deep trouble. Ooh, look at this. Shades of Bobby Fischer, B2, B4. This was a very nice, I think it was the brilliancy of Game 11 from the 1992 rematch, the rematch between Spassky and Fischer, where Bobby played this flank sacrifice b4, but in that case he had a3 and bishop takes a3. b4 by Begum, borrowing a page.
d4.
Yeah, baby. Look at this. Go for it.
What a move you want to play.
I know.
Wow,
with the king in the center, puzzle rush.
Puzzle rush, of course.
h6.
No, but let's check what would happen. I mean, just for people, like why you cannot take this pawn on d4. It's I like very much those moves when you put the pawn on the square, which normally you cannot even think of, right? This d4 2 times protected. Like, how can you come out with this idea? But really, it happens sometimes, and it's very beautiful. So black cannot take cd4 because bishop a3 obviously coming.
That's clear.
Yes, and e4, then e5.
e5,
right?
yes.
So both times it's really unpleasant for black.
Well, that king is sitting on his open highway here in the center of the board. Ideas of let's just play badly just for a few moves, just so we can show exactly how terrifyingly bad this is appearing to be. Knight to f7 hits the rook, bishop to g5 check, which is why Rochelle actually tossed in h6. Only took it now that but the knight danced right back into the game. This move,
I think she had maybe a possibility to take on e5 instead of moving her knight. I'm not sure, but there was a moment after h6. Could she take d takes c5 just for a second?
Sure, please.
But I think queen takes, yes?
Right.
And unfortunately, there is this a1. I just thought maybe there is some tactics here, but
it feels like,
yes?
it feels like they're easily something like bishop f4.
Yes.
First of all, that protects the rook, so you don't have time to take the rook.
Yes, and if check, bishop
then
e3.
I've got bishop e3.
So I don't know. I mean,
I would have pursued this line of analysis because my favorite is developing with gain of tempo. Bishop
Yes.
f4, that would have been, so yes, takes on e5.
But maybe then she takes on g5, d takes e5, h g5. What can happen in this case? Yes.
There is
yes.
a...
Now
so,
we found what
so
happens.
we do have an issue.
Yes, and also rook on a1 is hanging, right?
And that's the issue.
Yeah.
Bravo.
e5.
Bravo,
No,
Anastasiya.
I'm still checking like e5, but okay, yes, I really, I'm tempted with such
I know.
crazy variations. Sorry,
But
stop me.
no, it's okay. The king in the center of the board. I mean, one of the things that always happens in these tournaments is whenever there's a good king hunt going
Yes.
on, it's like everybody in the tournament hall gets up, comes over.
Yes. Like, what's
that we
happening
call
here?
it the vultures. They all come over to take a look. Knight h4, bishop e8, bishop f4.
Before you go into
crazy?
The line, actually, after knight to h4, Rochelle, she actually clawed her way all the way back into this game. And she had a golden opportunity. Instead of bishop to e8, knight to g4.
Yes, I see
was the
it.
key move. But it's so difficult to see all the variations after that. Also, it's not easy to allow knight
so
h
you
g6
invite
with a
this
check.
fork.
And
Right.
bishop to f4, right?
Right.
You have to defend against the checkmate on h2. Rook takes f4. Now you probably have to take back with the knight.
Not
You
the
can
rook.
also take with the rook, but d3, it's pretty obvious that the rook on a1 is unprotected, so you don't want to see that on the board. And the knight is actually better placed on f4 because it's also looking at the e6 square in a lot of
So?
variations. This is what she should have calculated in order to be able to assess this position as okay for black. d3, which is extremely difficult. Queen takes d3. And now you're like, yeah, sure. Bishop takes a1, knight e6, and I resign. But you give a check first to d4, king to h1, and now knight e5. And now we see the geometry in the position. There's no way for the queen to stay on the d file and maintain that pin against the bishop on d7. So bishop takes a1 is not possible. And at the same time, defend the bishop on c4.
Wow.
Really beautiful variation.
Very, very difficult variation
But
to see.
really difficult to find, yes. I mean,
She did not. Also, keep an eye on her clock, right? She's down to her last 7 minutes with 20 moves to go. So she needs to speed things up right now, Rochelle. But after bishop e8, bishop f4, queen to d7, it does seem that white is back in the driver's seat.
Yes, look at these bishops and all the pieces are really, really happy.
And you don't have g5, that's the problem. You no longer have that counterplay that you were getting after knight to g4, because knight f5 is always coming. So what white should probably do at this point is just improve her position. What is the only piece that's not playing in the game? The rook on a1, precisely. Get it to b1, tie the queen to the defense of the b7 pawn, and take it from there. There's no way for black to improve her position, and she's kind of in trouble at this point.
Absolutely. Nice. By the way, that move knight g4, you know, sometimes you just know you're busted. And you don't want, you know, to be on the receiving end of a brilliancy. And you can see that with your king in the center, you know, if you lose the game, everybody's going to commiserate and say, yeah, we understand you lost the game. But a move like knight g4 is very unnerving because it says to your opponent, hey, I'm still in the game. I'm still fighting.
Yes,
you know, like I've got my own counterattack. So a move like knight g4, I'd find very, very attractive for completely different reasons of psychology. Just putting my opponent, you know, like it's not all fun and games for you either, buddy. You know,
yes,
like
you also have to watch out. Remember this
Exactly.
game from the first round when Alice Lee managed to win this game. At the beginning, she was defending, and then
Against
suddenly
a Shritha.
counterplay. She
Right.
found this right moment.
Exactly.
So something
Okay,
like that.
but at the moment, it sure looks like Begum is for choice. Tatev versus Jennifer. Again, a marquee matchup. We're kind of
Yes.
losing the players here as we left it around here. Bishop e6. Tatev played queen h5, reinforcing the fact that she's looking to drop her knight into f5, maybe on a good day even play bishop takes h6. Jennifer said, get lost. I don't like you.
Get out.
Get out. Queen dropped back to f3, and by the way, gift me the pawn on h6. And okay, there's some toing and froing here because the bishop went back to d5, knight e4, knight h7.
Queen h5.
Why do I feel like the players are
Because
either
this move somewhere. Yes.
making a reversal? It's not a progress.
No.
It's like almost a wily coyote. You're going backwards with the legs.
The only problem, knight f6 was not possible anymore. You cannot go knight f6 back because now they will eat your knight.
Yes,
on
true
f6.
that.
Yes,
True
so-
that. So knight e7, big fight going on over the f5 squares, but dare I ask the question, is the e5, is that a peshki? Just a second.
Maybe, yes,
help
you
me,
can take-
Anastasia. Just tell me what I'm missing, and I'll.
What if I go knight g6?
Knight g6, okay,
G6,
like trying to
and
use the
then
spin on e1.
I take on h1, on h4, and I go f5.
f5, yes,
So
somewhere.
there is definitely a pin on the e file, but now I'm going to get 2 pawns, right?
You are, yes.
Wow, what a
Okay.
move. what might be, yes?
Heroic.
I think Yasser just didn't see this whole idea. Now finally, he saw rook d1 at the end. I caught you. I caught you, Yasser. I caught you. You got lucky. You got lucky, but I caught you.
Yes.
My reputation is going straight down. I mean, I can feel it. It's not working anymore. Do you know at the closing ceremony of the U.S. juniors and U.S. girls, Rochelle and Jennifer came up to me and said, "You guys are terrible. You guys are terrible broadcasters. Jennifer and we would be so much better than you guys." And I was like, "Come on the show. Come on. Take our places." And I told them at this year's opening ceremony that as soon as their games are finished, the producers have asked that they come on and replace us. We take a nice break, and they can. And they were like,
Really? They believed almost
Of course. But I said it in a very professional way.
You tricked them easily,
very
right?
important.
Yes,
Very.
yes.
Hold on. Did we refute queen takes e5? Is it refutable? Is it a pawn in the Tatev Jennifer game?
Yes. So at the end of the day, can we take the pawn or we cannot? Yes or no?
Yes, that's it.
Yes.
Yes or no?
Christian, tell us what computer says. Yes.
You can take it.
Yasser, great
Yeah,
job.
baby. Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you.
You can take it. Yes, it's
You
fine.
can take it.
But
But
apparently
what's
it leads to a draw after move f5.
Immediately.
Immediately f5. Now, if you move the knight away, then I just move my knight away, and your rook on e1 is
clear.
going to be unprotected.
That's
so what
clear.
you have to do is actually take on h6 now.
Right, threatening
What an
mate.
easy draw.
I take.
Yasser. Of course you could see it.
I take, and now it's some sort of a perpetual. You go king h8, queen e5, king g8, queen g3, and this is the perpetual.
Whoa.
So queen takes e5 leads indeed to a draw. By the way, guys.
Yes, please.
She found king e2. Megan Lee
Wow.
found king e2.
Wow.
Will she find, and right now Irina is really deep in thought, will she find after king h7, but this is the first step.
Right.
This is a great first step. Will she find king f3 after king h7 or g7? This is the key question right now that we will let the ladies think and ponder. But I think we should move to the open section because there are some interesting
Let's do
things
it.
going on there.
Let's do it. When we left it, Sam Shankland was enjoying a huge space advantage over Hans Niemann. But enjoying a space advantage was one thing, but when we left it, the problem for Hans is his minor pieces had no great squares. We're about to see that this knight on f8, in fact, discovered a great outpost for itself, and it's not obvious.
Yes, we didn't see it.
He found the c5 outpost. Let's see how he got there. So a4, a useful move. So we see Sam, again, gaining some space, and now thanks to knight d7, attacking the pawn, we don't have time to pick up the f5 pawn. We have to play king d4, takes, knight c5, bishop c2, knight b1, and we're almost all caught up. If you had told me this comes from a French defense, I'd say absolutely, obviously. What else could it have come from? Now this move, a5, convinces me that
A6 is the
we're
idea,
playing
yes?
for A6, knight C3, knight A2, knight B4, and if you ever lose the A pawn, well, you just resign. It's just
Or
it's-
B6 if we can catch B6, but look, now it's
Exactly.
not possible. Yes.
Right. So I think Sam is ready to reroute his knight,
I like
and
this
that was
rose.
why. And that was why. I mean, at first blush, you're thinking. I was thinking that Hans was playing for bishop h7. Let's trade light squared bishops, and let's. But this last move, bishop f7, says, well, I want to control the c6 square, but this doesn't look good for Hans.
No.
Let's say I go
But
knight.
once again, it's still the same question. Did you close the position too much?
Right.
Maybe there are some ideas with knight d5 sometimes, not
Yes,
immediately, but
yes.
not if you, especially if you exchange bishops, then
Right.
maybe knight d5 and then king goes all the way.
I'm beginning to realize that when the bishop's sitting there eyeballing the pawn on b4, let's say I play a6,
Yes.
and let's say black is just waiting. It's not so easy to route the knight to c6 because I have to keep b5 defended, which means we're going to do something like this. And once I do this, I've got a check to throw you back. You don't want to go king to e3. I've got a d4 check.
Really?
So you have to put your king in front of the pawn,
Yes.
and I wait some more. So it's not easy. And what's the evaluation, Christian, of this intriguing ending?
It does seem to be very close to equality. Well,
Right.
obviously, it is white who is pressing, but at least the engines don't see a clear way in which white can create any problems for black right now. It does seem like with this pawn potentially going to a6, which I think was just the last move played, I'm going to keep the bishop on e8, keep
Right.
contact with the pawn on b5.
As you said,
That's
yes.
going to more or less force you to defend it with your knight, right? Knight c3
Right.
or knight to a3. I think knight c3 is going to come pretty much automatically. And right now I'm just going to wait. Sit and wait.
Yeah.
So how are you going to make any progress?
Right.
Whenever you try to get the king to f4 and push g5,
Makes
I'll let you
sense.
push g5, that's fine, but you also have to deal with the h5 weakness. So I don't see a good way to make any progress right now. If you go king e3 and you try to reroute the knight to d4, there's not that much time because the pawn on b5 is
hanging.
unprotected, it's hanging right now. So knight e2, knight d4 doesn't work. I guess what you have to do, but you don't actually have a square to do it from. Because if you put the bishop on d3, I'm going to take that. If you put the bishop on e2, then you don't have the e2 square to reroute the knight. So I don't see a clear way for you to improve your position as white. And we come down to the same question since the beginning of the endgame. Did you close the position too much? And I think the answer to that question right now, it's a clear yes.
Wow. And 30 minutes for Sam Shankland, who played very quickly, came out of the opening with this terrific novelty of Queen C1 to 2.5 minutes, it looks like. And how many moves have
How
they
many
actually
moves I
made?
think they have made?
To go.
Two moves, in fact. Yeah, not a lot to go. One player that has more moves to go and less time is actually Darius Swiercz against Fabiano.
Okay.
Darius down to his last minute. Maybe we can move to that one.
Absolutely. Oh, what a hugely imbalanced position. Bishop versus knight, but this is a massive, massive pawn center for Darius.
Yes.
On a good day, if he ever could play rook e8,
C5 and e4.
e4 is
It's
like,
game over.
yes,
Normally.
but it's not just about nice central pawns, it's also about potential weak pawn on f5. This move knight h4 is a key indication that Fabi is thinking, hey, if I can play queen g5 check, f4, I'm actually really nicely poised to take advantage of things going on the king side. This is double-edged, and what did you say about the clocks?
35 seconds and counting for Darius. So he needs to make a move and he needs to do it fast. This is
Wow.
typical, by the way, for Darius. Darius is what we call a time trouble junkie.
Yes.
He
He just
really
loves it.
enjoys being in time trouble. He always is in time trouble. But surprisingly, he also makes really good moves when he's in time trouble. And he did one just now. Rook F8 is the best move.
Yeah, so protecting
defending.
the 5 pawn. Yeah.
Exactly. Okay, well, let's pursue what looks like a rather forcing series. Queen check.
Yes, king h8, for example.
Okay,
Yes.
king h8.
F4
Good. Yes, that was my question. Can I essay f4 or not?
F4, E4 maybe?
E4.
F4, E4, and
those pawns, man, they look threatening.
It's scary. It's scary. I'll grant you that. Well, in for a penny, in for a
F5
pound.
and H6 or 1-1.
Okay, let's go E3.
Well,
Oh, yeah.
I was thinking of, okay,
F6.
E3, F5. Wow, 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 wow.
Who's
doing
first?
what?
Yeah, yeah. That's
I don't
the question.
know. No, I cannot.
Well,
I was thinking
try
of
to
knight
continue
g6,
going
but I
F6,
think it's
but
not
Exactly.
working.
Rook E5.
Rook E5. I beg
I
your
want to
pardon.
attack that.
Makes perfect sense, of course. And I have to drop back.
Yeah.
Maybe this is just a bridge too far.
Queen E4. Queen D5, sorry.
Queen D5.
Where do you go?
Yeah, it's not.
But then queen g7 is...
But I go rook
So
G5.
uh-huh.
Yeah, I will
So
go
rook
next
G5
move, rook
is-
G5. Pretty much whatever you
King
do.
h3. You want to give checkmate with the king. Yes.
Yes.
Feeling, yes.
A good general always leads his army into battle.
Crazy position, right?
Did they teach you that in your summer school classes? It's a nasty position for time trouble.
C4 was played.
What?
C4?
C4? Really?
Defending as queen d5 idea.
I guess so.
Yes.
C4.
What if
man.
if
That's a move.
en passant?
En
Works.
passant?
But I'm not sure it's a good idea, though.
I kind of like having that. Now, whenever I get to play E4, I feel like I'm going to have a passer on useful
takes C3,
move.
queen takes C3 is on the board.
Oh, it's on the board already.
On the board.
Okay.
Queen to D5 check is also on the board.
Of course, this is what happens when you have time trouble. Moves are coming quickly.
Right? Yes.
Thank
King, I'm assuming king to G1. Ideas of queen C4. I want to say I like black's position, but I'm not sure it's anything. What does the evaluation say?
Black is doing great.
Black is just doing great.
Black is doing great. Actually, the evaluation is giving black a 1-point advantage.
No kidding. I was thinking it was just better black, but not not that big.
Well, 0.5 if you played the very unnatural king to H3.
King to H3.
It's the best move in the position.
What?
But
Yes,
he's not
unbelievable. King
You
H3.
have to be a hero.
He's not
Look.
playing king H3. No way. No
King
way.
H3.
He'll play either F3 or king G1.
Yeah, I think king G1 would probably be...
Maybe F3 because you don't want to see E4 on the
Why
board.
don't you believe on Fabio? I don't understand what's going
King
on
H3
here.
is just a very difficult move to make.
But he's the best player. One of
So
the
I'll
best
give you a
players in
couple
the
of
world.
reasons. One of them is I think he realizes that he's slightly worse.
Yes.
He also looks at the clock. He sees that Darius has less than 1 minute on his clock. So there's still 8 moves to go into the time control. He needs to take full advantage of his time advantage and the situation that Darius is in. So he needs to move fast. He cannot allow his opponent to understand the position and understand his next responses. He needs to make a move and a decision fast. That's why King H3 requires some time. Like you're going to spend 5-7 minutes and understand that the king is actually safe on H3 and then you're going to play it. But in the meantime, also your opponent thought about the position. I think this is one of those situations. It's not as complicated.
I disagree a little bit because I believe
understand.
that actually, I mean, I can give my arguments here.
Please,
Yes,
please.
because I believe that you have to find some moves which will surprise your opponent. So a move like King H3 definitely will be a little bit shocking, you know, like you don't really look at this direction at all.
No.
So maybe at this moment his opponent will be shocked and will do something which he doesn't want to do.
Yeah, no question about it. Those very, I want to say, unpleasant moves, though, but not unpleasant. What is the word I'm looking for?
Surprising moves.
Definitely, the surprising moves can really be off-putting. You're down on the clock, and your opponent makes a move that's a bad surprise, a nasty surprise. And it's sort of like you want to punish them for taking such an outlandish risk, like King H3. So you start to immediately think to yourself,
F4,
I should
for
go
example,
F5,
yes.
and I should go F4 so that the king will have no escape. I'll go Queen H5, and then suddenly a move like Rook G4 check, and it's sort of like, oh my gosh, you know, like now I'm worse or something. So yeah, these surprising moves can be very powerful when your opponent's in time trouble, where we see Fabi.
Over push also, yes, of course.
Right.
But definitely don't want to end up in worse position also with time control.
Exactly.
Finished.
Back over to you,
To
Cristian.
counter that point for just a second,
Yes.
we usually do that when the position is very complicated, though, right?
Right.
So how much of a difference is between king to h3 and king to g1? Not so much. It's not like you're creating any huge threats with the move king to h3. It's just a better placement for the king. So black can still play b6, b5, c6. They can play a neutral move, right?
Yeah.
No matter where you put the king. So that's why I don't think it makes such a huge difference. And that's why I think Fabiano will realize that and will make a move fast. Because speed right now, depending on the position,
He knows his
better.
Guy.
And
King
he plays
G1.
King G1, yes,
Yeah.
King G1. Okay.
As Alejandro would say, I know my boy.
Yes.
I know my boy, that's
Yes,
true.
yes.
That's true.
This is
King G1, and I like this move that you suggested, Cristian. Just simply C7, C6. Why? Well, I just protect my queen, and in case of Queen C4, go ahead and trade it and put my pawn on D5. And in the meantime, I'm asking White, well, you better do something. I've got some space, and maybe one day I'll reroute this bishop to this diagonal, and it will be rather threatening. So we'll keep an eye on that one. Let's just jump to Sam Sevian, one of our tournament co-leaders, and see how he's doing against, well, dare I say it, my pick to win the event, Levon Aronian. And we have Sam Sevian is nursing an extra pawn, if I
Yes,
count
exactly,
them right.
yes.
Yeah.
Even though his pawns are a little bit broken after move f4. I think Levon actually gave this pawn.
He gave
Sacrifice it, yes.
Well, he can certainly win it back.
Yes.
And probably he should take it back. And should he take it back? Whoa, 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 what am I saying? Just a second. There is a fork. A massive fork on d6 in the position, right?
And you don't have bishop s7 to protect, so your bishop is hanging.
And and knight d6. So it's not easy to take this pawn back.
Yes.
In that case, if White could ever play,
no, same story.
in this case, I actually have f5, right?
Yes, also.
Oops. But if Sam is lucky enough to get in the move king g3, he could really enjoy his extra pawn. Levon a little in trouble here?
Sam is doing great.
Yeah.
No, Sam is doing great. Now, the problem with Sam's position is that he has 2 minutes on the clock.
Another
That's
time
the only problem.
issue.
But he also has only one move to go. So rook to a4 was move 39. Lev will be thinking about his decision right now, but after that, it's just one more move. You're going to make the time control, and you're going to try to, well, win this position because you are a pawn up indeed.
Absolutely. Going to another big heavyweight matchup of Olympians. This was the Berlin. And I must say, even though it's another one of those bishops of opposite color positions, you could also say it's pretty much play on one goal. White has a majority. Black's majority, oops, I was about to say black's majority is stuck. And exactly at this moment, maybe c5 can be played?
Yes. To give some space to the king, you mean?
Oh, just to employ, like if I could get the bishop to move back, well then, hey, maybe on a good day I get to play c4 and I'll put my majority to work. I was about to say just here, it felt like, well, black is just a pawn down. These double pawns don't count, whereas maybe I can use my majority. So I thought it was an advantage linear until we got to the moment that we're currently in. I'm not saying that c5 is great or anything like that, but suddenly Ray has an opportunity, maybe, to use his pawn.
Yeah,
and let's just jump to Christopher Yu, who yesterday, again, made waves with that remarkable victory over our defending champion, as well as his interview.
Exactly, it was not only the game. I don't know what actually provoked more discussions, his game or his interview after that game, right? I mean, also Wesley, we discussed it with Wesley today. Yeah, I mean, there was a big reaction, and I would say that in our Twitter account, like more than 50K views of this moment when Cristian was making this interview.
It was actually kind of funny because over the years, Christopher, like a lot of people, you know, like they come on the camera, they kind of get nervous. So Christopher was like the one-word answer, you know, like, how was today? Good.
No,
did you like
yes.
right?
Yes.
And then yesterday came out animated, you know, like I got disrespected, this will not stand.
It's a new fashion, you know, you are talking. You know?
Right.
That's important, I think. And actually, I don't know if we have these tweets. I mean, there were many discussions in Twitter about this interview and the way he said it. What did he mean by saying this disrespect and things like that? I don't know if our team can show it. But, probably the game is more important at the moment.
It provoked us for sure. By the way, I really like Christopher's position. I mean, big time. This he may be on track for his second victory in a row. I mean, just compare this pawn on b6 versus the pawn on a6. Now the question is, could I win by force by doing something like rook b1? Obviously, my winning threat is to play b7, and if you did something like rook b8, again, I'm playing for knight to a5, and obviously, if I can play b7, you know, we could shake hands. Or should I keep the queens on the board, anticipating that the rook goes to b8 and the queen will go to d6? And again, a huge advantage for Christopher. I gotta say, I think this is winning. I understand we have a result in the ladies.
Yes.
I think so. I think it's Naji.
Yes. So we have one more draw, yes?
Yeah, it's just a draw. So, sorry, let me turn back to Christopher's game. Yeah, queen b4 on the board, by the way. That was indeed played. The threat is b7. Elshan cannot play queen e7. Can't play rook b8 because of queen to d6, if I've got that right. Who's the second? No, I've got it back on
b7, because it's checkmate, yes. Wow, b7.
Puzzle rush.
Puzzle rush, queen takes.
And
nice.
If you know your back rank checkmates, by the way, I think it's good for about 6 points in the puzzle rush.
Not that much.
Yeah, you get a lot of back rank checkmate.
A5 he played. Look at this.
A5.
A5?
Oops. Queen b4, a5 on the board. Okay, makes sense, but...
So what's the idea? If you take... Okay, he took the pawn, yes.
He's trying to...
What's the idea? Queen h6.
Queen h6. That looks like
h2 pawn is hanging.
A desperado.
And you cannot move. Yes, you cannot.
Let's go h4.
h4, just h4.
Exactly.
You don't even have g5.
No, the queen is actually monitoring that. And you probably don't even want to play g5 either. Knight to g4 might hurt your feelings as white would take over the attack. But this is a domination by Christopher. No question. I think he's got this one in the bag.
Wesley was right saying that it's not easy to play with teenagers.
I'm telling you, the millennials are coming.
Wow.
Well, they're here. Never mind, they're coming. Whoa, the knight was on c5. I don't know what's going on in this game. I was going to say, I was very impressed that Hans, with his knight on f8 ages ago, discovered a way of actually giving his knight a great square. And it looks like they're, they haven't been repeating. Still advantage white.
Looks like.
But as, well, wait a minute, hold on. Okay, so as white, I guess I want to force the trade of knights. Do I? So let's wait, right? Let's bishop e8, knight f3. I mean, we forget that this is still a protected passed pawn, which means any king and pawn endgame is not necessarily very good for white. But okay, if I'm playing for a win, do I trade? I'm a little bit confused. I want to play for g5, but
Yeah, I mean, even if you do so, I just probably I'd take it, no?
okay, but then be careful because I want to go h6 and
then check and yes. Yes. No, I don't like it. Wait a second. So after what we...
By the way, another result, Alice Lee is not going for the Bobby Fischer Prize anymore.
Yes.
She did draw with Talia. That was the queen and bishop of opposite color we expected to draw in that game. 2.5 points nonetheless for Alice.
Really good, great results so far.
Wow, impressive. Sam Shankland versus Hans Niemann. Jump in, Christian.
Well, that one actually seems to be going towards a repetition.
A repetition?
Yes. They've been shuffling the pieces back and forth. But let's go back to the ladies section for just 1 second, because another player that was perfect up to this point, Jennifer Yu, I think she's going to go down to Tatev Abrahamyan. Because queen e8, queen f8, Tatev managed to break through in the position. And now after queen to g6, I think this might actually be just it. What do you play after queen to g6?
Whoa, first of all, I'm just catching up to the players.
Yes.
As, I guess, Jennifer, what do I play after queen g6? I have no choice, right?
Queen to g6, you have to go back to g7 with the knight. But then I just go d4.
d4, opening up.
And this one finished in a victory for Christopher Yu. Dominant victory for Christopher Yu. 2 in a row for the young man.
Yes. It seems he's really
disrespected.
Disrespected and upset. I mean, you better don't do this.
Never again. Not in my house. Oh, that move d3, d4. Well, the problem is the rook on a7. Like
you need a few moves to get it back.
That's like a pathetically placed rook. And in the meanwhile, I believe that this is like a kind of, I'm walking into some kind of a mating net here. Well, I don't know about that move. Maybe I can just drop back with the bishop. Wait a minute. Hold on. Am I being too flippant here? Maybe queen takes h6?
Just something simple. Yes, take all pawns.
Well, it does
I like your
threaten,
approach. If you can take the pawn, you take the pawn.
You take the pawn, but you are threatening mate in 2.
Yes,
bishop
queen
h7. Exactly.
Yes, great job. Queen h6. I like it very much.
Right. Yeah. Whoa. d3, d4. Is it on? No, queen g6 check is on the board.
Knight g7 and d4 immediately played by Tatev.
Wow.
And it feels like...
It feels like my pick is going to win. I'm sorry to say
Dinner tonight's on you. Everybody's invited. Anastasia's picking up the check.
Yes.
Is time trouble a factor? Because those last moves by both ladies
it's 2 minutes. They have both.
was an indication that they're under pressure of the clock. But 2.5, 2, no, not terrible. But this is just a losing position.
Unfortunately, it doesn't look good. I mean, for
rook a7, queen takes, and the desirable rook e8 is simply walking into a check. This is a pattern that we should all have hardwired into our brain. We put the bishop on h7. We get to reposition the bishop from c2, where it's currently, to g6 with a gain of tempo. This is such a beautiful little sequence for the checkmate there. You should know that. Jennifer, she overlooked something. before. We didn't fully get a chance to witness what she missed, but it sure looks like Tatev has this game in her pocket. D3, D4.
One player that had her game in her pocket, and she doesn't right now, is Begim Tokhirjonova.
Yes. No.
At one point was completely winning
Beautifully.
in her game, but I don't know what happened. Now it's a completely different situation.
What? Two
Where is Queen?
bishops. Nice. That's what everyone. Where's the beef? Where's the queen?
You're close to giving the checkmate, but it's not there.
Right.
There's no checkmate. That bishop on d7 coupled with the action of the queen on d6 defends against all of these unpleasant checks.
Right.
And I have my own unpleasant checks coming.
Right.
Queen to d4 is coming.
Thank you, Anastasiya. That's what I always ask myself. If I've overdone things, do I have a way of saving the game?
At least I think it is. Rook a7, rook b7.
Is one way,
Yes,
right?
I think it's a draw.
You mean?
Yes, just perpetual check. Like there is no way to escape.
That's a good point.
Yes.
Okay, so she
Thank
has a
God,
draw.
okay,
Yeah,
at
right?
least.
Like usually my disasters are, Titanic, like.
There is no way normally. Yes.
the ship is going down. Rook a7. Wow, where did it go wrong? Was it a time trouble?
No.
Where did the queen
she had
go?
10 minutes actually. Yeah, keep going. I think that was more than fine.
Everybody's happy. Wow.
I think this bishop a6 was just a very bad move, very badly timed move, because everything comes with check. You have to be looking at bishop takes h2, right?
All the time.
At this
Yes,
point.
and knight g3
is the only threat
that's a
in the
problem.
position.
Right.
So why wouldn't you start with something like rook to c7 first?
And only.
Why not queen b1 now? Exactly, Yasser, beautiful.
Yeah.
With the idea
Bring the
bishop
queen
c5.
into play, right?
Wow. I mean.
That finishes the game.
It's sometime in your eagerness to just get your opponent to resign, you play a move like bishop a6 and bishop h2 just tasered.
And now it's starting to become a game for two results, because she played the move c3. If you don't pull the brakes, I mean, queen f4, queen g3 is coming in the position.
Yeah, she still has this like rook a7, right?
She still has rook a7, yes.
Yeah, that's
she
good
has
news.
that saving grace.
But it won't be there
played a
all
move,
day,
knight
just a
g3 or
second.
what?
She just played knight to g3.
Knight to g3.
Setting up some unpleasant checks on e2.
Now it's time for Begim to kind of accept the fact that it's...
She kind of blew it, so to speak. Knight g3, ideas of knight e2, knight takes c3. At a certain moment, I start to get worried that moves like a bishop to b5 are going to be available, or a bishop to c6, and I won't have the perpetual check. We'll keep that in mind, and I just want to go back for a second. And we have knight f3, and it looks like I wanted to see if the two players, Sam Shankland, Hans Niemann, continued with that repetition, and they did. A draw between those two, and Cristian. I do believe we have a special guest in studio.
You are very correct, Yasser. We are with a very happy victor of today's round, Christopher Yu. Back-to-back victories for you, Christopher. Big victory. It wasn't easy. Tell us a bit about this game.
I really didn't know what was going on, like, most of the game. I felt like I was just playing off, like, intuition, but it felt, at some point, like, after knight c5, I really panicked.
Knight to c5
I think on move...
all the way here,
22
yes?
was?
Yes, knight to c5 at this point. Looking at your b3 squares, it's not looking pretty.
Yeah. But then I had this extremely lucky trick where I sack my rook when knight e takes c4.
And I think knight to b3 was the move recommended at this point. Did you see this move, and what was your response, the following response for you?
I think my plan was queen b2,
and
then knight d6.
And if I take this?
Knight takes c4.
And now I take back.
Knight d6.
Now I take it.
Bishop d6.
Now knight to c2.
b6.
B6 and just play it like this. Yeah. And you have enough compensation. And I do believe that this was actually the correct response as well. You did have enough compensation here. But after bishop to g2, it does seem like you're starting to take over the initiative. Where was the rook exchange that you mentioned? Knight to b3, rook sacrifice?
Yeah, this was kind of the rook sacrifice, but I found it amusing how all his pieces were somehow like hanging. It's almost it's almost like somebody decided to just randomly put the pieces on all the most hanging squares. It's like so unfortunate for him. Like.
Yes. You played queen b2, knight a1, everything is hanging. The knight on b4 is hanging, the bishop on d6 is attacking that. Knight on b3, bishop on g2, and you're only a piece down. Only a piece down. That's not bad.
Yeah. But like here, if you count the material, I'm officially like a rook and a piece down.
Yes.
But somehow my position, somehow it's still a good position, just because how unfortunately his pieces are placed.
And you're actually going to be a pawn up at the end of all this melee, because still one rook under attack, as well as his two pieces, knight on a1 and bishop on g2. Very nicely calculated, Christopher. Bishop takes f8, rook to c1, and it felt after this that you just transitioned very precisely into a winning position. 2 out of 2 in the last couple of games after a rough start. Did that feeling of disrespect fuel you into this round as well?
I think I maybe could have worded it better. I felt like the interview might have been a bit disrespectful, but I wouldn't say I personally felt disrespected by it.
Got it. Now that clears the cobwebs for us, definitely. Christopher, congratulations. Still a huge victory for you and plenty of games left in the tournament. Guys, enjoy the conversation.
Question from Anastasiya.
Yes, I was just wondering how much time Christopher spent in social media yesterday after that interview. He got many comments even from top players like Anish Giri answered to his interview. Like, is he aware of those comments and what he thinks about it?
Yeah, I am aware of the comments. I could tell that there are a lot of people that were on my side and not on my side, and there was a lot of like controversy behind it. But
how did it feel to be in the center of attention?
Is that something that distracts you at all, or?
Yeah, it was a little bit distracting. Mm-hmm. Maybe I could have been better prepared if I didn't keep checking the whole drama and what other people were saying.
And what did your parents tell you? Because we know that your dad is always with you, always supporting you in every tournament. What did he tell you about this
My dad
situation?
was fine with it, but my mom was like concerned. She was like, why is everybody saying all these bad things about me? But I sort of felt like, I sort of expected it after I realized what I said.
Well, there's good things and bad things. You have to take everything with a grain of salt.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Christopher,
yes,
congratulations. Big victory for you. A nice result and still plenty of games to go.
Thank you.
Absolutely. Congratulations, Christopher. And the results are coming in hot and heavy suddenly as, well, here we see it in the Open, Anastasiya.
Yes, so we have one decisive game. Christopher just won the game against Xiong, and then two draws. Jeffrey Xiong with Wesley So and Sam Shankland with Hans Niemann. 4 games are still on the way.
And a lot of results in the ladies also just took place. Including that we do have 3 draws, and I saw that Tatev did win.
Yes.
And I think Jennifer missed a chance just at the end. Time trouble makes a fool of us all. Her move bishop f7 allowed queen h8 check. Probably she had some kind of moment like this, where she can start to look for some kind of perpetual check ideas to stay in the game. She missed it. In fact, she played the move bishop f7, but after check and bishop c4, she had to give up her queen, and the game was over. Christian, back over to you.
Thank you, Yasser. We are with Sam Shankland after a very tense game against Hans Niemann. Sam, in the opening, it felt like you dropped a theoretical bomb with this move, queen to c1. Tell us a bit about that.
It certainly doesn't bust the Nimzo. I'd prepared this and for like several games, including one with Kristian and one with Narayanan, I just never got to use it. But I think that black is certainly fine, but it's not that easy to play his position. Like, for example, probably the most accurate is to play h6 first, bishop h4, and only now bishop b7, so that I don't have h4, but like this is tough, and then it's sort of, and it's also a little scary to play h6 when you know that I could, in theory, play h4 in response, but there's probably other ways to equalize, but here, like...
And we were looking at trying to understand the differences with this move c5 and e4. Now you take, and there's no more g5.
Okay, bishop f1, king f1. I believe e5 is the only move, which is very tough to find, I think. And even then, I can still play. But no, I mean, there's a variation with queen c2 instead of queen c1, and this one, black is definitely supposed to play h6, bishop h4, and then knight bd7, and now e4 comes and queen c8, and basically the point is here black is fine, because after bishop a6, queen a6, queen c6, already we're trying to screw this up with white, queen d3. The big point is that now after e5, because he's managed to flick in h6 and bishop h4, knight d5 comes and I cannot take his knight, I'll be mated, and now I'm in trouble. Queen knight f4 and I'm mated. So, so basically the whole point with queen c1 is to try to discourage h6. So if black plays knight bd7, I can just play the same line, honestly. Like, yeah, so if he plays knight h6, no, now after knight bd7, this is the point, is that now with the queen c1, now I get g4.
g4.
And now this gets very, I mean, even here I think black is probably fine, but good luck. Yeah, I mean, the way he played it, no, I mean, bishop b7 is probably basically fine the way he played h4, and now knight c6. I mean, I didn't have this move. It looks really bad.
And it does seem like it's slight mistake, at least.
Yeah, I mean, I know there was... He can take the pawn with bishop f3 and queen d4, but it's very scary. c5, I think, sort of equalizes after dc, knight d7, c6, rook c8, knight d4, knight e5, but still queen f4, I go rook d... Like, there's some line here, rook c8, knight d4, knight e5, queen f4, and computer calls this equal after knight c6, this much I knew, but okay, take, rook d1, I swing rook h3 around, at some point the bishops matter. I don't know.
It's a long game,
yeah, well, I thought he would take with the rook, but whatever. Anyhow, it doesn't matter. But the way he played with knight c6 looked very suspicious to me, and I thought I should just be better, but I was struggling a little bit to find the way. I was very surprised by knight d5, actually, as well.
And I think the computer was saying h5.
Yeah, that's not the dumbest move, but...
just because after h6 you can take on h6.
Yeah, this I saw. But if he takes on f4, I somehow didn't love my pawn on h5 now, and yeah, so h6, and it's not so easy for me to coordinate. I thought black's probably more.
You're not on time to take. Probably you're giving up too much.
That's way too much. Rook a8 and knight a5. So I don't know. I mean, I thought rook c1 felt natural enough, and the real question was if I could do something better than what I did. I don't know. I mean,
so I think you got. Everything
was I supposed
good.
To take f6?
Yeah. Taking on f6 was the right move.
Yeah,
bishop to e3, you can play that as well.
About it, but knight g4 and f5, and thought this was coming, and I wasn't so sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, I thought I was better here. I wasn't sure how much, but yeah. So take knight d2, and I was absolutely shocked by d5. I thought this totally underestimated the danger of the structure. I mean, I think. He's worse if he doesn't play this, but probably not that much worse and should hold. But here I actually thought I had very good winning chances, and I really came very close to winning at the end, I think. If we go forward. Yeah, I didn't know about playing b4, b5. I was worried that he will go bishop a4 and then knight c6. And once he does that, then he's got a5 coming with actual counterplay, which I didn't like. So I thought I should play b5. I understood this sort of just on the queen side. But the problem was I just couldn't quite break through. There was the critical one, I think, was right on move 40. Yeah, so here I thought he's just in huge trouble. Okay, so yeah, fe5, I don't know, maybe this is just a draw, but so here, take, sure. And I was expecting a6 after bishop c2, actually. I thought
which was probably a good move, yeah.
But,
a6 or a5?
Yeah, well, I thought a6, just to be very forcing. Okay, ba6, and then apparently it's just fine for black.
I think one of the lines was...
Yeah, bishop takes b5, and then knight d7, yeah. And then
knight d7 and knight b3 to try to go for the e6 pawn. Yeah. But it's not enough.
Yeah,
knight
so...
takes,
yeah, but the way... I thought it came very close to winning. So after I got knight b1, bishop g8, a5, I think bishop f7 was only move, right? Because if he plays bishop h7, I believe it's lost. I go take, and then knight d2 or a6.
Yes. Yes.
Yeah, and this one was winning. I was really hoping for that, but he made the right decision to come back to f7, and then a6. Yeah, and so here, knight a3 was good. So now I'm just curious if I can win this position after bishop d7, because my understanding here is if I can put my knight on d4, I believe white wins.
Okay.
Then I give him the king. I'm threatening knight c6, and I'm threatening king f4 and g5, and he cannot stop both of them. And the problem is that his knight is terrible on c5. But I was sort of thinking here, I don't actually see how I can get my knight to e4 was the problem, without letting his knight get free.
So let's see this computerish move, bishop to g6.
Yeah, but the problem is
g8.
I need to defend the b5 pawn to get my knight to d4, and I didn't see how to do this. So
you try to put the bishop on this diagonal?
Yeah, I think if he doesn't play knight e4, he probably loses, actually. Like, I mean, well, okay, let's say, like, I don't know, if he goes bishop e8, if he just wastes time, bishop e2, bishop d7. I suspect I should win this if my knight gets to e4, but yes, like, so we go now king e3. I think waiting will, I mean, I guess he can always just go knight e4, but if he just, yeah, that move just saves him.
One more
Knight
move.
c2, and then king wherever, f7. Knight d4, and then, yeah, once I got the knight to d4, it's winning. So I guess, but he has knight e4 in time. So I also could have tried knight c3 on move 39 instead of knight a3, with the point that now it's easier to go bishop d1, d2. But the problem is here, after something like king f8, and then bishop d1, I think he can still play knight e4 here, was the issue. I think this is still just a draw. Take, and king on g7, and I don't believe I will win.
Yep.
Which was very frustrating.
Yep.
But yeah, I thought I came very close, but I guess with a couple, I just couldn't quite get the coordination in time at the end.
He played very accurately. Now, one thing that you always feel very proud about is your physical prowess and the fact that you're working out and the fact that you can maintain energy levels throughout the long event. This is a very long event.
Yeah.
Do you feel that helps you?
Well, I guess we'll see in rounds 11, 12, and 13. I can't remember ever losing the last round of a U.S. championship. I don't believe I've ever lost the final round. But no, I mean, fitness is not wildly relevant until you've started to play 7, 8, 9 games. But I certainly hope it'll help.
Guys, any extra questions?
Just on that note, Sam, fitness, what do you do? Tennis, basketball,
No, I'm too uncoordinated for sports. All of my teammates would hate me. No, I do a lot of weights. I do calisthenics. I have a Peloton I like to ride. Do a lot of weighted pull-ups, weighted push-ups, and try to also just I live in a very walkable area, and so just walking to everything, grocery store, restaurants, you just average 4 miles a day just by choosing to walk, even if you're not trying to explicitly exercise. It burns a lot of calories, keeps you fit. I mean, I'm not, the biggest health, nutrition, fitness guru there's ever been, but, I do things that work for me, and, well, I think it's helped so far.
Fair enough. Good luck in the tournament, Sam. And our results so far, Anastasiya. Let's start with the Open.
Let's check them. So we have how many already? Yes, 4 results. Yes. So
and we're on our normal 2 victories per round.
But
so
I hope
we're
we'll have more.
Yes, we may very, very well with 3 games remaining.
Yes. So we have 2 decisive games, 2 draws. Now just Sam was here. He made a draw against Hans, and.
See that Wonder has won that. That was the doubled A pawns versus the center.
Yeah.
And in the ladies?
In the ladies section, Tatev defeated Jennifer. Yes. Then we can draw between Sabina and Anna, and 2 other draws. Actually, we have more draws in women's section
Suddenly,
compared to open section.
We usually have 4 victories around in the ladies. Only 1 thus far, with 3 remaining.
Yes.
And back to Cristian, you have also another guess.
We do have a Wanderer Liang after his victory against Alex Lenderman. A Wanderer, first of all, congratulations. A difficult tournament up to this point, especially the game yesterday against Elshan. Tell us a bit about how did you approach this game with the white pieces against Alexander Lenderman?
Yeah, I had 2 piece sets due after my game with Elshan, so I just spent the night working on homework. Didn't really have much time to look at anything really, and Yeah, I was like out of book after move 3, so basically like I didn't really know what to do against the Slav, and I guess that just kind of happens when you're sub 2700 level, you know. I mean, you like to watch the guys like Caruana, but sometimes you have to look at my games just to see the struggle for the rest of us. So yeah, I saw Jeffrey played Queen C2 against Dariush, so I was like, okay, Jeffrey used to be 2700, probably it's a decent move. And yeah, we got some normal position, I think.
So you were playing from memory, yeah? From distant memories of the past, watching a game of Jeffrey.
Yeah,
and
I don't think...
Sure, I'll play Queen C2.
Yeah, I was well out of book, so I thought like I would just play something random, maybe lose this game quickly, then get back to homework again. So, you know, I was really surprised when actually I got a decent position, because I don't think Queen C2 is the main move, but...
it's a move, yeah.
Yeah, it looks like a move at least.
Bishop F5, G3.
Yeah, okay, this apparently is some kind of line. And yeah, A4 looked interesting. The idea is that in some lines after knight B6, and then maybe my D4 pawn is hanging. So if I provoke A4, A5, then like his knight on B6 would be very loose.
After Queen to B3.
Yeah, like here I might have like knight H4, Rook E1, something like that. Yeah, I was just happy that he wasn't blitzing anything out anymore, so I didn't hang a piece, and basically...
You took him out of his preparation for sure.
Yeah, so here, I mean, probably he's equalizing after takes, bishop E4. But at least I have my pawn on A5, so I have like some space advantage, and also the center is very secure. And yeah, I think basically it was equal until, I'm not sure, he played E5, if you keep going.
Yep.
So yeah, I just traded some pieces, and I think this is totally fine. Yeah, and here he played E5, which I didn't really understand what the point was. I thought maybe if he just played like knight B6 instead, or, I mean, queen takes A5, it's very normal position. I mean, the A pawn is a little weak, but okay, he should be able to hold. And like a lot of cases, like the 5-on-4 is not even that
a lot of
yeah. Especially if like, let's say I have E4, E5, then like that's definitely holdable. So,
absolutely.
Yeah, I think probably he was just a little overconfident. You know, when I got the wild card, I sort of thought that the St. Louis Chess Club like always needs a punching bag. So it looked like, yeah, he probably thought like I blundered something, but I'm not too sure. And after D takes E5, like he thought for quite a while. So yeah, normally that's not a good sign when you're like sacrificing pawns.
Pretty sure if you're 2600, you can never call yourself a punching bag. Queen to A2, queen takes A2, and you felt quite comfortable with the huge majority on king side.
Yeah, here, I mean, it's probably, it might not be winning, but I think practically it's just very hard for him to defend this. Like he has to generate counterplay in like very unexpected ways, and I think probably, like after bishop E3, knight E4, it looked maybe almost okay for him. Like yeah, maybe here knight C3 or something, and then rook C8 and try and trade a pair of rooks, because yeah, once he trades the rooks, then like the A pawn, yeah, basically like I would much rather have 2 rooks on the board so that when rook is active, and here like okay, he has a lot of counterplay. But yeah, I think
play this, you play
yeah, and especially after knight D6, yeah, he allowed rook C7 and the rook gets to 7th rank, and like okay, now his entire queen side is falling apart.
Absolutely.
So yeah, I mean probably just an off day for Alex, because yeah, his play seemed a little strange in the middle game, but yeah, still happy to get the win.
Very happy to get the win. I wonder, you mentioned that you're doing homework. How do you balance your academic career as well as your chess career?
Yeah, I think at the moment I'm much more of a student than a chess player. You know, it's really funny because I was going to come in here and talk about how it's really hard to do everything, and like school is taking a lot of time from my preparation. But then I see Jennifer in the other section, also in college, winning all her games, and like that excuse doesn't hold up that much water anymore. Probably got to ask her how it's done. From my end, yeah, I mean, I would like to play better chess going forward, but I guess we'll see. Like,
and
yeah.
What do you study in college at the University of Chicago?
We're taking various classes right now. The major's still undecided, so you know, plenty of directions to go. Still figuring it out.
And you mentioned this tournament that you're going to miss school to your professors. What was their response?
Most of them said, like, the first line was like, congratulations. And then the second line was like, I still expect you to turn everything in on time. So, you know, not much we can do on that end. But yeah, still glad to be here. it's a great event, and yeah, you know, it's been an enjoyable experience thus far.
Wander, congratulations. We'll see you in the remainder of the games.
Thank you.
Lovely interview there. I can understand this very awkward situation of trying to balance being a student, a full-time student,
Yes,
and being
US championships he
Exactly.
plays. I mean, it's not an excuse from your
Professor.
homework. I mean, it's unbelievable.
Right?
Like,
it's not
what's
like
going on
my
with this
dog
world?
ate my homework. Please, cut me some slack.
He doesn't
I gotta
have
go
time
to
to
the US champion.
prepare. He has to do his homework. I mean, what's going on here?
Exactly.
I mean, we have to do something about it.
Take measures, indeed. Write to my congressman. Something like that. And we're getting prepared for another interview before we go on break, as Tatev won a very, very nice attacking game. And she's going to be hooked up with Cristian, and they're ready.
We're ready.
Over to you, Cristian.
Tatev, a big victory against one of the co-leaders going into this round. Jennifer, you take us through this very tense game.
I mean, it was a lot of back and forth. We both managed our time really poorly. And at some point, something happened. We didn't have time, and then the game ended. That's the short version of this game. Yeah, so here's the critical moment.
So I think at this point we were wondering, and you both were having close to 10 minutes with a lot of moves to
We
go,
could have
20
reached
more
this
moves to
position
go.
in an hour on our class because there's nothing critical happened until this point.
And queen to e5 was an option as well. Did you consider this move at
Yeah,
all?
but I thought it doesn't work. Knight g6.
Knight to g6, queen to
takes
g3.
f5.
So, or queen to f5, sorry.
Oh, queen to f5.
This seems to have been the right move.
Oh. No, I didn't like taking on e5. Just didn't feel comfortable doing that. There's too much happening on that file. There's too many pieces.
That is true, and you are perfectly right,
yeah,
because after
f5
f5
first,
you
okay.
have to force the draw.
Okay, there's no way I can calculate this.
Absolutely. And you played bishop to e3.
Yeah, I thought this was the safer option.
How did you assess the position?
I
at
thought
this
f5
point?
was a mistake. I thought she has to take on e3. I think I have to take with the f1.
Bishop
Okay, I
takes
guess I shouldn't take with the
lower,
f1. But I thought this position is okay. Like my pawn structure is ruined, but I have a bishop. I have the f-file.
Definitely some compensation, yeah. For
It's so I think like my bishop is super strong. No, like how is she gonna?
bishop to b3,
Yeah.
comes to b3, a lot of pressure on f7. Don't worry about the computers.
like d4 and f4 are both covered. My net. I can maybe at some point go f5, take with the e pawn. I don't know. Like I thought this can be quite dangerous for her.
And I think actually the engines are just finding some sort of very concrete lines. Knight f6, if you go to f3, knight g6, and things of this nature change the structure. But she played f5 and allowed you to get at least momentarily her rook on a7.
Yeah, even here she has to take on e4.
Yes.
And then I think bishop c5. So
No,
and
bishop
then yeah,
c5 is
take because there are some lines where she can try to trap my like e4, knight f6, and then my knight on h4. Like she can go g5, my knight is trapped. That's why I thought bishop c5, so I can take on e7.
Yep.
So my knight can get. But I thought even here I should be doing fine because the position opened and I have two bishops.
And the pawn on e4 could become a liability in the future.
Yeah, she has to have something concrete because at long term, like this has to be really nice for me.
Absolutely, and it does seem like that's the case as well. Rook takes a7, she played
Yeah,
knight to c5.
but this is already losing for her because everything is hanging down. I probably have many ways of playing here.
Not so much. I think you did find the most precise way. Rook takes c8 and queen to g6 after that. Tatev, good victory for you. How does that feel? How does it feel to take Jennifer Yu out in this game?
Yeah, it feels good. It's my first victory of the tournament. I'm very unhappy with the way I'm playing. I just don't trust myself, can't make any decisions. I think it stems from not playing a lot of chess, taking long breaks. But yeah, it's an important victory. She's a very dangerous player. The year she won, she had 10 out of 11. So when she goes on the streak, she becomes unstoppable. So yeah, I think this was crucial for me.
Guys?
No, our congratulations, Tatev.
Yes.
Wonderful game. A nervy game because of the time trouble, but very entertaining to call.
And I think it's time to gain your confidence back. I mean, you're really doing well in this tournament. Don't say anymore that you play not good. Great
Nastya,
victory.
you're my inspiration. Every time I come here, I get such positive feedback.
Of course, come more often.
Come more often. And as we prepare ourselves for a break over here, we just wanted to say yesterday's interview with Christopher Yu did light up the Twitter sphere.
Yes, absolutely, yes. And
the
YouTube,
internet.
of course.
Exactly. So as we go on break in enjoy a replay of the Christopher interview from round 2. See you on the other side.
Biggest win of your career. How do you feel? You just took down the defending US champion with the black pieces.
I feel like it's a great redemption from yesterday, especially after seeing the interview and everything. I felt like I was kind of disrespected. And it was also kind of a wake-up call that I really needed to improve my openings and everything.
How did you feel after that game yesterday? Because you had your chances as well, right? And there's some rivalry between you and Hans, it seems
I felt disrespected on every level.
And why is that? Why did you take it personally, I guess?
Because after the interview and everything.
back to round 3, and we start with women results. We have 3 draws so far and 1 decisive game between Tatia Abrahamyan and Jennifer Yu.
Very, very big game that was. And in the open section, what results have we so far for round 3?
Yes, let's check them also. And we have 2 decisive games, 1 game more than in the women's section so far. And Avonder won against Alex and Christopher Yu against Elshan. So, and 2 games finished in draws.
But a very eventful draw took place in the Sam Shankland versus Hans Niemann. We just had an interview with Sam where he berated the fact that he was so close to getting the ideal setups that would have led to a victory. In the remaining games that are going on currently, on the open between Lanier and Ray Robson, after this last move, rook h8, even though the presence of the bishops of opposite colors, it's very clear that white is the one pressing, as Lanier always has this move f5, and the majority on the queen side is not as useful as white's majority. So, for example, Lanier might, just putting something on the board for just a moment, set up a situation such as the following, where these 4 pawns are literally being harnessed by these 2 pawns, pawns on a5 and b4. You can imagine that the bishop would sit on c5, and then black's king is out of the game. Now, how white's king gets to journeys to g5 so you can play g5, that's a completely separate question, how that all happens. But I would say that Lanier is fighting for 2 results in this game. If the game ends in a draw, well, Ray should probably count his lucky stars, as he's definitely on the back foot. Now, in the other 2 remaining games, Levon is definitely in trouble. Sam Sevian, one of our tournament co-leaders coming into today's round, is enjoying a very, very healthy extra pawn against the formidable Levon Aronian. As we can see, white's structure is a little bit messed up, but yeah, give white the chance to play f5, f6, and you can imagine that he could easily realize his material advantage. And then finally, we have a game that's kind of difficult to call, this game between Darush and Fabi, as both sides have some trumps, but first impressions are that Fabi has managed to turn the tide a little in this one, Christian.
Oh, Fabi was doing great up to this move. He actually was completely winning if he would have played rook takes e5 instead of queen takes e7, so the wrong pawn. He took the wrong pawn. Rook takes e5, and this gives him a +4 advantage.
Wow.
That's pretty significant. Rook to f8 and follow that rook on the 8th rank and try to get to the king. It's all about getting to the king after rook to e8. In order to not get checkmated, you have to drop the rook back to d8, but after I take, now I pick up the pawn on c7 with a tempi. And I'm going to also pick up the pawn on f4. You don't have time to venture and take my pawn on a2 because you're going to get checkmated. You have to keep the queen on the long diagonal, and unfortunately, this is going to lead to some problems for you. So this was a big moment. He took on c7, and now another critical moment, because if he sees the next sequence of moves, Darius that is, he has great chances of potentially saving this game. The big sequence is take on g3 first. You have to probably take with the h-pawn, and it's the most natural to take with the h-pawn, not open up the second rank for a potential rook coming to d2, and now queen to c3.
Wow.
Now, the idea is that if you take on b7, I can take on g3. Not only that you're not winning, you're actually losing. You're getting checkmated with the white pieces. So this is key, queen to g3. He must see this. After queen takes c3, rook takes c3, if you do take the pawn on e5, I just simply take, then I go after your a2 pawn, and this is just a technical draw. I'm going to take the b7, I'm going to take the a2, and then we're going to exchange the a3 for the b3 pawn, 2 versus 1. We know that this is a draw. Still some work to do on the defensive side, but it's a technical draw. Big moment right now if he sees f takes g3 followed by queen to c3. But once again, he's down to his last 1 minute. So maybe we can pan out on the bird's eye view and see his reaction as he's facing this difficult decision.
And Anastasiya also had a question for you Cristian, queen c3,
Rook e5.
rook takes e5.
Maybe just to check it. I mean, I have some
No,
again. goes-
absolutely. You gotta,
Yes,
Yeah,
yes.
so the idea is queen c3. By the way, only move for Dariush.
But what if I...
And rook takes
no,
e5.
first I take on g3, and that's key.
Yes.
First I
so
take on
if
g3.
you don't take,
No,
yes.
this is key. This is key. You have to
Yes.
start by taking on g3 first.
Yes, absolutely.
Because otherwise it would work this variation.
Which
yes?
he did with 10 seconds on his clock.
I see.
10 seconds.
And
on
now if you take on e5, I think I can take on g3.
On G3, that's the point. Because otherwise, if you take the queen on C7, rook E8, and then rook E7, yes?
And now you're in a very nicely
I just wanted to
favorable-
show that actually there is this idea.
Very nicely spotted.
But
Yes.
unfortunately, rook G3, wow.
Yeah, that just really
Ruins
how do
all
you
my
say?
plans.
That's
Yes.
the cold shower variation.
Yes.
This
Rook
move,
takes
queen to
g3.
c3, is key. It's not... Oh, he played it.
What?
Yep.
Queen C3?
He saw it. Queen to c3 is on the board.
Kudos to...
Nice.
You give these guys one chance, and they will find it. They're that good.
They really are. Now, the question, though, obviously, queen c3, I liked what you were saying about, you trade on e5. You do end up liquidating the whole queen side, so it's 2 versus 1. We'll accept that that's going to be a draw. But do I have to be so compliant? Could I just play a move like rook e2 and kind of slow play it? Maybe play for king g3 and, I don't know, even on a good day, play for rook a4?
Yes, you can definitely do that. And this will probably give you a better endgame.
Right.
Is it sufficient
To
for
win.
a win? That's a big question that the players will have to answer. Definitely the chances to hold this one with the black pieces increase compared to what you had before. After rook takes e5, you would have gotten checkmated pretty much. So,
Exactly.
yeah,
What
queen
about
takes e7
that?
was a huge blunder, allowing Darius back into the game. And also, right now, Fabiano is facing a pretty difficult decision because queen takes e3 is not the only move. Maybe you can try to calculate queen to f7 and then try to run with the king, right? Rook takes g3, take on g3, queen takes g3, and king to f1.
Just a moment.
Just
Queen
let's
to
check it.
c3. And what was the
Queen
alternative?
Maybe queen to f7 to cover the f file, right?
And also threatening the rook. So take, queen G3.
And then we run to f1.
And now, do we have the perpetual? So queen to h3. Let's keep going. And now queen to g2, right?
Yes.
But what if you go king? If you go king e3, now queen to g3, and you never have time to cover with the queen
Yes.
because one of the rooks is under attack. And if you go to the d file, you allow my rook to get involved into the attack.
Then rook D8 comes.
Whoa, that's a nasty check.
And actually, now you
No,
might
now it's a
be
good
in some
checkmate.
trouble.
Now it's not only
Why did we put the pawn on a3? Well,
Now we
You
know.
have to be a bit careful.
now we know.
Wow.
This is a big moment, guys. I mean,
If you don't mind, in the moment that Dariush played the move rook takes d3, was it a time trouble for Fabi?
no,
Because,
Fabi has 31 minutes on
And
this.
so
he
he
has-
could have. So rook takes. He didn't calculate rook takes e5.
Yeah, he could have
Remarkable.
spent some time on it and calculate rook takes e5 and try to play it like that.
And that, according to the engines, Anastasiya, was a 4
+4. Wow.
pawn advantage for Fabi. So this was a pretty nasty miss.
Oh my God.
I'm not used to seeing Fabi mishandle winning positions. I mean, we can all mishandle them, but not Fabi. He's
I feel
very
this
consistent.
this is his biggest problem right now in this stage of his career in the past, let's say, year. I remember even at the American Cup, no, actually at the Sinkfield Cup, he played against Dominguez, and he had twice a +5-6 on
Advantage.
the engine advantage, and he did not manage to find the right solution. So it's a problem. It's a problem that he will have to address in time, of course, because you cannot solve everything in one day. But he definitely needs to be worried about that.
You know this feeling when you come back after the game and then you see the computer and it shows +4. I mean, that's not the best moment.
Seriously, it's depressing.
Yes, it's depressing.
I mean, I always before the engines became so strong, it was like chess was a mystery, right? Like, did I miss a win? Did I miss a draw? I would come back, and I felt good when I made the discovery of the truth. It's like, okay, I worked hard, and I found for myself that yes, Yasser, you're an idiot, and you missed the win. I felt good. Now I come back and I'm instantly told I'm an idiot.
I just read today this phrase that all moves look good until if you don't check them with engine, if you don't analyze them. Yes,
exactly.
So that's exactly probably what you described. If you don't really check your games, you believe that you're a genius.
Right.
Then, unfortunately, you come home.
It's depressing. It's depressing.
depressing.
All right, we'll keep our eye on that. What's going on in the ladies? What do we have? First of all, Begim, she's made life difficult for herself, but on the other hand, she's still got the win in her grasp, Cristian?
It's difficult to say, yes. Definitely close to that, but it's difficult to say. Sure, objectively, maybe she's still winning, but how easy is it to convert this advantage? Because you also have to look around for a potential h4, h3. So you need to keep this bishop on the d8, h4 diagonal. But how do you make progress if you don't include your bishop into the attack? So bishop to g5, I see this is what the computer is recommending. Knight to a5, king to d4, or king to b2. But then my knight goes back. Okay, how do you make any progress? If I manage to exchange the knights at some point and go into an opposite color bishop endgame, that's a problem. That might actually become a problem in the position and allow black to make the draw. So it's not an easy conversion. Definitely not an easy conversion. She will be having to look at her opponent's time as well. Well, her time as well. 16 minutes and 55 seconds for Begim, 14 minutes for Rochelle. And as we get closer to the second time control, well, the final minutes of the second time control, that's when this game will be decided.
All right. Wow. I mean, I remember a position where there was a rook on c7, the double bishops on a6 and b6. Somehow we got this position. I want to say, by the way, big shout out to Megan Lee. She found in a very, I mean, if I gave you this position as a study, as a, like how can white save it? I mean, it's going to be a challenge for a lot of the top grandmasters of the world, especially when you say, okay, king e2, king g7. This move is not intuitive at all. King f3, my goodness. What a move. f5, king takes g3. And the players eventually did get to a position where neither side could make progress. Irina did her best to try to triangulate and trick Megan, but Megan was up to the task, and it was a draw.
Unbelievable.
Very hard fought.
Well played by players, both players, but especially Megan, who had to find this really hard defense.
And again, right here, Irina had come up with this wonderful exchange sacrifice. Rook takes, pawn takes, followed up by knight c4. Again, not an easy, intuitive move. You want to take the pawn on c3. And then there's only one possibility to save the game. Rook d3, queen b6, rook d8.
I mean,
she deserved a draw. I mean,
this game was special, yes.
Yeah, and by keeping that draw, the 8-time U.S. champion is at 50%, and Megan is at +2. But we do have one other game beside the Rochelle game going on, and that's between Ru Yang and Sophie. And this looks like the knight is just dominating the bishop. But white's extra pawn on the queen side means that knight d6 and...
Yes, it just moves forward. I don't know if there is a way to stop it. I don't think so.
Don't think so either. I think that Ru Yang Yan is going to win this game. Back over to you, Cristian. What do you have for us?
I'm looking at this game between Sam Sevian and Aronian, and I'm trying to understand how big of an advantage does Sam has. Plus 1.6 by the engine, but how do you make progress, right? That's the question. At some point, my guess is that he's going to try to go knight to e3 and knight to f5. Try to target this bishop on d6 that is blockading my expansion on the d file. So this is key. How do you go and stop that? Let's say rook to d8, knight to e3, bishop to c5, rook to d3, bishop to d6, and I finally get my knight to f5. So what is black's response right now? Apparently, you need to save this bishop with the move bishop to f8. And now d6 with the knight on f5 is not as easy to be played. So let's transition this knight back to e4. Bishop to d6, knight to e4. Sure, I think this is pretty much the best position that I can get as white. I still go f5. And the question is, how is this position winning? No, it's not. Actually, this is easy to tell because you don't have the king coming to e5. There's no way you can approach this pawn. Once you land on d4, I'm going to take on d5, you lose the pawn. So how are you going to approach this position? You can do this, this, and try to go behind. Let's say I just stay around. And you try to go behind and go to the c file. Nope, you're not going on the c file. If you try to get to d4, I'm going to pick up the pawn on d5. So this is a blockade from black's perspective. This is an easy draw. The material is too limited. So despite the fact that the engine is saying this is an almost winning position objectively, I don't see it that way. I think Levon has good chances to save this one.
Okay, one idea you were saying was to get rid of the bishop on d6, Christian.
Yes.
I like that. The line that I thought was even more attractive for white was simply with the knight on g4, playing for f5 and playing for f6.
Okay.
Now, hold
How
on. I
would you
don't
make
think
that,
I've... let me just refresh my board for just a
No,
second.
you
the
have the right
bishop...
position. He just played bishop c5.
Bishop c5.
Yeah. So,
Mhm.
so just a second. Go back. So rook d4. I'm not sure why I played my rook on d4. If he just goes f5 and plays for f6.
You play f6 yourself.
So let's
then
go f6.
Well, that was my question. That's probably the ugliest structure you could have for the bishop. But, I mean, ugly is ugly, but how am I still going? I still have to prove a victory, yeah? We have to go like, well, maybe in this case I can go rook e3. I would like to, I'd like to drop my rook in on e6 now that you've played f6.
Let's go rook d8.
Yes, actually,
Rook
and then
David 8.
bishop somewhere.
Okay.
Okay, so let's just say I sit. I'm going to wait for you to improve your position. How do you do it?
Okay.
Let's say rook a5.
Yeah, sure. Okay.
King h7, sure.
Now, rook a5?
Well, you just played king h7.
Oh, king h7. Okay. My knight. My knight. I'm reaching for my knight.
Where is the
I'm hovering like Christopher. I'm hovering. My knight needs to go to e4, and it's not intuitively obvious how I'm going to get there. Come on.
Maybe
There
we
it is.
go with the knight to g6. Then
Knight
rook
to
is
g6.
rook e8. But
there.
okay.
So let's go rook
probably it's not
c5.
possible.
Which one?
Rook c5.
Rook
Let's
c5. Just
Keep
waiting.
you
waiting.
away from the c4 square.
Well, now it's time to double up on the 7th, right?
No. Rook b3. Okay.
With my knight on e3, I'm really feeling good.
I'll go rook c7.
Rook to c7.
You're very close. I'll give you that.
It
Now if I
feels-
go bishop c5, you go rook c6.
Correct.
Or g6.
That looks, and if you go rook here, I mean, it just feels like you've been backpedaling.
I know. But how do you make progress?
You're still same question, right? I guess it just
So bishop e5, let's say,
Yeah.
or maybe bishop b8 immediately creates some sort of a threat.
Yes, so let's say the knight cannot move.
I'm not 100% sure what threat.
Bishop
because
e7, bishop a7 was my threat, but you go d6 and
that doesn't feel like a threat.
no, I'm helping you.
It feels like help.
Okay, so let's go bishop e5.
But the point that I was trying to make is that I mean, the move f6 is kind of ugly.
It is. I agree
But
with you.
on the other hand, just if you don't play
Play.
f6 yourself, then I was thinking I will play f6 and disturb the kingside fortress. Now, what we have in the game, however, is quite different. We have bishop c5, rook c4, and Levon is thinking, do I come back and keep the blockade on d6 with my bishop? Because for the moment, the knight on g4 looks a little bit weird, right? Knight e5
Knight
would be,
e5 is in the air all the time, yes.
that would be something I would really aspire to play if I could.
Then maybe even my idea was knight g6 will be possible.
Yeah, absolutely,
Yes.
absolutely. You studied the rook and rook and knight checkmating patterns, have you?
About it, yes.
Well, again, this would be huge for Sam Sevian. He comes into today's round tied for first with 1.5 points. Should he win, he would be our clear tournament leader.
Yeah, he's one of the most talented actually players in America, I guess. I mean, he's considered talented long time ago.
Right, Jeffrey Xiong, Sam Sevian. Yeah, wow, really, really great, talented players that we have in the United States. That's why this mixture of veteran players like Wesley So and Fabi, mix them up with Christopher Yu and Hans Niemann, for that matter, very young, 19-year-old. Yeah,
Sam played
nice.
in World Cup, I remember, I think in Tbilisi. It's been a long time ago already. I mean, these COVID years, I mean, also didn't help them much, right? Because they couldn't really participate in the tournaments at that period of time. But still, as I know that he studied chess a lot.
Yes.
And he constantly trying to improve, so it pays him back. I mean, last time in the U.S. Championship, he tied for the first place. Very, very good result, I guess, for him. So he's very ambitious also in this event. I mean, I like this approach. Like, no, I mean, they're not afraid to play against top players in the world. Actually, they're hungry. They want to beat them. I mean, it's really impressive.
To show that they belong. By the way, turning to the game between Fabi and Darush for just a moment, we did see that queen trade, by the way. This move, rook takes g3, easy to spy that move is actually a winning threat. Provoked the trade of queens, rook e2, as expected. Darush is going for that 2 versus 1 ending, inviting rook takes e5. I suppose if I were in Fabi's shoes, I'd be more inclined to playing f4 so that rook b2. Again, I'm making it as difficult as I can for my opponent to get into the rook and pawn endgame that he's trying to get into with king f3. Still advantage Fabi. Is it enough for win? Doubtful. Lanier versus Ray Robson. Again, this bishops of opposite color. Oh dear.
No rooks. No rooks.
Okay, no rooks, but okay, I've got a very clear idea, right? King, king, king. I'll put the bishop back, but the king will. You should be
also
in time.
comes, yes. And also C2 is hanging right
C2,
now, right?
I'm not.
Yeah, I mean, you need to spend time, so then I move my king maybe and have this bishop d5 also.
It's funny. I'd almost like to use the pawn for a tempo. Like, you know, I would play the move b4, not worrying about bishop takes c2, but regretting the fact that later in life, when we have our kings in oppositions, I'm not a pawn down. I just don't get to play c2, c3, right? So
it's not about pawn. It's more about this tempo.
The tempo.
Yeah,
so, for example, king, bishop. I'm not sure you should take it, by the way. King.
What? You give me the second pawn?
Oh, sorry. That one I did not want to do.
I'm not sure you
No.
Yes.
The first one was okay. King, bishop, pawn.
Bishop takes, yeah, b4.
Yeah, I wanted this to just keep your structure. And I land on f6.
Yes.
And I suppose you keep your bishop.
But how can you make any progress?
Yes, and it's unclear.
Just a second. I go here.
We take.
And we wait, right?
That's okay. Yeah.
Now I go here.
I got your idea. F6, yes, after.
Maybe you go king e8, though.
Yes.
And I'm kind of stuck.
You are.
Because there is e5, yes.
Whenever you go e6, I take f6, e5.
Yes,
exactly.
Immediately. Otherwise, yes, you can.
You just.
And I don't think you can.
No, but of course we have to check it because it's really, I think, the only idea in this position.
So bishop, push, push, takes, push, push. Yeah, even if I win this pawn, it's almost like a redundancy.
And I will
he did play b4, by the way.
I will give you the pawns right now. I will go c5, then go c6, then go
Correct.
b4.
Mm-hmm.
I'll
Yeah.
give you the pawns so that whenever you transfer, even if you manage to fly your king to b7 somehow, I will always have bishop coming to b5.
Exactly.
And that's going to defend both pawns, and I will take care of your f pawn with my king.
Very good point. This definitely now does look like it's heading to a draw. But Ray probably is not going to be that happy because he was just defending. I mean, chess should be, about my chances too, right?
Oh, come
Not
on, but this is just Berlin,
Yeah,
you
just,
just sit and wait, I don't know, you need to have a special setup of mind and special character probably to play it with black.
You don't deserve your own chances when you play the Berlin.
Yeah.
Just take what you get, which is a draw.
Exactly. Picking up the action between Sam Sevian and Levon Aronian check. King went back. The blockade, as you said, Christian, the bishop dropped back. Knight is coming. Again, the square g4, well, I'm not a big fan of the square g4. f5 looks more attractive. And, well, I don't think anybody's made progress at this moment.
I think it just also maybe they're playing this game like looking for some opportunities. Maybe he will come back to a different plan
Idea,
later
yeah.
on. Like I really like your plan with f5, f6. Literally,
Go.
I don't see anything else. I mean, this really looks very, very attractive. But maybe he wants to check what he will play in this situation, in that situation.
By the way, remember talking to Michael Gurevich about a game that he played with Larry Christensen. And the point was he was playing with 2 pawns and a knight against a rook. And what he did is he just played and played and played, not trying to make any progress, but what he was trying to do was play for the clock, to get Larry in a situation that he was only on his increment. Now, I don't know what the times are between Sam
important.
and Levon.
Yes.
But
Look. Actually,
3
it's
minutes,
the other way around.
The other way around.
3 minutes
that the
for
player is
Sam.
trying to defend has got the more time,
Yes.
not the other way
Our
around.
theory didn't work.
But we're
this
so
time,
close
but,
on
but we tried.
So close,
Yes,
missed
yes.
it by.
And this is a very experienced move by Levon. He just took off from the board and let Sam think about it.
Right,
Think
enjoy
about
your
it
3 minutes.
all the way to your last minute.
Right?
Keep thinking.
And Sam.
Sam is like, no, I'm not going to fall for that.
Oh, the knight went back to g4, kind of indication that Sam's spinning his wheels. He doesn't quite have, in mind the winning plan. He's trying to nurse his extra pawn.
Maybe he wants to go to e5.
Yes, I thought of knight e5, and then if you provoke f6.
If you go f6, then I go knight g6,
Knight g6,
right?
yes.
And then maybe some checkmates on the 8th rank if I manage to get with my rook there.
Yes, believe me.
I'm dreaming. I'm
We were
dreaming.
dreaming with Yasser. also.
I'm daytime dreaming.
Daytime dreaming, knight to e5. More or less around these parts, didn't Levon in a very similar position play the move rook e8, by the way, just to try to discourage knight e5? Or did he keep the blockade?
I think it's still black to play, right?
Yes.
Knight g4, so he's thinking now has more time than his opponent to do
Right.
so. No, Lemma is very, very experienced player. He will never ever give. He will always try to find some tricks, right?
Yes.
Until the end, you cannot relax.
Rook e8, in fact. So he's kind of repeating his experience of this position from the past little while, trying to discourage knight e5 by just saying, okay, go ahead, tell me your best setup, keeping in mind that this pawn is on pre. Maybe Sam will come back to f5, f6, since he's kind of running out of ideas as well as clock time.
Just, I mean, f5 in a way, like it's a bit responsible move that, like you don't have this knight e5 anymore, right? I mean,
Yes.
like probably he's still not sure.
Yeah.
Maybe this f5 pawn.
But as
What else
Bobby
can
Fischer
be?
famously said,
What?
to get squares, you got to give
squares.
Yeah.
You get
Have to
something,
take some
I get
risk.
something. F5. We'll see again down to 2 minutes, and let's just jump. We want to share Ru Yang's victory as she used her pass pawn on the queen side as a decoy to get the pawn on g7 as well as the pawn on e6. With knight takes e6, knight f4, the g pawn is going to run and she will win this game. Also, how about Begum? How is Begum doing? Oh, bishops of opposite color. These are notorious. Has Rochelle fought her way back to a draw?
I don't think so. I think she made some mistakes. Is king to g5 on the board, right?
Yes, it is.
King g5, yes.
We're
Bishop
expecting
E8, for
bishop
example.
e8.
Bishop e8 and now bishop f4, right?
And then it's kind of a
I might be
Yes.
able to put you in a Zugzwang right now.
So it's a favorite word of our team, yes.
Yes. Our producer, Tom Williams, loves Zugzwang.
Zugzwang.
The language of chess. Okay, so my bishop is looking at the pawn on c6, is defending the pawn on h5. You're actually forcing me to move my king.
Correct.
Okay, so king drops back to e7.
Let's go king f5.
Okay.
Now let's try to invade. I need to get to that d6 square, right? If I manage to get the king to d6, I think I'm going to be able to push my pawns.
The king, okay, so I'll
so let's go king e5 now.
I'll keep you honest. King to d7.
I remember when the pawns are very close to each other,
Yeah. Okay,
right?
so
you
what if
have
I-
more chances to
after-
survive. I'm not sure if you survive
Exactly.
here, but it's very
When
important.
when the pawns are far apart, then it's very hard for the defender.
In
to
that
keep them.
case, let's give you a check instead of king e5. I'm going to bishop c6. I'm going to give you a check.
Oh,
on,
you mean king
d6? Yes.
bishop d6 check immediately.
So let's say, where do you go? You block your bishop, right?
Right.
On the other hand, I will take e4 pawn, no?
No, you don't, because I go e5. That's
First
my
you go e5,
that's my
yes.
idea.
You go e5 now.
I will
Yes.
go e5 now.
And at the
I
moment,
see.
I play bishop d5 or something like that.
Then
d5,
you
king
go
g5.
king g5.
Yes. Then you
Is
go-
this enough? Because even this is not clear whether it's enough or not, right?
Because, like, what? I go king here,
King
king
d6, you
takes-
take bishop f3 or king f5.
Boy, I think a
Unbelievable.
database just
Should give
kind
us
of came up.
answers.
And
Let's check.
At the moment you played king f5, could
Let's
we play
check.
h4 and get rid of the last pawns and then keep this position? Remember, if you go
Go
back,
back?
go
Sorry,
back, go back. Just
Anastasiya.
I remember this
me
moment.
you-
King is on f5. Here, instead of bishop d5.
This seems to be winning, guys.
Yes, h4 not working. Like I'm trying to get rid of all pawns, you know.
Oh, yes.
I don't think it's working because I have e6 first.
Oh yes, that's important.
And
Maybe
then
that
I
you have
pick up the
e6.
pawn on h4.
You take on h4,
which is
yes.
key.
Yes, and I don't have g3 anymore. Yes,
There's no
Exactly.
g3.
So I don't have this stamp.
No. No.
Well, she played bishop f4.
So we're in the position. This is how you started it, right?
Yes,
Christian?
bishop f4 is the right start. Because we know if you go bishop c6 and we change the e4 for both the h5 and g4, the
Now-
pawns are too separated.
Yes, now it's too far
Are
away.
3 files away, and that's winning.
I remember you could use even fingers or your hand, right, and put it on the board, kind of measuring how far the pawns are from each other. It's
Right.
winning or not winning. Remember? So I don't know if you had this kind of tricks. I
Yeah,
don't know.
it was always like the rule of 5 or
But
something.
how do you know how many fingers you can
Yeah, yeah, right.
And it depends on the board. Yeah,
And
I'm talking
Bobby-
about standard board.
Bobby had huge hands. I mean, his hands might go from the B file to the G file. I mean,
Yes.
it's too big. Okay, what does it mean?
King f5 right now, it's a big move. Will she find this plan of trying to include her king into the attack on the other side?
So
Try to go
bishop
bishop g5
f4,
and king f6 or king d6.
King E7 on the board, and you like the move King F5,
King f5,
right?
yeah, that's a very important move.
Can I start with a check?
Sure. Let's go king e5.
And then go back to the idea of bishop g5 and king d7.
And what if I go bishop to g5 now, check.
King to d7.
King f5.
And let's say I'm waiting.
Where do you wait? On which diagonal? Let's go e5 now, finally. Now king g6.
Now king g6. Okay. King?
That's okay. Bishop f6.
Bishop f6. So I can have my king
Even though
on
perhaps
F5.
bishop f6 allows h4 now. Okay, I need to be careful. I need to put the bishop on f4.
Be a little bit
Yes, to
more
take
clever.
g takes
Yes.
But I don't like that square for the bishop.
Well, if it wins a pawn.
But you go bishop f3 and king d5, and then how do I defend both pawns?
Ah, got you. Thank you so much for that. But now, aren't I in time to queen this guy?
And maybe this is it. This is the way to do it. Yeah, I think you might be in time.
No.
There's no way to stop me.
Wow.
Not easy at all,
very,
but
very
really
delicate ending here.
Very difficult endgame. And they're following our variation, by the way. Bishop to d7 is on the board right now.
Wow. Let me just refresh my board for just a quick second.
King e5, bishop c6, they're actually going straight into our variation.
Wow. You know, for Rochelle, should she lose this game, I have to say, like, these types of losses, I mean, they really, it's like you're in this a competitive oven of fire where you're just like, you're scorched because you played so hard to defend. You were so close to making the draw. It's like you lost the game not once but twice, right?
Yes,
you feel
exactly,
like
yes.
you get a double zero. You know, you don't get any recompense for having fought so well. You still get your big zero. And king f5 on the board. Still, what is the evaluation, Cristian?
It does feel like right now after king f5, this position is winning.
Winning.
Yes.
Actually, for her, it would feel like still. It's those type of games. I think when both players are unhappy.
And right, I had to win it not twice but thrice, right?
And the Beggy will be unhappy because she had so winning position, like in a couple of
Exactly.
moves, and she made it so long. For example, even if she'll manage to win this one, she will not feel great.
Good.
So let's say after that, normally.
Yeah. Good.
Also, another player that tricked his opponent is Fabiano Caruana.
Ooh,
now
let's
winning his game against Dariush.
He also had to do it twice. It looks like.
Yeah. Well, when we left it here, and he did play f4. Rook b2 takes. So now we're. And where did it go wrong for Dariush?
Keep going.
Check.
Yeah.
King get.
e6.
Perhaps-
So he couldn't play king.
Perhaps the best way, actually, go back a couple of moves. So here, instead of rook c8, after rook to f2, maybe you can go rook f8.
Immediately.
Yes.
With the idea that after rook f4?
Rook f4, I go back. Rook e8.
And
I'm hunting your pawn all the time.
Yeah, oh.
Rook f5, king g6, right?
And you threatened to take
G4.
rook on f5 with your king.
And now I just wait.
Yes. Okay.
Now I just wait. I go rook e7, let's see.
Rook e7.
Yes.
Remarkable. So
Now I see what you're trying to do.
I'm not even sure what I'm trying to do. If you let me know, I'll be very grateful.
So now I keep on waiting. h6.
Okay. Wow.
How do we feel about this
Yeah,
position?
it's difficult to make progress because the king has to defend this rook, right? And the other rook has to defend e5.
Exactly.
So it's a bit difficult.
I feel like I've kind of reached my zenith here. Just a moment. What could I possibly do?
Then rook e5.
Not easy, but so let's see where it kind of went wrong for Dariush, because king, rook, 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 and the king, first of all, got cut off. That's not good. Pawn got to e6. Oops, sorry. Is this the game?
That is the problem, when he took on f4, yes.
And now we've got two connected pass pawns, and that should be all she wrote. King f3, rook e2.
And you're moving slowly towards the other rook.
And
Exactly.
he made
Wow.
that decision to take on f4 with 7 seconds on the clock, and this is the problem. You cannot allow yourself to play half of the game on increment.
Exactly.
It's just not a good practical decision, and you will get punished against these
Very interesting
strong
position.
players.
So now you start moving towards the rook.
Because it's not like you're playing a fair play. I mean, Dariush is a really, really fine player, no question about it. But if you're constantly under time trouble, you're always feeling the stress, you've got to make your decisions within 30 seconds or a minute or two. Fabi's got 30 minutes. You're just going to make mistakes. And
to my eyes, he's a 27-plus player, Darius.
Yes, absolutely.
But he just has this huge problem with his time management.
Yep.
Which it is a huge problem. And if you don't solve it, you're going to stay stuck at 2670, 2680. You're never going to be able to push.
Only if you are not Yes.
Right. B5, by the way, on the board. Now the idea is that we go rook e2.
Yes, rook e2.
And now if you go, for example, b4, I'm just going to go rook e1. And my threat is e7.
King
now
e7?
Now you don't have time to play rook takes a2 because I make a queen. King e7.
f6.
F6. It's really that simple. Nice. So this move, b5, rook e2 on the board. And again, we're threatening to go e7. If we trade, then I have a very simple line of victory. I just go after the h-pawn. Black's king cannot capture on f5. My e-pawn runs for a touchdown. So rook e2, and I think that that's just over. King has to drop back to e7. And by the way, as expected, Liang won against Sophie Suzuki.
Mm-hmm. So we have one more decisive game.
In the ladies, yes.
Good.
Good decisive game. King e7 on the board, and I'm expect it's not that rook e1 is the only winning move. The rook can just move anywhere. The whole point is that we want to play f6 check, king takes f6 and e7. We just don't want to allow rook takes e2. That would be a little awkward.
Nice.
Yes, exactly.
Thanks for showing.
Yeah,
actually,
exactly.
That's why rook e1.
Right, yes, just to stop the rook captures on e2.
You can still lose your game like that, right? I mean, just
it's horrifying to think you worked 5.5 hours, and with one slip.
Yes, that's why nobody should rush. Think about it. Rook e1, of course, easy for Fabi, but still, I mean.
He knows it.
Yes.
Yeah. He already knows it.
Yeah.
These world champions, they're so quotable, but I still absolutely adore this quote that Magnus Carlsen, he's doing a press conference in Norway, and a young Norwegian boy said, you know, when did you learn to stop crying after a loss?
Nice
and Magnus said, well, what makes you think I stopped crying? I still cry after a loss. It was very nice.
No, that's why
the
he
young
doesn't
boy
lose
had
so
this big
often.
smile. He felt a lot better about himself. Rook e1 on the board, f6.
4 seconds on the clock.
Rook takes a2. Please don't play f6. Please don't play f6.
Yeah.
I think Cristian is very happy. First of all, Fabi is his pick.
Right.
Secondly, it's his good friend.
Yeah,
So it's nice, of course.
I'm impartial, guys. Come on.
Yeah, sure.
I'm an impartial commentator.
Right. Objective and neutral at all.
Absolutely.
Yes, of course. I mean, we all actually are.
Course.
But just, I mean, still we have emotions, right?
Except where our favorites are concerned. We're very objective. By the way, again, big hearty congratulations to you and Fabi, Christian, for your C-Squared broadcast. I see that they're doing remarkably well. So, kudos for that. And now we have a victory. We have a victory.
We do have a victory. Fabiano
takes
Darius down in a really topsy-turvy game because Fabiano was worse at some point. He was worse, but once again, the big problem that Darius had was his time management.
Exactly.
He had 30 seconds playing on increment every single move for the last 15 moves. And even if you're better, and even if you have great chances, you're not going to be able to assess the position correctly on every single turn. And this is exactly what happened. Fabiano slowly turned it around and then managed to deliver the final blow.
Well, the open section, I heard your criticism at the start of the broadcast, Christian, where you were saying that the open players only had a 28% of victories, whereas the ladies had a 57% victories. We were averaging 2 per round. We already have 3 with Levon still suffering against Sam Sevian. Potential, I want to say, of yet one more win in the open section. More likely a draw, but still I would love to play White's position. Especially against Levon Aronian. He must suffer.
I would prefer to have more time against Levon.
Exactly.
I mean, but what to do? I mean, you cannot have it all.
I'll take the pawn and the
He has
time.
still 1 minute 42 seconds, but you can see that also Levon has already like 10 minutes. He had 20,
Yeah, he's
17.
slowing it down as well because he understands that the position is actually really requires a toughness. And again, all we need to do is make it as difficult as possible for Sam Sevian. But let's turn to Cristian, who we have special guest in studio.
Thank you, Yasser. We are here with Liang after her first victory here at her first U.S. Chess Championship. Liang, welcome to the show. Congratulations. How do you feel right now after your first victory?
I feel pretty good. It's like the first win this tournament, so that's always a good sign.
Let's take a look at the game, because it definitely felt like it was quite a dominant display by you.
Yeah, except like the opening part.
Did she surprise you at any point?
Yeah,
or?
I was expecting her to go like ace, like takes, and then a6, or like knight c6.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
But she decided with this new idea, knight f6, knight c3, and d6 for her. Is this
Yeah.
a new idea for her?
Usually I think people go like knight c6. There's like a whole other like system, I guess.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
And then d6. D6, I've like never like seen this before, but I guess it kind of went into some knighter position, except after like bishop b, it's like knighter, but bishop b3, and then black plays e6.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I usually don't play this side, so.
a6, f3.
Yeah.
Well, this basically transposed
Yeah,
into some sort of
I think there's like some g4 idea somewhere.
yeah,
but
it's a Scheveningen,
yeah,
right?
Yeah.
b5, queen d2.
And then
a4, okay, very interesting.
Yeah, I thought for a long time here because I was worried about some a4 and like black has some like d5 ideas, except like b4. She did that in the game, but I think after knight a2, and then instead of d5, she could. I think I was calculating her playing e5 first, but it might
E5,
not be that
okay.
good.
e5,
Knight
to
b3, and then d5.
Yes. Then you take,
and then bishop
perhaps
c5.
bishop to c5.
Maybe. I don't know. I wasn't sure about this. I mean, it says like white's better, but I wasn't sure.
It's not as clear,
Yeah.
right? But she decided against that. She decided to start immediately with d5.
And then e5.
Knight d7, f4, and you managed to change the structure.
Yeah.
Were you happy with this change?
Yeah. This is like kind of like a French like structure, and I like her pawns on b4. Pawn b4 is kind of like weak, and if she ever plays a5, the b5 square is weak, so it's kind of hard to do something about that pawn. Bishop d3.
Bishop d3, knight takes.
Yeah.
You decide to take with the c pawn, open up
Yeah.
the c file.
It also controls the c4 and e4 square.
That's very nice. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Knight
Bishop to
b3.
c5.
I think it said bishop e7. I was calculating bishop e3.
And then
Queen
d4.
d4, yeah. I saw queen d. I think I saw like queen d4 and then takes, rook d8, knight b3. That I save the pawn.
That is correct. If you
Yeah,
take on
take
d3,
knight
knight to
c5.
c5, this is just simply
Yeah.
losing. Very nice find by you, and she decided against that, probably because
Yeah, I
of
think
this
she
line.
also saw that.
And she played
But
bishop
she played
e7.
that. I think I was just better here. I think, and at some point, like I feel like I played kind of like unprecisely, maybe like bishop d4, queen f2. I mean, I think it was fine, but I feel like she got some things.
Okay. Yes, queen to d7. But still, you have this strategical grip, long-term strategical grip, it seems like. Queen to
I think
a7.
she had to go like d4 instead of queen e7. It wasn't that good. I mean, I'm like up a pawn, but she has to do something.
Finally, she gets the bishop to d5.
she can't allow me to play d4, cause, yeah.
Then you get everything you want in the position. And she did allow you to play the move d4, and now
Now this
it
is
just
I think
felt
this
like
is just good.
Liang, congratulations. How did you prepare for this event? This is your first U.S. Women's Championships. You're going to be facing so many champions of the past and potentially of the present. How did you prepare?
I mean, I didn't like really prepare too much. I just went through my openings and just tactics and things. Yeah.
We hear a lot of, you know, the Jennifer Yu's of the competition saying that they have to balance the academic career with chess. Do you have to do that as well? You're in high school right now, yeah?
Yeah.
And how does that work?
Yeah, I'm missing a lot of school, so I have to do the homework and essays like during the tournament. So
The professors will not allow you to take them later on in the academic year?
no, probably not.
Guys?
They don't cut you any slack, Liang. You know, you've got an excuse. Not every student has an excuse that you have. Sorry, teacher, I couldn't do my homework. I went to the U.S. Championships.
And what is more important for you, by the way, to study or let's say your chess career? What is more important?
What is more important, your study or your chess?
It's like a bit of both right now. I'm only like in sophomore year, so. Yeah, probably like next year I have to focus on like APs and stuff. So, yeah, but like I'm trying to like keep it balanced and try not to let schoolwork consume me.
Right.
Excellent. Liang, congratulations. Big victory for you.
Yes,
Yeah,
thank you.
keep up the good work indeed. Turning our attention to Begum's game versus Rochelle, the two pawns are actually going to win the game. Last move, bishop b7, just hinting that you can't just go h5, h7, as there will be a bishop check. But these two bridesmaids, you get to play e5, e6, e7, and then you get to play h6. So e7 threatens to queen. You got to stop it. And then this. And now there's no stopping h7. And white will queen her pawn. For Begum, a very important victory. But boy, she made it so hard. And for Rochelle, she was so close. Ooh, really, really, really does hurt. Which is going to leave us with the game in the open section between Sam and Levon. Yeah,
Sam and Levon.
because the game, another game between Lanier and Ray. No. That's that bishop ending, the opposite color bishop ending. We think is
it's going to be drawn,
drawn.
right? We discussed it some time ago.
Exactly.
And came to conclusion that it's really difficult to break through here.
Exactly. All right. And Christian, back over to you.
Thank you, Yasser. We are indeed with Fabiano Caruana. Fabiano, welcome to the show. Congratulations. Very labored victory for you. Take us through the game.
Yeah, it was a bit of a messy game, and I didn't like my position for a large part of it. But yeah, he was a very long time. I actually thought that my main chance in this game might be because he tends to get into very serious time pressure.
And you started off quite quickly in the opening, building up a very nice time advantage at this point. After knight to h4, he thought for a very long time for this move, rook to e8.
Yeah, it's probably a fine move. I was a bit surprised by it. I thought he would play either f6 or g6. But rook e8, he's preparing someday to get knight f8. And I thought this queen d6 move he played was very annoying because he's trying to trade bishops.
But you knew this move?
No, not this one, but the later queen. I mean, this is
queen d6.
This line he's played with white, so I wasn't too surprised that he played it with black. Because he wants to play either bishop d4, bishop a3, and then queen g4, he plays queen e6 back, and I really need to stop the bishop trade, but it's very difficult. So I was trying to find a square for my queen, and finally I found this very strange c1 square. At first I just didn't want to go there, but then I forced myself to make it. Because I didn't see how else, like if queen d2, bishop b4, and my queen has to move somewhere, every square is...
a3? a3 probably, yeah? And you might have some problems.
Yeah, maybe, but also like he has bishop c5 again, he has bishop a3. I don't see where my queen goes. If queen e2, then bishop a3. And once we trade bishops, my queen side becomes very weak. And also my queen on e2 is not great because my knight really needs to go back to that square. So yeah, queen c1 was artificial, but I wasn't sure what else to do. Then I think he played well with his
And I think
f5.
it was actually the best move by the engine.
Yeah, maybe just to keep the game going a bit.
Just to keep the game going, yeah.
So I think this f5 plan he played was good. It was interesting. Of course, I'm not better, but anyway, the position remains tense. Yeah, a3 was probably a difficult decision, but I thought it's a very good move. Because if he plays c5 first, then I play his knight c3, ab, knight d5, queen d8, ab3. I get the a file, and my knight goes to a very nice e3, c4 circuit. And I thought I have a very pleasant position. Okay, maybe it's still equal, but definitely I'm more comfortable.
Absolutely.
And then, yeah, at some point I was getting much worse. I thought instead of king h8, king h8 like really was a real relief for me.
Were you thinking about being worse at this point and maybe not being happy with the fact that you took unnecessary risks at all?
No, I thought my position is worse, but he has no time, so I wasn't sure if my position is worse with that in mind. I still thought I was still ambitious in this position.
So you're trying to play a practical game at this point?
Yeah, I mean, he had like seconds, and it's a very complex position, and he has a lot of weaknesses, so... And, okay, my moves were natural, and what can I do? I have to put my rook on e1, and... Yeah, I was thinking first knight f3, but then I was scared. Take, and f4, I started to get a bit scared. I was thinking if I could run my king to b1, that would be very nice, but it's difficult to get there, queen h5.
Yeah, that's a problem.
Otherwise, it might work out. And king g2, he plays like queen h5 or something. Oh, no, not queen h5. Yeah, that's because queen e2. So yeah, rook h6. First. And the point is if queen e2, then f3 wins. And rook h2. Yeah. So yeah, that's why I took on d4 first. I didn't like it because his bishop becomes suddenly good. While here it's kind of limited, and after bishop d4, c4, his bishop is very good.
Yeah.
But okay, I mean, he still has a weak king, so rook e7. I definitely misplayed it with this c3 move. C4 move, sorry, at the wrong moment. And then, yeah, take queen d5, I was very unhappy. King g1, and I thought b5 is like so unpleasant because he stops queen c4 stuff.
And it was, yeah, that was the main move by the computer.
I didn't know what I was going to do here. I was thinking maybe knight g, but the bishop can come to c5. I might even win the a pawn, but my king is under a strong attack.
And if you go knight g2, maybe you have time to go f4.
Yeah, it gets complicated, but for sure he's better. So once he played king h, like he had another chance here b5, but he allowed my knight to e3. I was suddenly not worried anymore after knight e3. And then here I was already thinking I might play for an advantage. And yeah, after the time control, I thought he has a really difficult position. Okay, his moves were natural. Queen d4 I thought is... And then he found this brilliant resource, you know? It's like, I had already kind of calculated this from far away, and I thought, okay, wait, rook e5? Rook e5? And rook e5, yeah? Yeah, why didn't I do this?
That was
I had
our
no
question.
hallucination. I thought he had like queen c1 here and king g2 f3, but I just have rook e1.
You prefaced it well, though. You said he found this brilliancy.
Wait, but queen c1 is not... rook e1, rook d1. And queen e5, king g8. And I have queen g4.
Queen e6, king h8, queen c8, and queen g4.
Yeah, I probably should have exerted myself more here. I was still trying to blitz him. And I thought queen c7 was winning. This queen c3 was amazing.
Yeah.
I mean...
It's his only chance.
Yeah, I just missed it. I thought I'm winning after queen c7. And the point is queen f7. Looks winning at the start, but yeah, take, king f1, queen h3, king e2, queen g2, king d3. Well, queen e3, king e3, queen g3 is repetition, because I can't go to d2. So I have to go forward. King, rook d8, king c4. Queen c2, king b4, queen d2. I was trying to calculate king a3 here. I thought that at the very least he has rook a8. Like I just calculated one draw for him, and that was enough. Rook a4, queen d6. And if b4, there's a funny mate here. If queen d3, and if I play queen b3, take, king takes, queen a6. So yeah, I saw that he has a draw here.
Nice one.
And then I was just forced to go for the rook ending, which is very unpleasant, but yeah, felt very drawish as well.
Where did you feel he made the last mistake?
Okay, I thought this rook f2 was tricky. Yeah, rook c was probably incorrect. And here, well, okay, it's clear. The last mistake is rook takes f4.
Yes.
He can play rook e8 here. I was going to play like rook a4, take, rook a3, take. I mean, very good winning chances, but whether it's winning or not, I don't know. But take on, I don't know what he was thinking. I mean, my pawns are connected. They can't be taken. They just run forward. I think he probably panicked in time trouble.
definitely panicking, time trouble. He was playing on increment for the last 30 moves or so. Fabiano, this is a big victory for you with the white pieces to start successfully the campaign for another championship. How do you feel your chances are looking at right now?
Well, I mean, it's a decent start, but it's still so early. It's such a long tournament, and 10 more games, it's like a full tournament ahead. So I can't really say much, but yeah, this is a pleasant win to have.
An important one for sure, guys. Any questions?
Our congratulations, Fabi. Keep up the good work. We enjoyed the game immensely.
Yes, and I was wondering also, are we going to see new chapters of a podcast during the tournament? Are you going to do something new, or you will be focusing on?
There was one yesterday, guys.
Yes, no, for sure.
You have this guy in the studio all day, and you're asking me. Just ask him.
Yes, but Cristian said that your motivation, you have to play well not only for yourself now, but also for a podcast. So, do you feel this extra pressure on your shoulders?
No, I don't. I tend to separate playing chess and other activities. So this tournament would be important for me, regardless of whether or not we were making a podcast.
Okay.
All right. Quickly, Fabi, just because you're in studio, turning your attention to the game between Lanier and Ray, you probably realize that they're in this bishops of opposite color Berlin ending for quite some time. Just your knee-jerk reaction, draw or win for white?
But it has to be a draw, no?
Has to be a draw, just simple.
And white's only idea is, I guess...
E6 and an F6. And
yeah, because if you play E6 takes F6, then E5. I guess he's trying to go to C5. I don't know, but there will be bishop attacking the pawn at some point.
At some point, like, yeah, you just...
Or, to be honest, he could just put his king on C6. And then once, like, let's say he waits, bishop A2, king E... I mean, again, king E3 allows, yeah, bishop D6, bishop B3, king E3, bishop A2, king D4, just king C6.
Catching.
Let's say bishop C5, you just wait, and white's only idea is E6, take F6, but then E5, take bishop F7, and we have a fortress.
Yep.
King D7, the usual. But I thought he had very good winning chances before. I mean, once he got F4 in, it looked like extremely unpleasant. But Ray is an excellent defender. I mean, much earlier with the two rooks on the board, I thought.
With the two rooks.
Should be seriously unpleasant for black, this position, but maybe it's nothing.
All right, thank you very much for that, Fabi. As where round 3 is drawing to a close, we have one very, very important game here, where we think there's it's a 2-result situation. And after 3 rounds, all the ladies are completed their games, Anastasiya.
Yes,
Who do we have on
exactly.
top?
Yeah, so we have Alice Lee and Megan Lee. Both of them, they have 2.5 points.
No Bobby Fischer prize for anybody.
Yes, they lost half a point today, and that's it. I mean, no 100% score anymore. Beggy won her game, and she jumps on the 3rd place. I mean, she ties for 3rd place together with Tatev and Jennifer Yu.
Yeah, Tata, by virtue of her victory over Jennifer Yu, now is at 2. And Irina Krush, still at 50%, 3 draws in a row.
Yes. Liang also has 1.5 points, the same as Thalia.
Right.
Cervantes also 1.5 points, and Sabina for sure joins them with 1.5 points. And actually, all ladies scored points. There is no one who has 0.
Everybody's on the board. And Cristian is with our latest winner. Over to you.
Well, Begim, first of all, as your coach, I have a question. Are you trying to give me a heart attack?
Yes, that's the plan for yesterday, right?
For yesterday? But why for yesterday?
It was your mistake, you know, I lost the game.
So your loss was my mistake. Okay, I'll take it. I'll take it. That's fine. Explain to us today's game.
Oh my God. At some point, I thought I was like winning, and I don't know what happened.
So it was a successful opening, it felt.
Look at you,
Knight
you did your
to D4.
job.
Whoa, whoa. I'm being attacked here. Okay, F takes C6, F takes C6. Yes, that's pretty decent.
Here, okay, Queen B6. I didn't like this move. Queen is not doing anything. Like I felt like she had to play knight somewhere, like knight.
Knight f6 or knight h6.
Yeah. She needs to develop anyways, and she has to somehow protect e6 pawn. So that's why I thought after queen b6, my position should be winning, because knight g5 and knight d2 is coming.
And it was indeed. And I think her only chance was something very unnatural to go here, 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 take, and now long castle. But obviously,
even this one position looks winning, no?
Yeah, this one
should be like.
This one is definitely winning as
Okay.
well. You have to be a bit careful, but it's still
Knight
winning.
f7 is coming, no?
But then something happened.
Yeah, something happened. I wasn't sure about a4. I wanted to play immediately b4.
b4, okay.
Yeah, but I thought it would be too much. I don't know. Maybe I just had to go for it.
But
C takes b, bishop e3.
Have you learned about this thing called development?
I haven't.
This thing where you take your pieces out.
Look,
first bishop
whole
e3
idea of
and then you go
b4 is that if you take on b4, I develop with a tempo. You know, I've been told that if you can develop with a tempo, it's always good.
Yeah. Some people will blame me that I'm not teaching you development stuff. All right. And you played this b4, rook f8, take. And I guess once again, have you development, you know, bishop e3, c3.
My original idea was just to play bishop e3. Then we got the position. Before we got position, at some point I just realized that I have a very interesting move d4. The idea is that if she takes on d4, then I'm playing bishop f4. So I'm developing the bishop with a tempo.
Okay, that makes sense.
I like d4. Just giving away a pawn. It's not a lot, right?
I'll take that. I'll take that.
So
Okay.
it was just a beautiful move. I did understand, like, after h6, it's not that clear, but I thought my knight on h4 would be better than on g5, and she had time trouble. That's why I thought I'm putting some pressure on her.
Did you spot this extra option of knight to g4 for her?
Yeah, but I thought I'm better after knight g4.
Knight takes g6
Yeah,
or?
and then I'm playing bishop f4.
And then rook takes f4.
I can take.
Then d3.
Oh.
Whoa.
What's your idea?
So the idea was that if you take, you're not going to take.
Yeah,
You're going to give a
knight
check,
e6
and then
is
knight to
fine.
e5.
But okay,
It's difficult
it's
with
very
low
difficult
time on the clock.
to find it, no? And
Absolutely.
still, her king is not that safe.
No.
I would be glad to have this position. I don't care about the engine.
Makes sense, of course. And she played bishop e8, and it felt like you're finally breaking through, right?
I wasn't sure if bishop b8 was a correct move. Like, I didn't see, I had a feeling that after bishop b8, I'm just winning because everything is collapsing, right? And then I don't know what I did wrong. It just, I don't know.
Well, I think you know what you did wrong. Bishop e5, rook b7, knight
Yeah.
f3, rook f8.
Oh, see, oh my goodness.
Development.
Oh, please.
What is your queen doing?
No, I had this idea. I don't know why. I thought after bishop b6 and bishop a6, I'm just winning. I totally missed bishop d7 move.
So you calculated bishop takes h2.
Yeah, I thought I'm just winning. I didn't see any moves, and I didn't have much time. That's why I decided to go for it. And then after I got the position, I was like, oh my God, what I'm gonna do after bishop d7? That was bad.
Yes, but you kept going, and when did you feel like you're getting some extra chances once again? At what point?
After I saw that I can play rook a7 and bishop
C7.
c7, I thought, okay, I'm going for it, but I repeated because I had like very low time. So basically this position, I thought I'm going to win this position. Okay, again, the engine can hold it, I do believe it, but like as a human, how would you play this position? Like your knight a little bit stuck, and I'm taking d3 pawn anyways, and you have like weak pawns, g6 and then h6. I just didn't see how she's gonna like play. I couldn't see the setup for her. So I was like, probably I'm going to win this position.
So given that you did miss that move, bishop to d7, you managed to readjust psychologically and still play for a winning.
I was happy to have a play, but like I wasn't forced to just repeat the moves. That's why I was like, okay, if I have a chance, I'm just going to try.
Absolutely. And then you got into this
And
bishops of opposite color position.
I'm not sure about knight d3, but it felt like after knight d3, I have huge chances to win the game.
Okay.
Like, yeah, I should be very careful. I shouldn't miss this h4 idea, and I need to place my bishop on d6, which which always holds because of e6. That was my idea. Before I played knight d6, knight d3, I imagined that I play c5, bishop d6, g3, and king goes to f6, and that's how I should be winning. I don't know, like.
And let's go towards that moment because it did
She
feel
found
that.
some good moves, I guess.
And here she played this move, king to e6.
Oh, that was a disaster. Like, king needs to
Stay on this
yeah.
side, king to c6. And how are you planning on trying to make progress at this point?
Probably I'll put king on a f5.
Okay, king f5. Now it seems like bishop to e8 might be the only move, which is not an easy move to make.
Your idea is to play bishop d7 and king d5. That's how
Correct.
we want to hold it.
Yes.
I also thought if I can, if she can get that position, she has
But what if you push your pawn all the way to e6 now? And this is the key. Now you have, it seems, h4.
Now it works for some reason.
Yeah. Well, she didn't find it. She played the move king to e6, and after that,
I mean, she didn't have time to find anything.
she did not. Yes, yes, she did
It's
not.
a huge factor. That's why I just went to this end game. Okay, I'm not it's not easy for her to play this, and I'm not forcing anything. So she needs to find moves in 30 seconds. It's insanely hard in such positions. I guess it's easy to blunder.
Congratulations, Begim. A big victory, a bounce-back victory for you after yesterday's loss. How would you assess your performance so far?
Oh, yesterday was a disaster. I was marching my king on e4, which was a great idea. I'm happy about my idea. Even today, about b4 and d4 moves, I'm finding some good ideas, beautiful moves to play. But I'm not finishing of my opponents. Yeah, yesterday it was just a blunder. I meant to play g6 first, but for some reason I thought king f3 is not good. I was looking for other moves, and it was just a blunder. I forgot about g6 idea. So far it's all right.
A win is a win. 2 out of 3, still in 3rd position right now. Thank you, Begim.
Congratulations. Begim, can I ask a question?
Sure.
I know that Begim, she comes from chess family. Her father plays chess, her sisters, everybody plays chess. And even though they're in Uzbekistan right now, do they follow the tournament? I mean, are they checking your games online, or they do it next day?
I mean, of course, my family, everyone checks my games, my results, but sometimes it's too late, I guess. Now it's 2 or 3 a.m. there, so probably my sisters are not watching, but my dad might be watching. So he's my huge fan. He always watches my games live.
Yes. Do you feel their support when you play any tournament?
Of course. I just know that they're always by my side. They have been, my whole life, huge support for me. I know that they're for me all the time.
Yeah, and the last question, Begim played on the first board for the national team, and I was wondering, do you feel extra responsibility now that you kind of need to prove something, maybe even win this championship?
No, I never feel like I'm responsible to prove something to someone else other than me, other than myself. I'm just playing here. I think I'm just as others trying to play my best chess. That's all. I never thought about I had the first board. I have to show something. No.
Okay, thank you and congratulations.
Thank you so much, guys.
Absolutely, our congratulations indeed. As we see that Lanier and Ray Robson's going right into that fortress, by the way, kind of a knee-jerk reaction that Fabi gave when we asked her. And only 2 games left, and the Ray Robson-Lanier game is now very, very easy fortress for Ray. He just keeps his bishop here. Whenever the the white king tries to make a beeline to the c5 square, we just stop at you. We go king d7 and king c6, and there's no way that this white king can ever get over to the a6 pawn. So a draw is coming up there. And it feels like, well, Levon just defended this very, very well. Sam put a lot of pressure on his illustrious opponent,
but
it wasn't enough.
F5. Yeah, he didn't play your plan F5, which I really liked. So maybe he missed this opportunity. Yes.
Yeah, I bet. Also, he was playing with just on the increments. At a certain moment, a little bit of time mismanagement there by Sam. But nonetheless, I mean, come on, putting pressure on Levon throughout the entire game.
Yes, it was not an easy draw, let's say.
Not at all, not at all. So anticipating 2 draws in this game, we will see 3 decisive games in the open section, which is, again, off the beating track of our diet of 2. And it's almost a whitewash. Well, actually, it is a whitewash. The only player to win held the white pieces in the open. Is that also true of the
ladies?
Yes, it is.
Oh,
Another
really?
whitewash in the ladies. 3 decisive games in the ladies. White won all the games. It's good. It's good to have the white pieces in chess.
It seems.
Seems to be the
Even
case.
though you know that many top players, they're complaining that you cannot find an advantage with white, you cannot equalize with black. I mean, life is not, it's difficult.
I'm telling you, it was the worst thing preparing. I had a match here against Anatoly Karpov, and coming into that match, I'm prepping for Anatoly Karpov. It's like, whenever I'm preparing with the white pieces some variation for Anatoly, there's no advantage. Whenever I'm preparing the black pieces, I'm slightly worse. I mean, like, what's going on? It was a terrible, terrible feelings. And with Lanier and Ray repeating, that's a draw in the books, as we see Lanier. And with the remaining game also looking like it's going to wrap up, we're probably going to call the broadcast. But final words, Cristian, please, for this round 3.
Well, once again, it was an incredible round, and I have to say, seeing Fabiano scoring his first victory, that's bad news for the field, because we know Fabiano, whenever he gets in tip-top shape and in form, he can rank up those victories quite nicely. We've seen that in previous US Chess Championships as well. And in the ladies section, I have to say, the 8-time national champion, Irina Krush, she's really trying. She's getting winning positions almost every single game, but she doesn't have that final spark to finish those games. She will need to find that in the remainder of the game. Still, plenty of rounds to go, and we have a lot of games ahead of us and a lot of remaining rounds, and we're going to be here to call all the action.
Yes, we will. That's the good news. We're going to be back tomorrow, round 4, same time. Thank you so much for sharing your day with us all. Absolutely. Anastasiya, it's a great pleasure to call the action. Thank you all. Have a great evening, and we'll see you all tomorrow.
See you tomorrow.
This has been a presentation of the St. Louis Chess Club. Any reproduction or distribution of this content without the express written consent of the St. Louis Chess Club is prohibited.